Dr. Anjali Verma, please
Yeah.
start.
Thank you so much. And a warm welcome to all of you, my dignitaries and friends. It is a privilege to be your MOC for today. Dr. Anjali Verma, consultant and director at the Gurgaon. Me to take you along this workshop, MOCs, Dr. Pallavi. She's associated and is a senior consultant at W. Pratiksha Hospital. She was previously associated with Columbia and Apollo Cradle Hospital too. My next MOC would be Ali Dikshit. She's a consultant hospital NSG Manesar, Arogya Medical Center. Rupali, welcome Dr. Pallavi. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate and thank Dr. Ragini ma'am for some mega e-conference. History will remember her. Conducting this kind of conference was next slide. Without losing further times, today's session with poster presentation. The topic for poster presentation is health, one of the most vital to maintain. The chair, Dr. Bhavna Agarwal, consulted at Balaji Medi Center, in high risk obstetrics, in fetal medicine, and gynae. She's the executive member of Chandigarh Observatory and also of the Har OB-GYN Society. Next slide, please. Person is Dr. Divya Mangla, consultant at Devatra Charitable Hospital and an assistant professor at Subha Meerut. Next, please. My third and the final chairperson, she's an associate professor at College Haryana, and she also is a director center Gurugram. I welcome persons for the poster presentation.
ऐसा लेना कि मतलब यहाँ तक ही आए. Adjust.
I now mic to Dr. Divya to start poster presentation on adolescent. Dr. Divya, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Start with our poster presentation. Please.
हाँ तो क्या हो गया?
Is a poster on in idiopathic ovarian. It has come from PGIMS Rohtak. This poster is a very good paper. Done FOGSI that should be considered in torsion. Next, please.
Doctor, I have given you the control.
Okay. Yeah. This poster which is case of imperforate hymen by Isha Nandal. Here, this is another come up which shows that silicone catheter for the treatment of cervical of functional uterus, so, where they have used silicone cannula. Over to you, Dr. Bhavna.
Thank you so much, Dr. Divya. Good afternoon. Today we have a amazing going on the first time on e-plug. We have some very good papers which I'm presenting in this form, and we have got about them. We have last slide. This is a paper from Solan, Himachal, sent by Monica Jindal, and it is about to know the knowledge of among the service providers. So they 142 nursing staff and asked them few about their knowledge regarding emergency. Next slide.
ना थोड़ा सा इधर कंटेंट पेपर का नाम पढ़े क्योंकि बहुत सारे
Okay, ma'am. I thought these are the few ones. Rest post. So these were few papers which have studies. So conclusion was about program is needed for the training of the trainer, clear their misconception and encourage them to use emergency contraception. Next, a very different paper from Dr. Arnab about the oral health. There were few market centers how to encourage oral hygiene. Next, this from Nirav, you are being very able to read it also. Nirav, last. This was a paper about the effect in endometriosis in young female where they read about the results and observations. Observation was the gynecologists is a young females also. Next paper was a polycystic ovarian syndrome on adolescent girls, and conclusion was that really affects and education and counseling to maintain the healthy lifestyle intervention. I think I'll hand over the next Dr. Vinita. Dr. Vinita, will you continue?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Bhavna. Thank you, Dr. Ragini, for inviting us. Please. Next slide. This paper is about imperforate hymen. Still an interesting case report by Latika, and it paper showing that there was presentation of imperforate hymen which was suffering from constipation, relieved of constipation in repeated treatment. Then found that she was having an and hymenotomy was done and relieved of her. There may be an unusual presentation of also.
The conclusion.
Next.
Just a conclusion.
Okay, so its frequent presentation, it is diagnosed as was in this case choice is hymenotomy. Outcome is excellent and recurrence.
कंट्रोल का एरो नहीं दिख रहा मेरी से.
Please. Nirav. Was about sexual behavior, contraception, and HPV vaccine. Key for future of cervical cancer prevention. Dr. Anamika, Senior Resident Gynae, PMCH Patna. They conclude.
Next.
That the most important risk factor for cancer is infection. HPV. And and concluded adolescent girls has increased in recent years.
Next slide.
Knowledge of perception and HPV remains far behind for a country like where cervical cancer is the second most.
This poster was by during menstruation in high school adolescents, presented by Dr. Satya Bharti, Dr. Indra Bharti, College Jaipur. A very nice study. Next slide, please. Yeah, next. Next, please. This is a Dr. Anjali Gupta from
Sorry to
PJMS
interrupt, Dr.
Rohtak
Divya.
on
Sorry to interrupt. यहाँ पे ना इसको थोड़ा सा इंट्रोड्यूस कर सकते डॉक्टर रागनी?
चलने दो प्लीज चलने दो.
giant ovarian cyst in an adolescent presented PJMS Rohtak. And in the request the audience to please look into the various put up here. They are actually paintings and will be introduced later on at the end of the session. Next, please. Yeah, this is another study on the effect of polycystic ovarian syndrome and body image of adolescent girls, very commonly seen during adolescence, presented by Dr. Simran Arya and Professor. Next, please. Over to
The next, adolescent health issues and awareness in guidance from Bombay, and conclusion was girls present with a various gynecological problem which need awareness. The next paper was torsion in an adolescence, which presents a dilemma which we all know in a young girl. Conclusion was to
Next slide.
diagnose it on time and give the time. Next was again a paper syndrome in adolescence from Rajasthan. It is a case report and polycystic ovarian disease.
Next slide.
Menstrual in girls and their treatment seeking behavior is again a paper about the girls undergo and the more awareness in adolescent group to have professional help. It was long-term care with long-acting mentally disabled girls. They are case series and which differently by long-acting contraceptive. Interesting thing how to manage this girl.
Next slide.
Give the mic to Dr. Anjali is there for next papers.
Next slide. हो गया है. Next slide. Next slide.
Yeah, we discussed all these.
Next slide. Next slide.
So here we come to the end of the presentations.
and yeah.
Now I will like to comment and then one word about these paintings in a one line. One line for those from has come, which we have seen.
By Haryana OBGYN Society, Udan for adolescent. We have made a youth group, and these paintings are by the youth group, and this depicts the mental state of adolescents. The paintings and one of the sculptures is showing assault in a adolescent, and we raised funds by playing these paintings, and we contribute to Khushbu Society. We installed a machine there from our society. Recently, we again raised funds, helped about 3,000 migrants in the pandemic to have food. We distributed them from Haryana OBGYN Society. This is about.
Very nice, Dr. Chandan.
Without so much, thank you to all my.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for
So much, ma'am.
To all the posters, some of them are actually rare, really an eye-opener. I would also like to really Agni ma'am and Dr. Chandan for the where they are coming and what all help so many people. I really appreciate too. Thank you so much. Now hand over the mic to Dr. Amrapal to the lamp lighting ceremony.
Just wait for 2 minutes. You can say some conference. Welcome, Dr. Rishma Tank.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anand.
Good afternoon. Good to be here. Thank you.
Hi.
Dignitaries, right afternoon. Thank you so much for your time and being with us. International Adolescent Health E-Conference. Dr. Amrapali.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. And I once again to the second day of our FOGSI Adolescent Health E-Conference. It's our pleasure and honor to have us with here today. We would now start the ceremony. Has Dr. joined us? It'll take a few minutes. It was a yesterday we had so many talks and discussions and eye opener because adolescent health, it's not much discussed as of something new that now supposed to, and we are realizing our healthcare providers that this is a group whose needs are different, psychological needs are different. We need to train ourselves as that we are able to take care of their needs in a normal, in a good fashion.
Good afternoon, Dr. Rishma.
Good afternoon.
Just comment 2 or 3 things, Dr. Alpesh.
Right now. Dr. Chandan Kachru ma'am, please extend welcome to our dignitaries and a few things about the conference. Over to you.
Neeraj, na?
We are live, ma'am.
We are live.
Yes.
We've started the program. Okay. So, welcome, Dr. Hi. A very great leader, and time I have been interacting with for various programs, and lots of the social responsibility. Welcome, ma'am, and welcome, Dr. Always very helpful from need. He will provide. Dr. Jaideep Tank. So, welcome. I also welcome Dr. Parag. Hey, you are there? Dr. Parag?
Parag join.
I welcome
Parag and Dr. Alpesh is joining.
my teacher and at adolescent. I've learned a lot from him and to be honored in FOGSI as well. I want to bridge the gap. Vision is very huge, Dr. Agni, and she encouraged me for. And, I want to bridge the gap. And the gynecologist together because 2 stages where we both perinatology and another is adolescent. होता है तब इनके पास जाता है जब बच्चा फिर एडल्ट बनता है, फिर वो हम दोनों के बीच आता है. पहले भी वो हम दोनों के बीच था, उसके बाद these are the transition phases where pediatricians as well as work together. Dr. Rishma, you want to say something?
Dr. Rishma को पहले
Waiting for Alpesh.
Yeah.
Busy. He's doing so many activities at FOGSI. So yeah.
Ragini ma'am, you can take over now.
Sir, again. Good evening to all of you. I'm so happy that now today, on the second day, first day, we had a great login and the great program. Shivani Didi. Today, with a bang, have a nice poster presentation. Today's guest, Dr. Rishma Pai, personality, beauty with brain, most adorable Secretary General of ICOG, Dr. Alpesh sir has joined. Dr. Jaideep Tong, Dr. Mandakini May, dignitaries are very much so. With the blessings of God, Neeraj, can we lamp lighting, please? Dignitaries to join in it on the virtually.
सर्वका निर्विघ्नं कुरु देव कार्येषु सर्व क्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु महाकाय सूर्यकोटि प्रभा विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा.
Thank you all. I would now humbly request Ragini Agrawal ma'am, please, Dr. Alpesh Khan, FOGSI.
After blessing of God, invite President FOGSI officially start today. As everybody, Gandhi, he needs no. He's leading FOGSI in a way. Even it is not traveling, but traveling daily on the FOGSI chariot. Over to you, Alpesh sir, for your. Sir, unmute कर लीजिए.
Thank you, Dr. Agi. Kind words, kind introduction. And Dr. Isma Pai, Dr. Parag Biniwale, Dr. Tuteja, all of honor, our Vice President, Dr. Promila, Dr. Hare, Chandan, Dr. Girish, Mandakini Meg, Madam, the experts, expert faculty, and all colleagues, a very good of you. I welcome on behalf of FOGSI. At the beginning, I would like to congratulate Vice President Dr. Ragini Gurgaon Haryana Society and our adult committee FOGSI for this wonderful, very useful big program and very well planned. It was a very successful event. We do not have all the, but as per primary report, yesterday's present was more than 1,500. So it is really encouraging to see so many members and so many teachers all are joining for our program. Today's program is exclusive members, gynecologist. Very, very important topic, adolescent gynecology. We all know that big topic. I can say we book on this topic. Many situations, conditions are there. Said that 20 to 60% different studies can have of adolescent gynecology. It clinic problem, it may be problem, maybe physiological or inflammatory. It may be acne or maybe chronic pelvic. Some of them can cyst. It is common between menarche and 18 years of age. Sometimes we may come across a patient and adnexal torsion. Even sometimes, very rarely, we cannot forget, we should not forget, adolescent girls comes to the severe acute abdominal. Always also think for the ectopic. So many PCOS, the condition, so many other conditions going to all of these conditions, pregnancy, then early age, early pregnancy, contraception, things are very, very important. We have very, very new workshop on adolescent gynecology. I am happy that galaxy of international faculties for this student. I am definitely sure that we can reach with the updates and in this field. I wish you happy learning. Thankful to all the offering their valuable time and conference, to all our esteemed guests for joining conference and today's lesson gynecology. We are also thankful to in such a good number, all of us for more and more such. Once again, a very successful, happy learning and of you. And once again, the whole team. This is so I congratulate the whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your blessings and your kindness. Now, I would request our for the day, Dr. Reshma, a few words. Dr. Reshma, President-elect Mumbai Obs Gynae Society. She's also been the past president 2017 and president 18-19. Some of her. Over to you, Dr. Reshma Pai.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all of you. Dr. Alpesh Gandhi, President FOGSI, Ragini, Vice President, of course, our Secretary General, work that he's doing, other guest honored today, Dr. Paro, friend, and of course, Dr. Mandakini, who's heading, doing such a fabulous job. Wonderful for all of you, this mega event. Hearing about how fantastically it has, and in fact, this morning, couple of phone calls that members were really praising and how beautifully it is going. Truly remarkable in this very difficult, in this digital space, to put together this magnitude. So really, congratulations to the entire team for effort. Adolescence is really the most neglected practice. It's not that there's any less. It's just that there's no meat really between us and them, many. And I think that really is a most important phase of life. I think this contributes to her strong health. This important phase is neglected. And if we can catch these adolescents, if we can educate, sensitize them, ensure this group, I think we can definitely not only of theirs when they grow fully grown women or later in their life, actually improve the health of the entire, because these young people can go out and actually and sensitize the entire family towards their health. Health, I believe, is a state of complete harmony of the mind and the spirit. Conference really is addressing different aspects, physical, mental, emotional, all of these are being, and all the experts in the field have been brought in. And I feel digital advantage that we are getting, speakers from all over the world share their amazing knowledge. So I'd like to really say a big thank you for inviting me. I wish you all the best, successful conference. It started so well. The next 2 days are going to be phenomenal. So let me just end. The best way to predict the is to create it. And today, creating informed young adolescents and doctors, I think you are really contributing to creating a fantastic future for India. So thank you so much, Dr. and our entire team. Huge congratulations with you, and thank you for having me.
Thank you, Rishma.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Words of wisdom. The next guest of honor, Dr. Parag Biniwale sir is a FOGSI in Pune, and he's the postgraduate teacher in Kamla Nehru. He's also been the secretary ICOG for 2020. I would now hand over the Parag Biniwale sir for his words.
Thank you for the kind introduction. First of all, let me begin by thanking Dr. Ragini and her entire team and all for so much. I was a little uncomfortable at Ragini as to, do you think I'm Ragini said you have to be there but to be here. Ragini, our journey in the started way back in 2006 when Dr. Durusha first a TOT with the help of by in the month of February. Almost 25 to 30 of us by for those 4 days about adolescent health for from 8 o'clock till about even dinner time. We used to have only on adolescent health, and in fact transpired into interest in the field of which resulted into various workshops which I had an opportunity to conduct with the help of Government of India, WHO, FOGSI, and UNFPA, and to meet a lot of people keenly interested in the field of adolescent health is something which mortality and in fact ICOG did start online on adolescent gynecology, and I must Sampat Kumari, who's chairperson of this committee, and we did have one online a couple of months ago, and we intend to doing it even in the adolescent health. Definitely a need, and as I said, we need to update our book, or a book edited by Dr. Ashwini in 2009, which was a publication, or I should say, on adolescent health published by. So I think Chandan can take up, of course, with Ashwini and Ashwini and all, and second edition of this book, because are more and more facing challenges, and with changing times, we adapt ourselves to the style and changing mindset of adolescents. End my speech by saying what adolescence is about is by honing a frontal cortex is going to be more optimal of 25. So my best yesterday very fabulous. I was there for some. I'm sure tomorrow the rock. So my best wishes to you, the team, and thank you very much for.
Thank you, kind words. And now our next guest of honor, Dr. J.S. Sir is a national advisor, IAP Mission Kishore Uday 2018. He was the chairperson, Adolescent IAP for 2012 to 15. Also IAP Mission Kishore Uday. And there's so many accolades. I now invite Dr. J.S. Over to you, sir.
Share screen.
Yes, sir. Nirav, can you help, sir?
Yes, sir.
I want to share my screen of my.
Sure, sir.
Sure, sir. Please open your presentation, then click on share screen on the Zoom screen and select the PPT that you want to share.
And the sir is sharing is Parag. We are already coming with a book. People who are speaking here, they have given send an article on their talk. Whatever we are presenting, the book also.
Okay. Should I start?
Yes, sir.
I am delighted and thankful to of International Adult E-Conference for inviting me in this scientific deliberation organized by. I am sure in all these days, international faculties will come out with suggestion for adolescent health issues. Are a group of apparently healthy individuals. India is a home of more than 3 million adolescents who account for 4% of country population. Adolescent health will yield demographic for India, which we have seen Adolescent Health Academy of IAP faced by the adolescent include mental, early pregnancy and childbirth, infectious disease, violence and anemia and malnutrition, abuse and gender parities in education. There is a conflict of emotions, of role model, peer pressure, physical challenges, menstrual hygiene, curiosity regarding sex and sex education to the children in a need of the time because 9 have already banned sex education. Prevalence of sexual abuse, violence, and physical abuse among the adolescents. There is a 22,500 to 1,000 from to 2018. There is a in the sexual abuse in the country. Gender discrimination, youth teasing, drug abuse, trafficking, adolescent pregnancy, rape, and cyber rampant today. Child marriage, social norm, at least 1.5 18 are married. Of adolescent girls aged 50 in rural area and 5% are beginning childbearing. Girls drop out before completing secondary education due to household responsibilities and child labor. The lives of girls around girls are unaware about the although now of course increased in the age group of here 47% girls are the world highest in our country. 2% girls anemia and 2.4% girls are. The worry about the body image become highly prone to eating disorder and binge eating. 15 to 19 years of adolescents, about one consume alcohol. Among them, consume it daily. tobacco, the average initiation year. It is in the first stage period. 77 girls have risky behavior, ignored to road accident and death. Suicidal behavior is associated with the academic failure, which is mostly independent decision making, premarital abuse, physical abuse from parents. 60% from 15 to 29 years of age. You can see in the daily news or two suicide every day in our in my area even. Adolescent IP is devoted from 1990, expanding 2001 across country. We have our city branches now change the scenario in our country by to safeguard our precious adults, guide them on the path of safe transition. My blessing to all get for benevolence of adolescent time in the world. She, if we work together, definitely all the adolescent girls and India can shine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your words of blessing. It is indeed our pleasure to have such stalwarts. And now I would hand.
Dr. Jaideep is there. Are you there?
Dr. Jaideep, sir? No. Shall we proceed then? Okay.
Yeah.
Pass on the mic to my co-MOC, Verma, to take the session forward for Dr. Anjali.
Yeah. Bali, after the wonderful, almighty, and the esteemed stalwart, we'll start our today's workshop on epidemiology. We all need doctors. Our role is not only in diagnosing of the diseases, but also in the about the course of the disease, the managements to the adolescents. For this, a role play has our esteemed faculty. Our next session would be on communication skills in adolescents. The participants of which are Dr. Varsha Baste, fertility specialist from Nasik, FOGSI, IAEC 2021. Next, please. Made, Chairperson Public Awareness Executive Council Member, IAGSR, AMOX, and Congress Mission FOGSI 2019. And he's also the President Latur of Gynae. Next slide, please. Mitra Saxena, she's a director of Saxena Hospital at Rewari, President of Rewari Obs and Gynae Society, Coordinator of Ethics and Medical Legal. Very motherly figure. Welcome you. Next slide, please. He is a consultant in fertility Siliguri. He also represents and FIGO in 2018 and 20. He is a coordinator with lots of oncology and infertility committees. Please. Is Dr. Sehla Jamal. She's an associate, a founder and president of Disorders and Hygiene Management. Please. Lastly, the Dr. Surekha Tayade, Global Women Towards Unity for Committee member, National Guidelines for Obstetrics. I welcome all my participants to the wonderful role play. For the start of the role play.
Thank you, Dr. Anjali Verma, introduction of all of us. Good afternoon, everybody. We have been witnessing this mega of 3-day conference efforts by Dr. Alpesh Gandhi and the district lady Vice President Ragini Agarwal. As an international academic exchange, she offered me a 40. So we thought of different. Yesterday attended sister, and we witnessed the of sister, and she was into this against the exposure of the parents and the children. Nowadays, children are becoming parents, and that was. But we thought of taking India itself to go to, because communication is very, the positive communication, that affects confidence of the adolescent. Is the number of young population, and of the population of India is adult. So they are very, very important. We have kids, our young, all execute National Academic Exchange Committee together, and they thought of doing the program. So they all involved it, conceptualizing it, they narrated, they prepared the video, and I must acknowledge each of how wonderfully they have done. You all will be speechless. Skits are very, very to convey a message subtle society, and with that, watching the Indian, because it will be again played through YouTube. Let me take names of the executives. We have included Dr. Kalyan, then Professor Surekha, who is the main force all together and everything. Then person Mitra Saxena as Ma, wonderful. Our chief Dr. Niharika Malhotra, you will monologue. Dr. who has been the recipient of National Academic Exchange Committee last year. He is editing the moving and vibrant cover the FOGSI leader Sheila, the bubbly and affectionate Lowala, the Dr. Priyankur Roy, vivacious and active secretary from Chandrapur, Manisha Ghat, and above all, their daughter in it. So, proceeding to Dr. Surekha. Over to you, Dr. Surekha.
Thank you, Dr. Varsha, for your kind. At the outside, I would also like to thank Dr. Ragini Agrawal, Madam, who have done a wonderful job. First, the proceedings forward say that adolescence are a vulnerable period full of challenges and apprehensions, physical and emotional changes. Need explicit attention, very much vulnerable and the process taking place during. They feel that adolescence is every teenager in the world feels something wrong with him or her, or out of place, questioning and burning inside. First of all, feel an emotion with one such adolescent in a short role play by an active and talented person, Dr. Niharika Malhotra. Dr. Niharika, please.
बहुत मुश्किल सी होने लगी, कुछ समझ नहीं आता। घर पे भी सब बहुत टोकते हैं, ये मत करो, बाहर मत जाओ। पहने पता नहीं क्यों ऐसे बोल। राघव को तो कोई कुछ। आज जब मैं स्कूल, मेरे साथ तो एक हादसा हो गया। मुझे टीचर लेने आई, बाथरूम में ले गई। बाथरूम कितना, लाइट भी नहीं थी। फिर कपड़े बदलने के लिए वापस गई तो सब मुझ पे। ये सारी क्यों होती हैं? मुझे किसी ने बताया, मम्मी ने भी नहीं समझाया। का मन नहीं है।
Thank you, Niharika. Wonderful, wonderful depiction. She is such a multi-talented and such good acting she has done. That lack of communication, poor facilities at school, facilities which are available for girls, will affect the school drop, and we should find solution to the problem by communication. Communication is the key is adolescent health. It is the health for these adolescents. Communication can be of various. It could be between a parental, same-sex parent, or in a position. It could be a peer-to-peer, a teacher-to-student communication, elder to an adolescent communication. It could be between a healthcare worker and the adolescent, and a communication through social media, big influencer. Many parents, especially totally undesirable, stressing only on menstrual relating to pubertal dialogue. They prefer not to have any pubertal. There is evidence that are increasingly concerned about being entrapped into the temptations of the flesh. Directly talk about restrictive meeting any boys. At Pinky and Rashi, portrayed by multiple Dr. Mitra Saxena and Dr. Samal. Nirav,
दोस्तों, एक तरफ राशि है, निकाल लेती और खादी कुकर गैस पे चढ़ा दी। हमारी भोले भाली पिंकी
मम्मी मैं आपसे कुछ पर्सी बोल मम्मी, हम चालू हो गए, हमें उसके पता मम्मी।
ये बात है, अच्छा है, हो गई, बैठ बताती हूँ।
जी हमारी थी ना कि अपनी मम्मी से पूछ, इसलिए तो हम तुमको पूछ रहे हैं। तो हमें कुछ ना पता इस बारे में।
देख, अब तो छोटी ना है, उनका मतलब है कि जनानी हो गई है। तेरे को लड़कों से बिल्कुल हाथ से टट्टा करना कुछ समझी, और बात कुछ नहीं है, अपना जो करती है कर, थोड़ा परहेज कर, समझा दिया उसको मान लिया, समझ।
मम्मी है, आप हमें गलत समझी। सिर्फ आपसे कुछ जानना चाह रहे थे। ठीक, अचार बना लियो, पापड़ भी तल लियो, हमें किच्छु जानकारी दे दियो।
बनाने की बात समझा तो दिया लड़की, बस पूजा घर में और अचार वगैरह और जब महावारी धो लीजिए, ठीक है ना? कैसे समझाऊं, बस हो गया। मैंने तेरे को बात कही, तूने लड़कों से बात।
हमेशा से ही लगता था आप हमें कभी इतू से थे, तब से नहीं कहा चाहिए, क्यों चाहिए हमें, कहा बात रहने दियो, हम अपनी पूछ लेंगे।
Thank you, Dr. Mitra, and thank you, Dr. Shaila. Such a cute. Yes, what went wrong with the inability to listen, understand, and to talk positively? Mother was saying was all negative menstruation, and that's why adolescent turned away from and wanted to go to either to the Google and find some information which may many a times be information. Dear friend, is there a positive way process? What is the right? How do we positively come adolescents? Let's research over the years have warmth, encouragement, responsiveness. These are the effective parental and adolescent. Love and affection is important. Parents should listen less, be receptive, and allow quality time with their teenager kids. Let's now look at another beautiful role played by erstwhile model, again Dr. Mitra, and her so beautiful doctor, again Zamal, in a very positive role. Please.
आज यही ब्रेकिंग न्यूज।
क्या है मम्मा, पढ़ी तो रही हूँ।
दाढ़ी में तिनका।
नो मम्मा, जैसा आप सोच रहे हो ना वैसे, और वैसे मुझे भी आपसे कुछ बातें करनी है। नो छोड़ो मम्मा, यू वोंट गेट इट, छोड़ो।
एक बार फोन रखोगे प्लीज?
ठीक है, रख रही हूँ फोन। दुश्मन नंबर 1 बन चुका है ना। कितना कुछ सीखते हैं, आपको समझ में पता नहीं क्या क्या।
I'm your mom. I'll be able to help you, dear. Tell me. Trust me. I love you.
मम्मा, कितनी प्रॉब्लम है, पीयर प्रेशर। लड़कियां मुझसे कितनी ज्यादा सुंदर दिखती हैं, कभी इस बारे में तो सोचा नहीं है। मुझे मेरे पीरियड्स इरेगुलर हैं, यहाँ तो मैं क्या करूं, मेरी पढ़ाई का प्रेशर, तो फर्स्ट आना है। मैं कितना ट्राई करूंगी मम्मा, मुझे अभी और कुछ भी लगने मुझे I feel really times, I feel really like all the times, Mama, having a bad time.
You are the most beautiful, biggest eyes, and सिर्फ सूरत नहीं, इतनी अच्छी सीरत की बच्ची हो। I know is there, but Peter, yeah, trouble with your periods, don't worry. Take an appointment and we both of us go. Nice outing for both of us, okay? All your trouble will just evaporate. A day out with your mommy. And worse, if you like someone, right? Doesn't matter. Okay, baby? Please, I love you.
मम्मा, मुझे नहीं पता था कि करने के बाद मुझे इतना यू आर सच अ गुड मम्मा। मैं ही आपसे बात नहीं कर पा रही, समझ नहीं पा रही थी कि हर प्रॉब्लम का सोल्यूशन है। सो स्वीट मम्मा। एंड आपके दुश्मन से भी प्यार हूँ मम्मा। आई लव यू।
Thank you so much. Thank you. And Dr. And a great applause. Beautiful, beautiful actors. Just one sentence of, and I will understand you. And however you are, I will like how much important they are for our kids, our girls, our boys. Just take them near you and say you is acceptable. So important communication words are. And expected such a very play by our such beautiful gynecologists, and really appreciate all your work. For the presentation over.
Thank you so much, Taideji. I'm really grateful. Our leader, Dr. Ragini Agrawal Madam, and whole team of contraception in girl is a very important issue. Next, it needs to be very sensitivity. The girl goes to a ASHA worker, finding out something on social media, Google, Instagram, and here and should our talk to her in this way? So over to Nirav for the video.
दीदी कुछ सवाल पूछना। ये देखना आशा दीदी सबकी दीदी वो बच्चा ना छुपाए। हाँ 10 की नई शादी हुई क्या किसी की? नहीं दीदी मैं अपने लिए पूछ रही हूँ। शर्म ना आए तेरे को ऐसा पूछते? क्यों पूछना पूछ मेरे को। तेरी उम्र कितनी? शादी हो गई नहीं? फिर बोल क्या पूछना? दीदी वो कोई गोली गोली आती है हो जाएगी कोई एक नजर करने दे। ब्याह तो दूर की बात है। अच्छा दीदी फिर कुछ कॉपर। हाँ सुना है हो गया ना प्रॉपर्टी से तो बन सकेगी तू देगा। फिर कुछ इंजेक्शन कितना रिसर्च करके आई इतना पढ़ाई करते हो कि गलत चीजें देखते रहते हो ये बड़े-बड़े फोन। हाँ अब कॉन्डम पूछेगी ठहर जाएगा यही करता है कि अबॉर्शन करना कि क्या करना। तेरी तो माँ से ही बात करना पड़ेगा। तू घर जा ध्यान पड़ ये गंदे ख्याल दिमाग से निकालो। चल जाओ चलो यहाँ से। मेरे को ऐसा सवाल नहीं पूछना।
Thank you, Dr. Manpreet Kaur, who had given us insight how a bad counseling should be. Was there any privacy in this counseling? Was there any scientific material shared? क्या आशा दीदी से होती है? So now move to the next presentation. Ideal counseling for about the contraception. Counseling. Now we are going to a good and desirable communication. Anita Rajoria and her daughter.
मैडम क्या मैं अंदर? हाँ हाँ आओ दरवाजा बंद कर आओ। बेटा मेरा नाम किशोरी है। किशोरी कितने साल की हो? साल की हूँ। क्या करती हो बिटिया? 12वीं पास करी है, शाबाश। और आगे का क्या सोचा है? कॉलेज, शाबाश, पढ़ाई जारी रखना। से आना हुआ बेटा?
मुझे आप
हाँ पूछो।
मम्मी पापा को तो नहीं बताएंगे?
नहीं, बात मेरे और तुम्हारे बीच हो, वो इसी कमरे में बंद रहेगी, पता चलेगी। बोलो आराम।
मेरा एक फ्रेंड है, वो मेरे से संबंध बना, पर मुझे डर है कि उस संबंध के कारण मुझे।
मैं इसकी बात समझ सकती हूँ। क्या तुमने अभी तक कुछ
नहीं?
क्या तुम्हारा मित्र इस्तेमाल कर लेगा?
नहीं, उसने कॉलेज मना करा।
ओहो, तो इसका मतलब तो किशोरी कुछ व्यवस्था करनी होगी। महिलाओं में इस्तेमाल होने के लिए बहुत उपाय हैं जो सरकार ने दिए हैं। तुम गोलियां खा सकती हो, लगवा सकती हो। कुछ नए यूट्राइन डिवाइस आए हैं जिसको जाता है, जिससे कि गर्भ ना ठहरे। और एक और उपाय बेटा, इंजेक्शन। परंतु तुम्हारी उम्र में कई बार इंजेक्शन लगाने के मैं ये बता सकती हूँ, परंतु आपको ही करना है कि आप कौन का आराम से इस्तेमाल कर पाओ। अगर तुम्हारे मन में उसके प्रति होगी तो वो भी हम दूर कर देंगे। पूछना है? और
इन सब दवाइयों से नहीं होते हैं?
देखा गया है कि ये दवाइयाँ जो हैं हर ये जो उपाय हैं बिल्कुल इसका इस्तेमाल कर सकते हो। मन नहीं बचा पा रहे आप का इस्तेमाल, लेकिन बेटा जरूर करें। इमरजेंसी कॉन्टेक्ट मैं आपको तो मैं आप पढ़ लीजिए। मैं आपको एक तालिका, उसमें उसके बारे में सब कुछ लिखा है। तरीका तुम्हें सबसे ज्यादा उसको इस्तेमाल कर सकती हो, दोबारा भी आ सकती हो। और तुम मेरे पास कोई आशंका ले क्लियर करने के लिए भी मेरे पास आ सकती है। अब तुम देख और फिर निर्धारित कर लो तुम्हें कौन सा तरीका है। ठीक है बेटा? और कुछ?
बस, थैंक यू आंटी।
Doctor, please unmute yourself.
Kalyan. No. Please.
So sorry. Thank you, Dr. Anita Rajoria, and Miss has solved all her queries, and very well played by Dr. Anita ma'am. We should provide privacy, which is very important. Them right scientific knowledge, perception, give them an adult who has come to you for a consent, and lastly, give them approach which is expected. All the ASHA workers, when an adolescent comes to you, perception advice. I hand over to Dr. Surekha Taide for the next.
Thank you, Kalyan. And yes, move forward to the next scenario. Next scenario is very, very sensitive. This has been very sensitively by our executives. Sexual abuse in an adolescent. Sexual abuse of a young adolescent is the most challenging social in today's society, which threatens the health and well-being of the adolescent but of the family. Failure to report this lead to aggravation of the situation, the probability of further abuse. What happens when a parent or adolescent comes to abuse into our healthcare work, public hospitals? Assignment is very, very critical. Psychological concern of the adolescent, also of the accompanying parent. Both are traumatized by this. However, busy publics may show adverse characteristics which enhance the pain to more distress and anger. Let us watch this depiction by Dr.
एक अपार्टमेंट वेट करें आप नहीं सिस्टर क्या हुआ मैडम थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम है क्या बोलिए क्या प्रॉब्लम है बोलिए आप प्रॉब्लम कम इन आइए कम इन हाँ ये इधर कम इन वे दिस वे
Yes.
सर प्लीज सुनिए ना सर चलो ना घर सर सुनिए ना प्लीज सुनिए
Hey, please stay fast now. Don't you realize? We need patients waiting out here.
सर देखो कर दिया इसका सबने
Why don't you tell them all this before?
सर प्लीज बच्ची को क्या हो गया है सर देखिए ना
Did someone beat her up or what? Please tell fast now. We have to go for lunch also.
प्लीज देखो ना सर
Sister, you please have my lunch and come.
Thank you, Dr. Jyoti and her daughter. You appreciate so much. I just, all three of you. I'm sure everyone who is this role play must be speech this act and having in your mind. May be like this. Heartless can be the underlying torment, the affliction, the agony. There are so many cues. The body language of the mother and daughter. Something has gone wrong. The staff has not picked up that. Neither could the busy sense the alarm, the misery, panic, that comes to our mind. Of communication, what described behavior? Again, the same scene now being portrayed in a way. Now we have as well as Dr. Manish from Chandrapur and her daughter. Neerav, please.
मेरी बेटी को दिखा पेशेंट का डॉक्टर साहब से अर्जेंटली मिलना है। क्या प्रॉब्लम? मैं डॉक्टर साहब को सिस्टर सिस्टर मेरी बेटी को आपको दिखाना है। क्या प्रॉब्लम है आपको? आपसे ही बात करूंगी मैं।
पहला नंबर लगा देती हूँ 5 मिनट वेट की।
ठीक है सिस्टर। Doctor sir.
Yes. Problem.
Somebody my daughter.
Please tell me, what's the issue?
If those people will know I have come to you with my daughter.
Just wait. You please please tell everybody to wait out. Close that door, please. Now you tell me.
Doctor, my daughter, late from the school.
So you don't have to worry. None you both. You both are very, very sick. Just clearly tell me what happened.
Some boys started, and then
It's so excited to tell this. Otherwise, the same thing might happen to another girl. Don't worry. As per the rules, you have to inform the police about it. Good care of you, and they'll take care also. Okay? So don't worry. Please take them to the examination room. Dr. Jyoti to come and examine. Don't worry at all.
Thank you. Jyoti, Hima, Manisha, and Gaurav. I'm so very thankful to the author for portraying this scene. Who, though so busy, please sense that something has gone wrong. Him for the empathy he has shown, for quickly addressing the need for confidentiality, reassurance, support, taking care of all the very seamlessly and yes, what is a desirable communication, desirable interaction, worker, being sensitive, being empathetic. It is the need of the hour that we healthcare workers in this domain of ATCOM, attitude and behavior. Communication needs and should no longer be a part of the curriculum. It should be the point. Thank you very much. Over to Dr. Kalyan.
Now this is the last scene. We are going to talk about boys. Era, are we giving boys a quality time advice to our children? Education of boys is important than nowadays. Are parents only money and gadgets? Children are going to ask you. Bad communication between two and father about the behavior of boys. Dr. Priyanka and Dr. Kalyan, myself, bad scene. Over to Dr.
हाँ भाई वंडरफुल पार्टी थैंक यू उसी का एक्चुअली फोटोज देख रहा था हाय डैड हाउ आर यू
I'm fine. How are you? You came very late. You were not there in the room till 4 o'clock. Enjoying life.
हाँ पापा पार्टी रखी थी दोस्त ने बहुत मस्त सच में इतने सारे लोग आए थे अच्छे लड़के सीरियसली फोटोज इतना अच्छा है बहुत सारा बूज सिगरेट और पार्टी 3-3:30 बजे तक चली 4 o'clock and wonderful. It was actually amazing party.
Oh, that's very normal nowadays. Man, enjoy. You know something? Should I top up? जवानी एक एंजॉय करो. दूसरी चीज याद रखना, कोई है तो आईजी अपना दोस्त, सिर्फ मुझे याद करना, अब देख लूंगा.
So thank you, lovely dad. And अपने मेरे को फोल्ड लड़कियां फिदा हो जाए एंड एक्चुअली ना पापा, कल मेरा दोस्त उसको वो अपने आया था एंड उसको बहुत बहुत, एंड आफ्टर दैट वी हैड रियल गुड फन, couple of our friends as well, and they और सच में ना पापा देखो, फोटोग्राफ्स देख रहा था मैं अभी, एक आजकल स्मोक ड्रिंक तो लड़कों से, उसके बाद सिर्फ मजे लूटो।
Forget them. Just enjoy life. Enjoy करने के लिए होती है।
We don't endorse, please, pictorial and scene which we have created. Good advice, respect to the girl child, to your son about the present conditions and how to with the girls is important. This good communication, father and son. बेटी बचाओ लेकिन बेटे को समझाओ।
बेटी बचाओ, बेटी पढ़ाओ। आज समय आ गया है कि ताकि वो कोई के साथ बदतमीज ना करे। उन्नाव और दिल्ली जैसी घटनाओं पूरे इंडिया को शर्मसार कर दिया। आज हम ये नहीं सोच पा रहे हैं ऐसा बर्ताव क्यों कर रहे हैं, क्या को समझाने में हम लोग, क्या हमें अपने समझाना बहुत जरूरी है, जिसकी हम माँ बहन की पूजा करते हैं और उन्हीं के साथ घटनाएं भारत में हो रही है। समय आ गया है कि अभी हमें अपने को भी समझाना पड़ेगा।
इस जमाने में लड़कियां सो एक्टिव ऑन सोशल मीडिया, यू विल गेट सरप्राइज, मतलब इट्स सो पिकिंग आउट पिक्चर्स, व्हाट शुड बी।
बेटा मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि बेटियों पे थोप रहे हैं, उसको बताता है ये कपड़ा मत पहनो, ये कपड़ा पहनो, ऐसा बैठो, लेकिन पिता बच्चे को या लड़कों को सिखाते क्या होती है। लड़कियों के साथ चाहिए, लड़कियों को तंग नहीं करना चाहिए, नहीं करनी चाहिए, लड़कियों के उन पे अत्याचार नहीं करने चाहिए। कभी माता पिताओं ने जैसा लड़कियों को सिखाया है, गुड टच क्या है, सभी को सिखाया गया है ये मत कीजिए, आप लड़की के साथ आप समझदारी से रहिए, उनको मत कीजिए जो उनके मन के खिलाफ होता है। समाज को परिवर्तन करना है कि बेटा और बेटी में है, जब तक आप दोनों को नहीं रखेंगे बेटा और बेटी को, तब में ऐसी चीजें होती रहेंगी। इसलिए जोर से आज कहना है बेटे जरूरी हो गया है।
I think there should be some good films made on this.
हाँ बेटा आप सही कहते हो, ऐसी फिल्में बननी चाहिए, लेकिन आप हर फिल्म में से अच्छी चीजें लेना है या ना लेना। फिल्में आज समाज, इसलिए उसे जरूर देखना चाहिए, लेकिन हमने लेनी चाहिए, बुरी चीजें छोड़ देनी चाहिए। तो पता है ना, बेटी ही देश का धरोहर। अगर बेटियां ही नहीं होंगी तो सबसे पहले शादी होकर माता पिता का नाम रोशन, शादी के बाद ससुराल में अपने पति में हाथ बढ़ाकर सहयोग करती है। बेटे में कोई फर्क नहीं करना चाहिए, कर आगे बढ़ने का अवसर। बेटियां बेटों से उन्हों बेटी में जो अंतर नहीं रखते हैं, उन्हें समझ कि बेटियां आज पढ़ लिख के सपना साकार कर रही है। बेटियों के प्रति लोगों ने जागरूक रहना और उन्हें शिक्षा देना बहुत जरूरी है। हर बेटियां हर मा रही है, चांद पे जा रही है, जरूरत है तो सिर्फ अवसर की। बालिका शिक्षा को बढ़ावा देना चाहिए। बाल विवाह जैसी बुरी समझ
जड़ से उखाड़ देना चाहिए। और आप हमारे फॉक्सी संगठन में भी बेटियां ही है और जो इस संगठन को अच्छी तरह है आगे लेके जा रही है। तो कि बेटी बचाओ, बेटी के साथ साथ बेटे को समझाना।
सॉरी डैड, आज मैं समझ पाया हूँ बॉयज एंड लड़कियों की इज्जत।
बेटी बचाओ और बेटे को। धन्यवाद।
We salute all in FOGSI and बेटी बचाओ लेकिन बेटे को भी समझाओ। Thankful to Shaijas for this video because I am in Latur and we could do this performance at. And if we could advise to our betas, Satyug, Ram Yug, which is expected, and it is against the girls if behavior of male changes. That bete ko samjhao is 2020. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kalyan. Such a beautiful presentation you have done. Yes, boys from early and secondary school, so that we can impinge our values in them, tell them how important it is to respect. So yes, beti bachao, but beti, that is our nara, and we are going to 2020. Thank you very much. Now invite Dr. Mita Sakhi, who is now our elect for practical obstetrics, to conclude this session with wisdom. Dr. Mitra, please.
Very everybody. We all really overwhelmed with the response from all of you, the viewers, intelligentsia, and that some things which are done with your intentions, they reach what Dr. Alpesh Gandhi is doing by connecting to our country. In this platform, what Dr. try to do is convey messages to the adolescent parents, to us as doctors. I think it is absolutely fantastic. I will just say two things on two scriptures, Ramayana. Ramayana is absolutely what one should do, and Mahabharata is what one should, because every single action which is justified, but it causes division. So taking our lessons from that, role plays, there have been a debate. What is the ideal and what is the ideal? I am glad Varsha gave me an opportunity to test my acting skills also. Believe me, everybody has to convey the right. And if this message reaches to the viewers, and it does adolescents for our awareness, as doctors, well, I done. Thank you very much, Dr. Rag, platform to express my word. True friend, thanks so much. And thank you, Dr. Kalyan, Dr. Varsha, you wonderful, and Sheila, and Shai, Niharika, everybody. And Jyoti, I missed somebody's name. Well, every single person. Thank you.
With that, we end the session on role play and communication. Thank you, organizers, Dr. Al, Ragini, Dr. Chandan, who have given us this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, experts, us on some very important adolescent communication through this play. Taking the we will now move on to our next, and for this session we invite the chairpersons, Dr. Atul Gandhi. He is the Vice President FOGSI 21, Treasurer IAGE. Has also been the Chairperson MTP 2012 to 14. Next chairperson is Dr. He is a practicing pediatric advisor and a medical for Legalis Consilium LLP, and he is a medical director at Women Hospital. I would humbly like to invite Dr. Madam is a retired professor and she was the past president of OBS and Gynae. Chairpersons. Now request Dr. Atul Ganadi to introduce our first speaker of Dr. Jaideep Tang, who will abortions and contraception. Over to you, Dr. Atul Ganadi.
Alpesh Gandhi, Dr. Ragini for giving. Am I heard?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, pleasure to invite Dr. Jaideep Tang of FOGSI. On about him, he's not only the Secretary President of MOGS, and when he was the President of, he held an office in EGO, AOFOG, and other associations. He's also advisory of. He's my IVF guru. I have him, and my candidate for the Deep Tang.
Thank you. And let me begin. I think what is probably the most the pandemic began. Am my slides seen?
And your slides are also seen.
Thank you. Thank you, Atul, again for that very introduction. And I must specially for I must specially thank Ragini this presentation and abortion. I know the title is abortion, but I've just switched it around a little. And I would like to thank also Dr. Alpesh Gandhi for leadership in these very tough times. Organizing chairs, Dr. Pramila Malik, Harish Pende, the scientific Ashok Kumar, the organizing Chandan Kachru and Girish Mane, and the Saroj Kumar, the consisting of the co-chair coordinators, the joint secretaries, the zonal coordinators, president of the Gurgaon Society, Dr. and the secretary, Dr. Subhohi, the president and secretaries and office bearers, Haryana OBGYN Society President, Dr. Vibha Dua, Dr. Nisha Kapoor, Vice President, and Dr. Malik, who is the secretary. Very important and pertinent that we express our gratitude to partners who have joined. Fantastic and unique. Has always believed in the role of partner multipliers, and thank you very much, partnerships, and of course the guests of honor, Rishma Pai, Parag, and Dr. I have 50 for this presentation.
Yes.
Spend some time of this 50 this story. To imagine this village in remote part of our country. You have this family there, mother, father, 12-year-old daughter. Father are daily wage earners. Every day they go to earn and earn a subsistence. They leave their daughter, someone whom they think is a trusted relative. Unfortunately, uncle turns out to be the worst type of pedophile. Daughter sexually, day in and day out, is too afraid. Parents know the and the 12-year-old girl. I would just ask you, close your eyes and imagine the horror a little 12-year-old girl has gone through. But yet to come. The mother realizes that 4 weeks into her pregnancy. She's taken to the primary and then the other district hospital, only to be told that, sorry, OTP Act does not us to do a termination beyond pregnancy. By the time she goes through all the stages of and reaches the already progressed from 24 weeks. The Supreme Court says that you're now 32 to allow you to get an abortion done. Whenever we talk about an abortion in adolescence, it would serve us well. This 12-year-old girl, this horror and suffering that she has undergone. Whenever we talk to advocates as providers. Talking points of the presentation, take you through them as quickly as. Do adolescents have sex with contraception? That we have 200 and counter to some that the average age at in women is lower than that. Why is this so? So, because marriage at age for Indian women is still in practice. Most in India tend to be and women tend to have sex because they get married. Although at a younger age, it's quite unfortunate that contraceptive use amongst them. It's estimated that just 7 of married 15 to 19-year modern method and 6% a traditional method. For these women, in fact, unmet need for contraception. So do adolescents have sex? Premarital sexual activity, it's considerable, is not core and is not influenced by residential. So you have where sexual activity or activity. And even the government, you have this wonderful book, KSK module that is the government website. And the government that most adolescents actually begin activity without adequate knowledge or contraception against STIs or HIVs. Unmarried adolescents and even married adolescents actually have a very difficult time, not only contraception, but about STIs, including AIDS. So what are the barriers? To my mind, the single biggest barrier of information and knowledge about contraceptives, and their part of the reason is they've been shy of sex education in schools. Why is this so? This is because that if we talk about in school, it will. But is this true? Data show that actually if you educate adolescents, it tends to delay their fertility, unlike the common. Which contraception method? Pretty much any method for adolescents, starting from combined oral contraceptives, rings, etc. You can all the methods for an Of course, you would not tend to counsel method of sterilization. And again, all available in the RKSK book published from the Ministry of Health and in the Government of India. You are going to prescribe to adolescents. Remember, to 15% of adolescents on hormone still get pregnant. They don't get pregnant because OC pregnant because the discontinuation for hormonal contraception are particularly high, probably due to a lack of emergency contraception, something which adolescents are aware of and should be able to act if needed. It has all out in that wonderful last session with talented actors from FOGSI. Counseling really is the key for adolescents to adopt contraception, but also to retain of these contraceptives. What about the law and adolescent sex? I don't know how many of you are Harry Potter fan. And I really from the Harry Potter and the Death, where Scrimgeour says, "Are you planning to find magical law, Miss Granger?" And her, "I'm not. I'm actually hoping to do the world." Laws facilitate our lives, but then which, although required, have consequences and complicate our lives. The FOGSI Act, which essentially all sexual activity below the age of, and not only criminalizes the sexual, also provides punishment for failing a record a child sexual abuse, and defines abetment in quite a broad-reaching fashion. When the FOGSI Act written, they had a choice: liberal law or to take a protection. They went with the protectionist approach. Doing this, unfortunately, the FOGSI adolescent sexuality with this has led to a lot of inflation. On the one hand, on the government have a document which all sexual activity below the age of. On the other hand, you have a document, same website, which talks about adolescent contraception and the adolescent contraception should be accessible and we should provide to the adolescents. We urge all this conflict and conflation FOGSI Act and what of the country want. Some judicial exceptions are almost Act. Unfortunately, these judicial discretionary. The person still has to go through the entire process or he or she can be determined, and that sometimes is a bit than anything else. Abortion and adolescence, that there is a large number of pregnancies in this country and of abortions in this country. It's even more ironic that safe abortions, that adolescents are suffering lack of access to abortion the way laws are written. Because awareness is really low and they are suffering under the old MTP Act. Anybody 18 years of age could undergo an abortion with consent from a guardian. Mind you, it's not legal guardian, and that's easier to provide abortion to adolescents at that time. The FOGSI Act criminalized all sexual activity, led to a little conflation with. So it's important to, does a provider have a legal authorities if a minor girl is pregnant? Absolutely yes. Even if the girl has a desire to take action, even underage and married, or sure about the girl's age, you inform the authorities. Inform the authorities, you do so, legal certificate to authority simply saying that this to me, she's less than 18 years old and she is now pregnant. To wait for a medico-legal procedure to the abortion? Quite clear. Your duty ends by infirmities. It is then up to the authority to carry out whatever legal proceeding they. Once you have informed the authorities, as a your duty to provide care to adolescent. Another question which is asked very frequently: medical provider have a legal obligation to conception? The FOGSI Act about that. It comes under Section 2, which prohibits causing evidence to disappear. Of intent to 201 to dispose of the POC for a good should be shielded from prosecution. 201. We should be at the center of whatever we do. In this instance, adolescent girls should be at what we do. But unfortunately, because of the FOGSI Act, the PCP, MTP Act, women and girls are of all these acts, and unfortunately, FOGSI Act needs to analyze adolescent sexuality. The Act needs to be rationalized. Visible treatment. FOGSI has advocating for a rationalization. This is when we had gone to the Prime Minister's. That's Dr. C.N. Purandare, Dr. Jaideep, inside the PMO. We did not, unfortunately, but we met officials in the office and we conveyed to them urgently needed, and you will note remove the conflation between the FOGSI. After all, the question of not be an issue in the political arena. A girl has to make this kind of decision. Should see her doctor, not. We therefore need to do all these things, including educate our adults in a much better fashion than what we deserve it. After all, history too. Thank you very much.
Hello, Amrapali. Thank you, Dr. Jaideep. It is always you. I was really mesmerized. Over to you, Amrapali.
Thank you for an important and crisp presentation in such you have shared. May I now for Gautam to please introduce our Dr. Basab Mukherjee. Sir will be adolescents and junk food. Dr. Deepak Gautam, sir. Dr. with us?
Yeah, he was very much.
He's there. Can unmute. He can unmute.
Please unmute yourself. Dr. Deepak, unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
You
sir,
are muted
please
yourself.
unmute.
Unmute.
Hello, good afternoon. Now I'm audible?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I welcome Dr. Basab Mukherjee, who will on the junk food in adolescent. Mukherjee studied from CMC. He is a FIGO coordinator, Safe Abortion Committee of Governing Council, IC 2015 to 2020. He is a Secretary, Bengal OBS and from 2018 to 2000. He is a past chair, Family Welfare 2013 and 2000. He is a Vice President elect for 21 and 22. He will be Secretary of AICOG and he is also a young gynecologist AOFGO 2011. Welcome, Dr. Mukherjee. Here to hear you. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Deepak. Thank you. It's my pleasure. I thank FOGSI. Thank Dr. Ragi team 2020, 2021 doing a wonderful work in difficult times. And it's a pleasure on this conference on health, and the topic which I the next 10 to 12 minutes would be and adolescents, which I would like to impress over the next minutes would be junk food and thing which we are more or less aware. Food and the brain, which is something to highlight upon, and some intervention which help for healthy eating. Before I started preparing, I had a doubt that who is delivering this talk. It could have been because pediatricians do see and are more or less vaccinated children for a reasonable duration of that, and they could be one of them. That would have been brought in here. A dietitian would be talking about the calories and how much each of these junk food bad and how nutritional poor they are. Psychologists could have been roped in because the psychology of the adolescent is something which is something which to be addressed in these issues often. A psych worse, a behavior therapist, an educationist, that's a school teacher, the students seeing them every day. Last would be a gynecologist, but I think it's also see these patients in our day, see them with different lifestyle disorders. We do understand that this is an important aspect touch upon, but possibly is a to address. So how does food affect the teenage health? You can see the saliva dripping from the, almost like the mayonnaise dripping from the bug. What is the problem? So defining junk food, talk it out first. Used for all kinds of food, which because they contain a lot of fat and sugar, salt, but relatively low nutrients such as protein, fiber, and minerals. It is attractive for their taste, for their flavor, relatively low price compared to a lot of other food which is available in the market and very easily available in a lot of time. Adolescents are one of the greatest consumers of junk food, and this is something we press on every time we go to colleges and we have our different we do healthy appetite, and healthy is something which is an integral part of life, and we try to give them some advice, the discussion forward, how much does it really, how during puberty an insatiable appetite and requires a lot of energy, so they are eating, munching all the time, they're snacking all the time. Eating and sedentary lifestyles the offset the normal height and growth spurts. So due to the increased growth spurts, there is more chance. But if you eat at that time, eating and a sedentary lifestyle in front of the laptop or computer or the phone and not getting into the sports field, offset it, and there's a tendency. So obesity in teenagers is, obesity in the world is a big problem from childhood and the teenage years. It's increasing worldwide. There are more than 150 million children in 2019, and it has heart disease, cancer, and type 2, something which all of us know, and a lot of children or a lot of different times when in our discussion. Teenagers are more likely to remain as so it's just sort of thing which continues. 70% of the adults more could be overweight or obese, if which is persisting in the world today. 40. This is coming from USA about that 80% people food on a daily basis. The percentage may be a tad generally outside the urban area. At times it's a little different, but it's different, I would assume. So the overweights by ethnicity and race, it's how it's African Americans and Hispanic, the Mexican food with all the possibly something which is more overweight. Surprisingly, in this list of Americans are the ones with the least weight by ethnicity and race. The main sources are the sodas, your cold drinks, and the ice creams. Every fifth child in the world is obese, and that is the issue. Issues of junk food, which we all know, but it is good to highlight them. There are emotional and self issues for a person who is overweight or obese. They're often the ridicule of their peers, and sometimes feels withdrawn to interact with the other in the peer group. Obesity is a problem we have already highlighted, something which would affect their social or with the fabric of society which they are in. Later in life, yes, those are the seeds which affect them later. The vitamin deficiency, C in particular, mineral deficiency, and calcium in particular, because all the sugar which gets stuck between your teeth. There's also a atopy, asthma, eczema in teenagers who are having of junk food, and constipation, because you're full with all these, be having less likely to have fibers, things which would be helping in regulating. The other health issues of junk food, academics. Yes, there's a because of your other slow self-esteem. Poor academics is one. Less because of the high content, the imbalance of the sugar levels in the body, and sleep disturbances, sometimes from the Coke and the cola, which has, and that may be allowing sleep disturbances and hyperactivity. Coming a little bit away from the health to junk food by shaping the teenage brain. Let's try to find out what exactly and how do we understand. The adolescent brain is something which is malleable because of its increased plasticity. So it's highly receptive and rewired by the environment, the diet. So this is we're talking about the between 11 to 19. You think your brain, nothing else will happen, but there is a lot of rewiring years which can be influenced by the environment. The prefrontal cortex for behavioral control and does not fully mature until that may be one of the reasons why a lot of hasty decisions or may rethink them, say that possibly I was immature at that, didn't think straight at that time. The limbic dopamine system, that's a brain in contrast, is fully developed at age, and there are a lot of the which a person gets is more. So a little bit later, so teens junk food, adolescent represents a key brain development. So the response to junk food, this number of dopamine receptors in the adolescent, feeling of reward can be exaggerated. Feel satisfied having a bite of junk food. The flavor, you have the taste, you have the, and the teenage brain generally has a for reward, manifesting ability to resist rewarding behavior. Anything which you think which is something which is accepted first, it is whether it's right for you or not right for you. Junk food by adolescents could alter brain, lead to lasting poor diet. Exercise, on the other hand, and boost brain plasticity and set in place new health. So what can you do for others, or what can you do for people who are junk food? Is there something which can? So this was published in the Guardian. Brain Hack: The Quest Treatments for Eating Disorder. It's all about. It's called transcranial stimulation. It was first approved by FDA.
So you have muted yourself. Please unmute yourself, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So it was approved the treatment for depression, magnetic stimulation into modifies brain activity in cortex and propose new therapy for cognitive control over eating. It's not approved there, but there's some thought help in recalibrating the young, prevent enduring changes into adulthood. So what are the interventions we can discuss on junk food? What do we normally doesn't work, and what should be approach? So youthful leads some teens to eat better. I think we understand, which is very intense adolescence, is rebellion. Tell them they will not listen, or whatever you tell, the opposite thing, and that is an nature not to listen to things, or not what a lot of people are saying, or possibly rebellion. And that's Mr. Shivani also yesterday discussed. Again, she said that a lot of the responsible for this, but teens generally an attitude, which is something of the we are in now. So changing for dealing with the matter is something which, so focusing on a healthy future, educational model of what we have as far as education is concerned, motivation for most teenagers. Tell them, please lose weight. Please lose weight. You have diabetes later. You're less likely later. You're less likely to have high blood pressure, cardiac disease. They always do not bell, or that possibly will not real change. But if you tell your Pepsi and your Coke of you, they are using you. They will be making $billion benefit because you are porn. You are being used. That is something which will be yes. Then they'll be putting their and saying, okay, I will not be body. I will not follow my own thing. I will stop taking processed food, and then you have a chance of changing the behavioral pattern. So teens to stop buying junk food, they're being manipulated. So one approach being different, you think ones would be better rather than telling something which is good for you, good. The other things to reduce junk food intake or adolescence and to prevent is to prevent prevent this junk food which we see all over television media and so what can we do? Junk food advertising is something which is, there's a wealth of evidence, nature and effects of to children of products high in salt, that's called HFSS. Advertising affects and drinking behavior, preferences, nutritional knowledge and food intake. 4.4 minutes of food advertising lead to children eating 60 more, and there is pressure immensely to impose marketing restrictions on food as an urgent need to reduce obesity rates. So a lot of against large companies. You can go ahead selling, not where the objection is. The objection is ads and the hoardings and the cinema.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. 2 minutes.
Yeah, fine. I'm done. So those are the things I think which are important, and that this is where intervention can make a difference. Consciously aware, offering choices, display nutritional content on, put that up, how many calories are there, take the choice or not, offer salad, yogurt options, use grilled fried food in sauces like Subway, you offer high fat options, keep portion sizes. The silver lining, which is there, a lot of multinational companies are fats, and that's the ads, that's fat and a lot of ads there. There's a concept where things are baked and not fat. You have that Virat Kohli, snacks from morning till the evening and not gain. The school administration checking tiffin, the chips, you don't have the wrong kind of food. Prevention tried in some areas. Option, milk for soda, fruit, and calorie conscious options in every The Indigo menu card, which you may remember, seems like so long time ago. They have very conscious options and the ones for. So the takeaways, which is a pun in this way, the takeaway for this talk would be junk lessons are integrally entwined, govern drives. I think we can call it locha if you want to use the Munna Bhai and circuit here. Interventions should be and should go beyond healthy life, which we traditionally do, and become an activist for healthy way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mukherjee, for highlighting the fact that junk food is not the physical but also the mental development and what all we can do to counter. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Now may I Manju Verma ma'am to introduce our for the day, Dr. Ajay Mane, on the topic of counseling in adolescence. Over to you, Dr. Manju Verma ma'am. Dr. Manju ma'am, do you hear us?
See, करना है उनको.
She is not.
I think Manju ma'am is not here.
She's not here?
Doctor.
Yeah. I have just talked. She told me that she has joined. Okay.
See her.
Okay. So Dr. Ajay Mane is a psychologist from Aurangabad. Good friend. He was adolescent in a big way. Chairperson Education Committee and Chairperson Sexual Medicine. Is a national coordinator Education Committee and the Food and we welcome you, Dr. Ajay. Please give the very important topic that is adolescents. And she can sum up the whole all talks. आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही. अनम्यूट करिए.
Dr. Ajay, please unmute.
Remove your earphones and try. Unplug system. Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yeah. Just a screen. You cannot start screen share while participant is sharing. What is
You can start it now. Try again.
Okay.
Cancel it and try again, sir.
Okay.
Has come.
Yeah. Is it easy? Seen?
Please play it, sir. Put it in the slideshow mode. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I am very much thankful to who is from FOGSI, Ragini madam, mine, Chandan ma'am, ma'am, Ashok Kumar sir, and webinar Amrapali. My presentation. Adolescent and the other actors have given a good view. We'll skip the slides. The previous program was sex education, which was because the meaning of the sex is the intercourse, which was adolescent health education. It is a meaningful. Meaning is, what is the definition of health? Mental, spiritual, and social health. These are the four aspects of health. Finding these four aspects and education to counsel. Scenario, what knowledge they get? Getting the knowledge from friends, from paper, from TV, what other many and magazines. Is it proper education? I think no. And routinely doctors do not, as lack of time. We don't. We ask them to come. Yes, come later. We don't give their time. So separate time in the afternoon hours in the waiting area, because they are usually come happily to the. They are being forcibly brought to the by their parents or somebody or the. They should come happy centers likewise, and teachers are not, as it needs special training. Why? Because they are not trained. See, their academic way, the adolescent is a very much different, because it carries conditions and scientific picture, some awkward positions, some awkward words they don't want to utter. Likewise, a bad counseling by teachers. And nowadays, there is hence no senior in family, because the senior auntie, senior uncle, family to guide properly at times. Parents don't have time to still to speak, because nuclear family means mother, father is busy whole day with your. Nowadays in Corona era, they are at home but with the computers, and other involved activity. Okay. Peer pressure. Peer pressure means the group they are having. The friends, they usually know whether it is correct or not correct. They don't go for it. And the last one is generation gap. The father don't want to speak to the children. The children don't want to speak with the father. They want. What is this space? This is the freeness, or the what you call as they don't want to speak with the seniors. They don't want to. What are the age groups? 10 to 14, 15 to 17 is mid and 12th standard. 17 is the late adolescents. The next group also, that is first year adolescents, but need counseling issues like this. One program. Let us talk for the fourth group. Okay. Counselings we do. We do boys separate, girls separate. The mixed one is very difficult, because girls, they don't want to the presence of boys, or some of the boys they are.
Yes, sir.
Pardon? Pardon?
Your entire display. Can I request you and then again go to the PPT? The slide, sir.
Just
on the stop share button. Yeah. On share screen again and see PPT window where you see my point written.
Just a minute. Video?
No. It's just click on share screen, please.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, can you see my point written in one window, which not the display? Just a minute. Sir, please stop sharing. Desktop in sharing. PowerPoint window in sharing.
Just a minute. This one?
Cannot see anything. You need to share and select the Microsoft PowerPoint window. Yes, it's coming. Just a minute. Oh, can you?
But we are able to see her. We are able to see his presentation.
Ma'am, we are seeing the entire display. The participants also on the screen.
Okay.
No, you can carry on
What
with
is
that.
this support asking for permission to remotely control?
Yes, please
Okay.
give the permission.
Yeah. Given. Now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Support, kindly play the presentation. Which slide it was on, sir?
Pardon? No, slides are not good.
It will move. Which slide it was? The presentation?
This one, sixth one.
Now you may play it.
Yes.
Slideshow, sir. Just play the slide.
Resume the slideshow.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, sir. You may carry.
Cool. Yeah. It was my mistake basically. Boys, girls, and mixed. And individual counselors are without parent. With parent, it is a bit difficult to maintain the scenario, and without tell freely what their problems are. Problems with the parents also. The cases they are having problems with the parents. Either they are very much strict, or they are at all not at all any concentration of children, or no time for the children. Okay, and in the worst case, then we can go with the psychiatrist. Of not having education in adolescence. Some of the points are covered, but I'll enumerate the teenage pregnancy. Everybody has told about that. STI, transmitted infections. Most dangerous is HIV. Never becomes negative once entered. Only 3 positive cases in the world, but not others. Early cancer cervix, multiple partners, chances in their further life. Black partners. I'm telling even many the girls also have blackmail the partners. Unsafe. Then again, it is a very psychological problems. Major depression, 0.4% problems is there. Depression fact. Facts about the not using the contraception. Majority of the adolescents are each and everything. They know everything. They and everything. And but in spite of this, only 20% some methods of contraception. Females, and really don't use any contraception and for 6 to 9. These are the surveys basically. It's not from my half of all occur in first 6 months on initiating percent occurs in the first month alone of coitus. See the age of India in 1960, 19 years, in 2010, 15, 2020, teenage pregnancy rate is increasing and steadily. Conception and all the adult education we are giving. Reasons for not seeking. What are the reasons? Practically did not get it. Family would find it. यार हम medical family वाले ने देखा या तो medical वाले ने. This is the fear basically. birth control is dangerous for further life, pregnancy. वो लड़कियों की बात नहीं यार, control for आगे क्या होगा, आगे नहीं हुआ तो did not think sex would make one यार एक बार करने से कुछ नहीं होता. This is or do you never expected to have sex. अरे यार my friend will offer me or the challenge me in that way, and in single partner act young to get pregnant. हम तो अभी छोटे यार, कुछ नहीं होता जैसा. और ये these are the basically girls and the boys in my class. About the contraception, no, I was not knowing about the what are the components, what must be the components. Is important. Counseling is a protection. Now the mask and is a protective shield for corona. The counseling is the protective shield for the adult. Save them from these all bad. What are the components? Developments. I mean, difference between male and female, difference between male and female body, and the size same, but we should explain about that. Is the key point for the adult education, because these family what ma'am told in the bad thing also teaches us. Follow what not to do is taught by okay, out of the bad elements. Nutrition, but usually think about the not nutrition. Nowadays nutrition is hampered, or the deficiencies, B12 deficiency and the vitamin D is increasing. D deficiency increased by not, and it causes again leukopenia, lack of concentration. This is also in some, not we, the scientists, the immunity is lowered with likewise, and exercise, not indoor games. Personal hygiene, we should be told we should hygiene and the hair care and the auxiliary and everything area. Importance of the abstinence before marriage. Before marriage is the key point. Unwanted adolescent pregnancy and unsafe conditions, we must tell them we should tell them the facts. These are the facts. HIV, AIDS in details, others too. All the vaccines, they should be given preference. Told about the options. Fat, short, too tall, too. They should not follow the heroines. They should science and the nutritionist rather, and moral values and responsibilities. You should. You are a responsible person of a family. Person. Whenever they feel कोई जिम्मेदारी है ही नहीं फैमिली में, मुझे कोई गिनता of family, I am already deprived. So they go to friends and other things. So that's why make them a member of family, and the counseling should be parents also, not only the adolescents. The counseling is again a part and parcel. What must be the qualities of a counselor? He or she should be trained. Utter the proper words. They won't tell the proper things during counseling to the adolescents and the parents. He उसको सब आना चाहिए. अगर वो फेकम फाकम गूगल बाबा है, everybody knows everything. Come after reading everything and understanding. उसने सुनना चाहिए. तो बच्चा अरे हाँ ये तो मुझे मालूम है, हाँ तेरा. No, don't say like that. Go on. Okay, beta, okay, and the boy or girl and okay, fine, you are telling okay, fine, and good. Non-judgmental. उसने ऐसे के okay, ना I had a quarter. Yes, yes. क्या जरूरत थी? Don't be judgmental. Okay, fine. Okay, that. What next? Likewise, you should go. You should listen. You should tell politely to the adolescents. Okay. You should maintain confidentiality. See, हाँ अरे यार वो तेरे स्कूल के तो लड़का आया था. He has done that. Don't utter these words. Confidence is very important. Don't from the last patient or the next patient. Okay. Friendly and punctual. वहाँ का जरा हल्का फुल्का ना उसके साथ में अच्छी से बात करो, थोड़ा करो, विच इज वेज नॉन वेज जोक मत मारिए, और उसके साथ में 3 बजे का टाइम दिया, 4 बजे आने का, हाँ चलो बोल फटाफट मुझे सीजर को जाना है, नो, ओके फाइन. What to counsel? Early adolescents group anatomy physiology exercise. Okay, the second group might all above with anatomy physiology plus STIs, abuse, sexuality, and immunization. And late adolescents all above plus unsafe abortions with their consequences. Show them the photograph of the consequences and safe method of conduct. Importance
Sorry
of the
to
moral
interrupt,
values.
sir. For your talk, sir. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
It's
Yes, sir.
fine because I have wasted my time. Okay.
No issues,
Okay.
sir. Please.
What are the challenges in the and the client? He should not be patient. Know each other because each other are यार ये तो मेरे पहचान का निकला. Likewise, it should not happen. उसको बोल देना कि yes, तो भले आपके पिता या आपकी माताजी हमारे फैमिली don't tell them it is a confidential. तो ऐसा करो. Shyness है उसमें. Client is shy. They don't talk. Anything they don't say no sir, yes sir, no sir. The counseling is very difficult at solve the problems. अगर उसको नहीं हो रहा है उससे करो. Counselor don't know anything. बच्चे ये इसका मेरे को आंसर नहीं मालूम है. I'll take. As personal question. सर आपके बारे में ऐसे हुआ था, हाँ आपके बारे में ऐसे हुआ था. Don't talk like that because इसका भी प्रॉब्लम था, मेरा क्या सॉल्व करेगा. Don't talk like that क्योंकि हाँ हाँ नहीं ऐसा. Case is different. Our era was different. वहाँ अलग बताते like impose. See beta, this is the solution. Your problems, these are the solutions. Okay, you choose these much options. Don't impose. तो गधी जैसा मत कर, तू ऐसा. Don't see. These are some questions by students. Or these are practical questions asked to the students. Does vagina or experts? No. If I deny to go with a girl, whether I am not man or incapable or what, which sex is preferable, wet or dry? This question is asked by a 10th girl. If proper age of 21, as Jaydeep sir say, then why law allows it at years, marriage 18 years, then the law, the Hindu Marriage Act allows, and all the things, these controversies, then also Act and MTP Act. Number of masturbations per day, I'd say one lady should have sex with her or not, she offered it. As HIV doesn't spread through hugging, then can I hug a girl? These are the questions I'm able to answer these questions and politely, not in a wrong way, abusing way. What are the expectations? All of us must take part in social responsibility to have the healthy youth and the nation. I want to just share one video, 5 minutes, which is given by my friend. How bad counseling is.
So the time is almost up. I'm sorry.
Just 5.
Okay, sir.
Is it audible?
No, sir. You will have to use audio. Can you please see more?
Yes.
More?
No. For support to control screen.
Support.
Support.
Sir, will be done.
Is it audible? Remote control. Hello.
Yes, sir. We are just doing it. Can you please?
I won't do anything because I am not able to.
Yeah, correct.
If easily can be done, or we'll skip the video. Hello?
Video then.
Yeah, done.
Sure, thank you.
So if you don't, this can be the position of study. If you don't counsel them, this can be the position allowed by the law, but don't to counsel them like this. And able to help by Ragini ma'am, Jaydeep sir, Chandan ma'am, Girish, complete team of international adolescent health in conference initiative taken by all. Very much.
Sir, thank you for your excellent presentation. We are video
No problem.
because of this problem. I request Dr. Manju Verma to summarize the session and share her input. Dr. Manju Verma.
Hello, can you see me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, ma'am.
Welcome, madam. Thank you, Dr. Ragini, and congratulations. Such a wonderful and scalar conference, and of FOGSI executives for whatever we do, we must catch the people young if you want to mold them. Session, Dr. Kulganatra telling about that is one thing which is is the need of, and then counseling being done by Dr. Basa Mukherjee, junk food, all these present very, very nice. And again, thank and congratulate you on conference that has been arranged by Ragini Agarwal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all the speakers for this insightful and session. And now my co-MOC, Dr. Pallavi Vasa, take over for the next session. Pallavi?
Yeah. Hello, good evening, Dr. Amrapali. So I'm Dr. and I'll be leading you through the rest of the day. And it's a great privilege in August gathering. After the by the stalwart, we would now be next session, which is a very important in gynecology, pelvic mass. It's a panel discussion for which I invite my guide and mentor, Dr. Ragini. It's a very important in gynecology, which is pelvic, for which I would like to invite my guide and mentor, Dr. Ragini. She is Vice President FOGSI 2020, President Association of Obs and Gynecology, and she is the chairperson of this conference. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Jyoti Malik for the session. She is Medical Superintendent of Medical Sciences, Bahadurgarh, and she is Secretary Har OBGYN. She is the Vice President, Haryana Chapter. Welcome, ma'am, and welcome, Dr. Ragini.
Thank you, Dr.
So the session has been prominent stars, which will be expert through the session. I would like, as an expert, Dr. Anna. He is honorary consultant Elizabeth Hospital. Code is Dr. Angela Aneja. She is Director of Access Surgery, Fortis Memorial, Gurgaon, Director of Obstetrics and Gynecology. Welcome, Dr. Angela. Our next expert is Dr. B. Who doesn't know him, is a scopic surgeon. He is in Bangalore, and he is in Bangalore as in Obs. He's president of Bangalore Obs and and an executive committee member. Welcome, sir. Our next expert is Dr. Bhas, the Senior Consultant Gynecology, Hospital, Calcutta, and Honorary Indian Association of Gynecology 2019 and 20. Welcome. And
welcome. Thank you.
Dr. Director of One Center for Excellence. He is practicing at Indore and is famous and FOGSI Elect 2021. Welcome. Dr. Kuldeep Singh. A lot from him. He is the master field of ultrasound, which is so passionate about. He practices ultrasound and is known for his skills in ultrasound and fertility. He is in many international platforms and the world. Welcome, Dr. Kuldeep. Dr. Manju Puri. She is GMS Rohtak and Director and Prof. and Head of Department Obs and Gynecology. Welcome, ma'am. Next, Dr. Ramini Devi, Director, Ramakrishna Medical Center, Janani Trichy Fertility Center, winner of prestigious Professor Prize 2006, 2007, and 2000. Very welcome, ma'am. Now I request you to carry on the clinical session further. Dr.
Thank you, Pallavi. All of you. Me and Jyoti, my secretary, Jivan, the beautiful dynamic Jyoti, we are take you through this of pelvic masses in adolescents. And I will share my screen first. Share the screen. Okay. This whole panel is really Galaxy in FOGSI. Who does really they don't know any. I'm so thankful to them for such a small role, precious time to be part of this panel as expert. So not taking much, I will go and start. Topic. So my is basically why I have taken this topic, because many a time these girls have either pain in abdomen, going from one, many time at this age they don't go to a gynecologist, and this is not because of anything but present a some serious also in these young girls. This represent a spectrum of the condition and the non-gynecological sources, benign or malignant, and an evaluation of an adnexal mass requires a high index of suspicion of physical examination and care for attention. So any girl who is coming with a pain in any mass to any doctor, whether it is a GP, whether it is a, it is better to refer to a gynecologist for the betterment of the patient. Most frequently, appendix can be some problem like torsion ovarian or TO ovarian abscess. It is sometime it can be approach also. The goal of differentiate between the benign and the more such as ovarian cancer, which is many times young girls. First case is an old teenager presented in the department for bloating and right abdominal pain for 2 weeks. And McBurney sign was ambiguous. There was a symptom. Blood analysis showed and the LDH. My question will Chauhan, Dr. Bhaskar Pal, and Dr. Kuldeep Kaur. Anita, what we should see an examination of this patient.
Thanks, Ragini, and always a pleasure to interact with you. First of all, I think because she's 6 with very vague symptoms of only 2 weeks, I think history is important. And from our point of view, thorough menstrual history of the nature of the pain, cyclical, whether it is related to the uterus, whether it is related to her bowel, whether she has any appendicular. You have said that McBurney's sign is, she could have had a recurrent appendicitis. So these are the important history. Definite examination, we should make her insist that we examine her, because it happens at a younger age when especially with her mother, the tendency is and not the symptoms or not the patient. Clinically examine this patient, ascertain whether to try the cause of the pain is psychological or ovarian. And in the investigation, I think the first investigation of that from the LDL and other things which have been done would be a good sonography. So I think you have a sonographer who tell us what we should see. Vague symptoms, we forget on history, eating psychological components, which may be an important factor when the patient comes with and vague pain. Definitely not think of malignant differential unless on clinical finding something which is a significant.
Thank you, Dr. Anita. Sir, are you there?
Yeah.
So, any other point if you want to will come in your mind in this time? Please enlighten.
There are actually two issues when we see an acute abdomen. One is, does this girl need emergency? And if she requires an emergency, whether the intervention is going to be in which way? Or it will be an open surgery. The first thing, as Anahita said, to make a differential diagnosis is available everywhere, and we need a good. My first issue would be diagnosis. The most important ones that is number one, because it is a right, irrespective of what it is a. The second one that will whether it is a adnexal accident. An adnexal accident is an important thing where we would not be able to wait portion of the adnexa. Also, into a cyst, it could be a abscess. In this girl, I would be worried with the CRP of more than some sort of infectious pathogen there. So, if somebody presents with an acute abdominal, whether it is an appendicitis or whether it is a, if it is neither, the thing starts that whether we need to look at mass, whether what kind of mass it is benign, do we think it is malignant, immediately can it wait, can we do further imaging, do we have adequate time to do this? But as I said, before the ultrasonography, my initial thoughts appendicitis or adnexal.
Okay, thank you, Bhaskar. In work about the age, size of mass, lateral or bilateral, and ultrasonography.
Sorry, just whenever such a thing, we need to be very, very sure that it is gynecological mass. It's something else, and we're not able to differentiate. And as a gynecologist, we all scanning the kidneys also and the as well. We need to know that so that we don't mistakes as such. So that's.
So this was found ovarian origin, and tell Dr. Kuldeep, malignant if you are doing the ultrasound of this patient?
We need to be sure of that straight away on to a 3D and a 4D. We need to be 2Ds properly. We need to be that masses. Is it ovarian? It's surely not opposing the uterus. You need. If you're looking at, you're sure of mass, is it containing component, any solid nodule? Parameters for each and everything. Excrescence, you're looking at a papillary than 3 millimeters, you're going to become a solid component. The septae, you need to be careful that it's not like a reticular pattern and you start getting septae. They have to be more than this thick. If there is any septa, yes, you're going to be worried about. These are the 2D findings, and then you're looking in the POD kidneys. Are you looking at any sort of hydroureter or hydronephrosis? Anything in the liver, anything in the fluid? Switch on your color and try and figure out the vascularity in that lesion. Spectral Doppler and figure out whether it's a low or not. Everything has its own.
Okay. So coming back to Anita and Dr. Bhaskar Pal, was on the ultrasound is cell tumor. So how is the case of the young girl?
Work her up with the idea, because that is the more these tumors, with obviously the contralateral ovary. Depending on the CT, MR, I would do a full planning this surgery for this patient. Definitely, I would have to remove the ovary through a laparotomy. Large mass, you're very skilled at managing laparoscopically by laparotomy.
If I may add, dream of doing a laparoscopy in this patient. I think Anahita was being polite. Given the features that you've given her, malignant germ cell tumor,
right.
This girl, CT and an MRI, both if she, and then what we need to do is a midline vertical incision, that unilateral salpingo-oophorectomy. Fortunately, I work in a facility, frozen section. We will not do the other ovary, but we will not do a partial omentectomy. That is, but we'll definitely do a bilateral pelvic lymph, plus minus a paraiotic lymphadenectomy. Full workup, and then depending on histology, we will decide whether we want to give her any adjuvant treatment or not.
Yeah, this point is very important to come up. Two things which I want to focus. This type of girl come to any gynecologist, involved by a gynae oncologist, because is in front of that girl. This is the frozen section, which very put up by Bhaskar, that frozen section facility is all, and we also usually go for that only then decide at the patient is. So thank you very much. We are will really quickly go. Next is I will Jyoti to take the next case. Dr.
Thank
Jyoti.
you so much. Thank you, Ragini. Coming on to our next case, can I have the slides, please? Showing the question, yeah. So now is for Dr. Manjupuri, Dr. Kuldeep sir. So I think Dr. Kavita ma'am, and she's a 18-year-old, sexually not active, present OPD with an incidental of a complex ovarian mass 9 by 8 centimeter and endometrioma. So the past history suggests pulmonary tuberculosis, and she took a proper ATT ultrasound abdomen was of that treatment in December. Yes. Here is the ultrasound that we have. The normal uterus.
Yes.
This one, yes. The right, and on the left side we are there ovarian cyst 9/8 internal echos, and we could be an endometrioma. So, Dr. Kavita Bap, what are the concerns that in this asymptomatic adnexal that this girl has?
This patient can as well as the chances of malignancy, but is the history and the examination about the history part. Along with the symptoms, there should be a pelvic pressure or dysmenorrhea. Sometimes there's some abnormal endometrioma, sometimes fever, sometimes vaginal discharge. Is so young because we are not concerned with the aspect. The infertility is not the and family history of the malignancy is important in this type of patients. Vitals, we supposed to check patient as the per abdominal examination. Examination is needed for this examination. Only 17 years old, I think a rectal examination for patient. So history and examination is important before I plan out, and I will like to do the patient.
Right. So when you have seen a complex mass, now further evaluate her, and now I would further points as you have dealt with. Puri ma'am, would you in the anything more you would like to add?
I thank you, Jyoti, for the question. Although she is 17 years old, I would say she's sexually active or not. I like to rule out pelvic inflammatory patient by finding fever, any vaginal discharge. She is already an treated case, so it would be worth whether this mass is actually related to tuberculosis. So any history of fever. So in addition to all what Dr. Examination, when I do a, if she's to do a PV examination, PS and PV, in case she's sexually not active, then I would and try to look for any not uterosacrals clue whether she's actually got endometrium. And then in the history, of course, dysmenorrhea, and if, in case she's then dyspareunia also would be very, very. So if it is endometriosis, then whether it is symptomatic, to rule out pelvic inflammatory disease, which would be of management, and then of course so that as far as history and clinical.
Right. So we have 1 to 5, which is normal. We have done as what Dr. Kavita, and MRI pelvis reported a unit was a serous cyst adenoma report. Now we have planned laparoscopy and proceed. We are planning to cystectomy for her, and on the laparoscopy are that uterus, tube, ovary is fine. The left this enlarged ovarian cyst. There are no adhesions in the left ovary. It comes out. A lot of fluid is from that incision site, and in the incision we see the thinning of the, and there is no particular be identified. So it is a cyst that we normally in these cases of cystadenomas. Pultaceous material is present, a flaky material that is. It is more sort of an organ, and these flakes were very easily peeled off in layers from the ovarian wall. The roof of the ovarian mass was removed. Pathology, the inner wall of the so how easy or difficult
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Right. Also,
can I make a point? Actually, a case which I had. So basically, when we thought it would be either because it was ultrasound, it was a endometrial sound, it was a cyst adenoma, MRI.
Yes.
And then finally, because the size was, we had to kind of do. This was incidental after. So it
Jyoti, I want to add one point whenever tumor are along with CA125 with all the 4 parameters for the pediatric. The AFP should be done, beta LDH should be done, and CA19 plus.
Right.
They are the differentiating point.
I'm sure Dr. Manju Puri ma'am must have markers as well.
Your point.
Yeah. I wanted to say that the time has come to diagnostic laparoscopy.
Yes.
It should be laparoscopy and proceed. We never say laparotomy and proceed, isn't it? I think the aim of doing a laparoscopy would be if any patient. I don't think we should diagnostic laparoscopy to the bin. Enough imaging techniques to diagnose things without venturing on a laparoscopy. We do should be a laparoscopy and proceed. Opinion.
Points.
Yes.
Points well taken.
So it has laparoscopy and not a diagnostic operative laparoscopy. Kuldeep sir, now we have now. Please tell us whether it is endometrial, dermoid, serous adenoma on your ultrasound.
Ma'am has ideally said there's so much of with the imaging modalities, and finally we'll else. But what we really need to at an absolute form of a 2D where you're going to glass appearance. Yes, you know you look at glioma. Plus you need to be looking at you're looking at a dermoid work sign, you're looking at a sludge box mesh, all those things. And if cystic area, not too many.
आपको फोन भी किया था पर वो शायद लैंडलाइन अभी किया था.
The landline just now. So we have these simple descriptors that is come on ideally, and we should. The moment you know you're looking at ground glass, you're looking at a unilocular one, meters, you're looking at adenoma.
Can somebody please
someone request Dua to mute her audio?
Can we please mute her? Yes, please. Sir.
Yeah. So the moment you have simple descriptors, yes, this is clear about it. But there's bound. If you're looking at something which is a shadow behind, always keep the possibility. From an ultrasound, you can always jump onto it. But yes, you need to be aware. You could once in a while. Any of these 4, you're sure you one endometrioma, dermoid, or you're looking at appearance, reticular appearance. It's if you're looking at a solid nodularity with ascites, looking at malignancy, there's nothing. One word of caution which we tend to do is give a histopathology on an ultrasound. Don't do that.
Yeah.
You just need to be giving it. Is all.
That's what I wanted.
The answer on this question.
Yeah. They said it was a tumor on ultrasound, and even endometriosis, and then serous, which has confused an ultrasonologist. Sorry, obstetrician. So it's very they should never give a diagnosis. Straightforward dermoid, you can give it. I'd like to know what it was, histopathology.
Should I skip this slide because we have
Dr. Ragini, I would like to add
biomarkers as you just briefly tell us the biomarkers, all of these biomarkers.
I will actually Dr. Kavita Bapat's question. initially not done the biomarkers because it's on a and
One thing I would like to add, Ragini.
The tumor, it depends on the. If it is cystic, then you go in for CA. Try and decide whether it is a epithelial like a germ cell tumor. So tumors are more common in adolescents. So it's a complex mass. Going for alpha fetoprotein pH, and it is very important that markers because subsequently when treatment they will help us. The patient is responding to the treatment and after the patient is having any symptoms or not. Very important thing, but biomarkers not to operate or not can only differentiate between pregnant, that is one, and even interesting thing which I would tell you is TSH also. I had a patient who had multicystic big patient was actually hypothyroid. So biomarkers. So whatever kind of biomarkers you do all the biomarkers for all. You can always be guided by what sonic appearance and then take a call.
Can I come in, Jyoti? Jyoti?
Yeah, please.
Yeah,
Dr. Ramani, go ahead.
I want to add up one more point because the patient history of being treated for tuberculosis. An adnexial mass and on lap coming out, cystic mass. Can you have to think about a TO mass? Tuberculosis abscess also in this particular patient, and over a period of don't get that active pultaceous but instead it could have been liquid. That has also to be thought of the patient. And
I want to respond to the question. Completely agree with Dr. Manju. Of endometrioma, the ultrasound would cut endometrioma, ground glass, no solid. I would not do any biomarkers there.
Yes.
If cyst and if it is a pre, only 4 biomarkers that I will do. 1 to 5 alpha fetoprotein, beta HCG. If the CA1 to 5 is high, then 4 to see whether it is a false 1 to 5. I would do a CEA in a postmenopausal patient, but not necessarily premenopausal patient.
Right. ABC is useful for follow-up of endometrium mass. See, you not need a CA125, but it will guide us for follow-up.
But you know, most guidelines say that CA125 is a very inaccurate marker to use for follow-up of endometriosis.
Only for follow-up.
No, for follow-up also it is a very poor marker, and that's what all the guidelines would say because it is so non-specific.
Which approach would we take, sir? Dr. Manjupuri ma'am, which approach? I think you took laparotomy.
No, laparoscopy. We did a laparoscopy.
You went with a
and yeah, we actually thought it was like Dr. Ramani thought it was a TO abscess because they were all flakes and we didn't have any hair or anything in tooth in that. But we reroute and send it for histopathology. It turned out to be a dermoid.
Okay.
Oh. It was a surprise. It turned out to be a dermoid. I've never seen such a homogeneous dermoid actually in my life.
Ma'am, there's been a case where we were very, very sure it was an endometrioma, confirmed on an MRI also, nothing, no sludge balls, nothing, and it turned out to be a dermoid when the surgery was done. So
exactly.
in another case also.
This is why I thought we can share this case because
this is
a case everyone.
Yes, so it had all the very components of endometriosis, a dermoid, a cystadenoma, a TO abscess, and finally landed up with a dermoid. Final diagnosis was a dermoid.
So no, that's what the germ cell tumor, they can present you in any way. Yes.
Hello. Dr. Kavita, do all adnexal masses need to be managed surgically, or do you like to have a conservative approach there somewhere?
Hello.
Yes, Dr.
Yes,
Kavita.
yes.
Yes. Yeah, we can listen to you.
Yeah, Dr. Kavita, we are able to listen you.
Dr. Kavita.
No, I think so. There must be a problem with the Wi-Fi.
Dr. Manjupuri ma'am.
Basically, Jyoti, especially when we talk about adolescents, we can consider, conservative management in case the size is less than 5 centimeter. And it also would depend upon the character of the mass, because say if it is less than 5 centimeters, it can be kind of a functional cyst. And even if there are endometriomas which are less than 5 centimeters and they're asymptomatic, to say we can treat them conservatively. We are not very, surgery friendly as far as we try and hold on, but it is not that all patients have to be treated, conservatively. There are patients where we are suspecting a Mullerian anomaly. Say she's got cyclical pain, abdomen, and I would definitely think of a obstructive Mullerian anomaly in these cases, right? So,
I would add, generally all symptomatic patients would need to be operated.
Yeah.
Asymptomatic patients, usually we can sit on them, especially they are less than 6 centimeters. If they're 7 or more, we should be more in favor of operating. The only exception to this I would put is endometrioma. Earlier, we would say any endometrioma more than 4 centimeters, we should operate. The world is gradually moving into even a conservative approach for larger endometrioma. So there is absolutely no harm in giving a medicine to a young girl with a symptomatic endometrioma, which is even 7 centimeters or 8 centimeters or even 9 centimeters.
Absolutely.
So I think simple ovarian cyst and endometriomas, these two things, I think we should be more conservative, and the rest, wherever we suspect any malignancy or there is severe pain, just to relieve pain as well, we need to think of a surgical approach. Dr. Ragini ma'am, coming on to our next case.
Yeah, thank you so much. This case we have discussed in detail. We have taken out all points, whether malignant and benign. Now in the next 3-4 cases, if we want to finish, we should go very quickly. So this case, the girl has presented with a severe pelvic pain, and it is so severe that along with this she is having a foul discharge also. She is sexually active and she has sex without condom, and she was not sure whether she has got some infection or not. There is on examination, there is a mucopollulant discharge at the cervix and even little bit blood also. And by manual examination reveals there's a tenderness over the left adnexa. And ultrasound reveals a mass in the left adnexa, external echoes. The floor is yours. Angela. Ramesh is not joined because of some problem at the hospital. He has phoned me that he's not joining. So this patient
was
diagnosed as a tubo-ovarian abscess. So how you will take this case of the tubo-ovarian abscess, where you're considering that patient might have a subsexual transmitted disease leading PID leading to the tubo-ovarian abscess. What is your management for this case?
So basically, this patient who is having a TO abscess with a fever or something needs to be hospitalized. Okay, so we need to look into and give her a broad spectrum antibiotics. We can give her a 3rd or 4th generation cephalosporins with metronidazole, and we need to basically assess her also, like if she is having nausea, vomiting, whether she is able to eat or not, any kind of a guarding rigidity, and then resuscitate and then do it. This is typical sexually transmitted diseases. And then we need to send her test also, like we do a complete blood count, kidney function test, liver function test, send this discharge, check for bacterial vaginosis, check for gonorrhea, chlamydia, because this has effect and gone into a pelvic inflammatory disease and led to a TO abscess. So the 3rd generation cephalosporins along with the metronidazole and aminoglycoside will take care of it. And along with that, if we can give her a 1 gram, if she can accept orally, we can give her a 1 gram of azithromycin also. And if she responds well to it, then it's fine. And if she becomes afebrile, her tenderness goes away, symptomatically she is better, then we will manage her conservatively. And along with this, we will give her even the clindamycin and, vaginally. Okay, so this all will take care of most of the sexually transmitted diseases. And if she responds well, then she can be discharged on the oral drugs. Later on, we can give her even a doxycycline if needed. And if she doesn't respond, and she is still febrile and she is still tender, then one has to resort to a laparoscopic surgery under antibiotic cover and drain the sepsis. Because at the end of the day, we have to remove the source of infection. But the timely intervention and the timely, the broad spectrum of antibiotics should be given to this girl. Once we have a urine culture or a blood culture or any kind of swabs available with us, then we change into that kind of a specific
Thank you, Angela. Ramni.
Can I
Ramni.
add two things, please?
Yeah, one more point.
Dr. Ramni first, then Dr. Bhaskar.
And
Yeah.
if there is some kind, I just want to add something. If there is some kind of a TO abscess, please make sure you have to see that she has not gone any kind of a surgical intervention with the pregnancy. Koi MTP, if there's any MTP or something, so we should look into that. So one has to look into a toto. What we have seen many times is they got a medical abortion done or a surgical, and if there is some perforation, you need to look not only with the STDs, you have to look for her other stuff also. And contact tracing is also very, very important. And you need to treat the partner also. I'm surprised as one girl came with a herpes encephalitis. She had encephalitis second day of her marriage. And then she had even a melena. She bled. An endoscopy was done. She had multiple ulcers, biopsy, herpes. So it's very important, quick in and quick everything to be done for young girls.
One more thing is we have to think about not only abortions, again, ectopic has to be ruled out because it is one aspect. Most of the time, the tubal involvement can lead to ectopic. Then regarding the antibiotic usage, I think doxycycline, whatever it is, we have to continue after finishing initially your cephalosporins and metrogel. We need to continue doxycycline at least for a period of 2 weeks.
Yes, I said that. After that, you must continue, give them, that doxycycline, metrogel, local clindamycin, and azithromycin will take care of it.
Okay, I want to add 3 points. Ragini, first point is that I think the take-home message for something is very important. Any patient in the reproductive age group comes with a pain abdomen, be it epigastrium, be it anywhere, needs to have a pregnancy test done. That is the only way we will not miss ectopics. Number one. Number two, this looks to be a barn door pelvic abscess, but I will have a low threshold for doing a CT scan with oral and IV contrast. That will also tell me whether there's a bowel injury. That will also tell me whether it is a clear-cut abscess. And I agree with Angela, but the only differently that I would manage is after 48 hours, if she's not improving, if I am not sure what it is, I would go in with a laparoscopy. If I'm sure it is an abscess, and if my radiologist is happy to drain it with CT guidance and put a pigtail catheter, I would agree with that. It depends on the confidence of the radiologist.
I add one point. The surgery should not be the answer, but sometimes we should try the radiological interventions for these type of patients.
Ragini, can I add something? Just to add to Bhaskar and Ramni Devi's point, that many times patients with acute abdomen or severe pain present to the surgical OPD. And there we must emphasize that the urine pregnancy test must be done regardless of her sexual history, her sexual status, whether she's married, not married, and her age. Otherwise, you're going to miss ectopics, and we have actually seen ectopics presenting very, very late sometimes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
So my next question to all of you is...
Just a final point. I think I would definitely counsel this patient about contraception and ask her to use barrier contraception. Because she's an adolescent, we've already had a full on contraception and counseling. So I am not going to send her without a proper contraception.
No, that's the most important thing.
My question is now whether you are comfortable to do a ultrasound drainage in these cases or only laparoscopy.
I'm more comfortable with the laparoscopy.
I would not go for an ultrasound drainage for sure.
Yeah.
I think, as I said, that I think I will have a low threshold for doing a laparoscopy. But on CT scan, it seems to be a clear-cut abscess, and the radiologist feels confident that they can reach the abscess easily and put in a pigtail catheter. Then it's worth it, because what is going to lose? If it doesn't drain it well, you can always go in for a laparoscopy the next day.
Yes, exactly. And we can follow the patient.
I think it has to be a multidisciplinary decision.
This message I want to give: please don't go for any ultrasound drainage for these any masses, because there can be something else, and this drainage many times I have seen that endometrioma has drained by the vaginal route. It should not be done, and this practice should be totally aborted. Yes, Dr. Kavita, you want to add something? Then we'll move to the another case.
Yes, that's the same thing. Take home message is like laparoscopy is the best answer for the pelvic abscess.
Yeah.
Instead of doing some jungling and jingling into radiological intervention. Otherwise, laparoscopy is the best answer.
Ragini,
Yes.
I think in case it is a midline abscess and it is a pelvic abscess, moving delivery, I'm saying draining it from vagina by colpotomy may not be a bad idea at all.
No, no. No, it is a colpotomy. Colpotomy is a separate thing. Ultrasound guided. Ultrasound guided.
Ultrasound guided. It should be.
Colpotomy, I am okay. You are opening it. You are going to, through a.
I think it's very important with what kind of procedure you are comfortable with. Like Dr. Manju said, if she's comfortable with colpotomy and there is a bulge in pouch of Douglas, I think that's the best way to do it, you know.
No.
But if there is no bulge in this thing and this is little above, I think laparoscopy is the best way.
I think
most of the even interventional radiologists who are CT scan, I have realized whenever there is a pelvic abscess, they leave everything to the gynecologist to handle.
No, that's what I said. I think Angela is absolutely right. You need to do what you are comfortable with.
Yeah.
I never believed in radiological drainage till my radiologist actually successfully did 2-3 cases and showed. And as Angela said, if it is deep in the pelvis, they'll put their hands up and say, we don't want to go in. So that is where I said there is laparoscopy usually would be your main option, but there is a place for radiological drainage, provided you have the expertise and provided where the abscess is.
And many people drain endometriomas and they come with an pelvic abscess with us.
So endometrioma, no.
Never do endometrioma. Find it lacerated because that is going to be a mess.
Never.
Is the answer.
So, coming one more message which we want to give to all, that we always keep in our mind, these young girls have their whole reproductive life in front of them. So we have to be very quick to manage to save their fertility. And next panel is only on the fertility preservation. And now coming to the next scenario, because we have to cover at least 3 more cases and we have 30 minutes to go. So this 18-year-old girl again came with a severe pain in abdomen with intermittent low-grade fever. Cycles are irregular, and she has an appendixectomy and bilateral ovarian cystectomy done 2 months back for the abdominal pain. And proper surgical finding was not known. She had a swine flu also in a history. General examination was normal. There was a temperature. Abdomen soft for mild low abdomen. PV not done. Per rectal mucosa was free. And there's a left adnexal tenderness and mass was felt. This is the investigation which is showing a slight TLC high and rest thing is more or less within limit. Ultrasound shows a thick wall, low grade internal echoes, hemorrhagic cyst oblique endometriosis cyst, planned for a laparoscopy, not a diagnostic laparoscopy. Now, floor is yours, Dr. Ramani Devi. What will you do in this case?
So this is again a case who had a previous, 2 months back, she had a laparoscopy done for a appendicectomy and bilateral ovarian cyst. Now she is coming with some form of low-grade fever that indicates that there is some amount of infection in the pelvis. And rightly on clinical examination, we are able to make out adnexial mass. And then ultrasonogram showed a low-grade, thick wall cyst with a low-grade echoes, again pointing towards that I would not put this case as an endometrioma because the recent laparoscopy hasn't showed any endometrioma. It was just a simple clear cyst. So one thing is it could be abscess, low-grade infection causing ovarian abscess. So I thought in terms of ovarian abscess, she was having a low-grade fever also, and I put in a laparoscope. I just initially tried managing this case, putting on a separate 2 grams IV with metronidazole.
Hitanshi, please mute yourself. Dr. Hitanshi, please mute yourself.
So, having tried the medical management with 3rd generation cephalosporins and metrogel, she did not get relief, and hence I need to go for a laparoscopy, which on putting a scope, I could find a copious amount of pus. That pus was, coming out. We had sent it for a culture and sensitivity. And post-operatively, the patient landed with the early signs of sepsis, abdominal distension, paralytic ileus, everything that was suggestive of mild evidence of mild sepsis. And when on repeating the blood counts, the blood counts have grossly elevated and her hemoglobin have dropped down. Then I sought the procalcitonin was elevated. Then I sought the help of my surgical colleague, which he thought we could manage it only with conservative management. So we put in a Riles tube, gave her an IV fluids, and went for a higher antibiotics, mirapinum. And by the time the culture and sensitivity report came, it came out as a non-specific abscess. Even the histopathology came out as a non-specific abscess. So then following that, she was perfectly all right, discharged at 5th post-operative. On follow-up, her ovaries have resumed a normal shape and size. And only one thing is repeated 2 surgeries on the ovary. Will there be an impact upon the anti-Mullerian hormone, and what about the ovarian reserve? So because of that, and that girl was also very keen on knowing about it. So we did in AMH, which was found to be some 2.5. That gave me a sign of relief.
Thank you, Dr. Ramni. Rajyoti,
Did you
over
send
to you.
it for AFB? Did you send it for AFB?
I was about to say the
AFB
same
was
thing.
negative.
Yeah.
AFB was negative.
Sorry?
AFB
First was sterile. Sterile.
First.
And you know, it's very important if you're putting a scope third time. I will say, if you're you have done laparoscopy once and now you want to do it again with the fever, please go inside, thoroughly check everything. You know, you look for a diverticulum, look for an appendix, look into the upper abdomen, look for FOGSI syndrome, you know, and leave a drain. Because sometimes not be in a hurry, because there can be some kind of a collection again. Because if you're putting a scope second time, you have to be very careful. In this case, we went third time.
Yes.
So
No. This was a second time, and I had a surgeon with me.
Yeah.
So there was no fixed
Angela.
syndrome, and we
Yes.
gave a thorough lavage.
To find out for
You know,
Angela,
because you have to look for even intestinal injuries, you know, which come up late, bipolar, energy related injuries, you know.
There are peritoneal inclusion tests also.
Yeah,
But
Bhaskar, your
Angela,
point.
my point is, Angela, even if you're going in for the first time, and if you find it is an infective pathology,
no, you must
it's
put
always,
a drain.
you must put a drain.
Must
Even if
put
it's
a
first
drain.
time, must put a drain.
Our lifeline
Infective
here
pathology,
in these cases,
put a
so
drain.
a drain is a must. That is the final.
If it's an infective pathology.
And especially when we are suspecting some intestinal pathology, always leave behind a drain. Absolutely, you have to keep a
An
drain.
injury with your energy sources.
Coming on to our next.
What do you think was the pathology in the first instance when she was operated?
So
that was not available with this patient. But you know, many people, if you know, they have done twice, and this is the third time abscess. You know, sometimes if your dermoids ruptures and you have not done a thorough lavage, you end up with this abscess, which is a chemical peritonitis. So this is very likely that young girl, dermoid, and then you know, so biopsy is, of course, is must. You know.
The other thing you should remember about is because it is a post laparoscopy, or if it's a post surgery, it is a atypical mycobacterial infection which was picked up due to improper sterilization.
That we have ruled out, and she was totally all right after that. After 1 week,
we should move forward, Jyoti. We are going to have it as a last case. Then I will just quickly tell 2 cases. That's it.
We'll quickly go through this one, ma'am. So this one is for Dr. Anahita and Dr. Angela. This girl, 12-year-old, presents to an emergency, all doubled up. She had a severe pain while she was playing, and she had nausea, vomiting. She is in extreme distress. Examination reveals normal signs, tenderness to palpation over right lower pelvic quadrant. Though there is no palpable abdominal mass, examination reveals Tanner stage 4 external genitalia, normal introitus, patent hymen. Next, please. So we do an ultrasound scan for her. The appendix is normal. The pelvic sonography reveals right ovary, which is enlarged, and markedly the volume is 25 ml. So what do we diagnose? We here, I think on ultrasound, we got this torsion adnexa. Now, how would you approach, Dr. Anahita?
First of all, I think adnexal torsion at the age of 12 is really quite rare. Second of all, I don't even know if she's menstruating or not. And to have an ovary at the age of 12, which is already so large, a possible reason for the torsion could be a long utero-ovarian ligament. And once in a while, we have seen slightly older girls, maybe 15, 16, with severe PCOS who have ovarian edema. So sometimes the torsion is related to the ovarian edema or the long pedicle of the ovary. But I feel at 12, torsion is really unlikely. But of course, the picture is very classical. And if she does settle, I could try to conserve her, because sometimes we do see torsion settling. But otherwise, obviously, go in for a surgery, laparoscopically detort the ovary, and hope for the best.
Dr. Anahita, I have seen 3 patients. One was a paratubal cyst which has gone into a torsion. Another 5-year-old girl which was treated for rhabdomyosarcoma. I was told, you come in, it was a gangrenous ovary. And I was not able to do it with the laparoscope. I opened it, and once I touched the thing, everything came out in my hand. There was no infundibulopelvic ligament, everything necrosed.
My point is that
third one was 9 years.
That 12 is really quite young.
No, another one was 9 years. One is 5 years. So anything, any pain in mind, any pain.
But we have to keep a differential
Yes,
diagnosis, definitely.
If patient is not responding, go put a scope inside. And ultrasound is never a good diagnosis for even appendix. Once you go there, always take a consent. Always look for even appendix at that time, and look for even Michael's diverticulum also.
Yes.
So take all these consent and do a good job there.
So that is really unusual to have a 12-year-old girl.
I have seen 3. I've seen 5 years. I've seen 9 years.
Surprising. Real
9 years. I was shocked.
What I feel is that in case there is a cystic, cyst diagnosed on ultrasound and pain, think of torsion. That is the bottom line. Even if it is big or it is small, you have to think of torsion and para-ovarian structures or para-tubal structures. The ovary might look normal, but that would twist and that can create a problem.
Yeah. Next slide, please, ma'am. Next. We have discussed all this actually on
even Dr. Jyoti, I'd just like to add one thing. Even for a torsion also, ultrasound sometimes can be making major mistakes, especially if you just use your color Doppler. Almost 64% of the times you'll see some sort of a flow. So 2D is very, very important in that.
So it could be a partial torsion, and we can still get misled by the ovarian by the ultrasound findings.
If you can just show the previous slide, you can see nicely the previous one.
Yes.
The 2D one, the 2D one. There, if you see over here, you're looking at a huge ovary and you're looking at a heterogeneous stroma. And all these are coming here with pain, with all those symptoms. You're not looking at PCO, you're looking at an ovary which is because of an adnexal torsion. And then comes the color feature.
Even a normal looking ovary can twist because of the long pedicle, as Dr. Anahita has already said.
Absolutely.
And one more point is, when you are going to do a laparoscopy,
so how would you
manage? And then always wait for some time. Sometimes what we feel that it has undergone gangrene, it can regain. So always wait for some time and then retort, wait, see whether the flow is re-established, then only you go ahead. Don't blindly, you should not go for a...
Even if you detort, and even if there is no flow, even in the young girls, you counsel these patients, leave there, come back and follow them up.
Yes,
I think it is absolutely essential to detort and just leave it alone and counsel them in less than around 5 to 10%. You will have a situation that she might not improve. You might need to go back in, but 90 to 95% chance it will regain it. So there is no point waiting to see a change of color. Just detort and give it a benefit of doubt and leave it. The other thing is that a partial torsion and a complete torsion, you can usually differentiate from their history. A partial, you need at least 2 to 3 torsions for the ovarian to lose its blood supply, 3 or more. Partial torsion, where there is 1 to 2 torsions, usually they'll present with an episodic pain and a mass which comes and goes, and that is typical of a partial torsion.
And whenever you operate upon these girls, look into it. We never used to do it before, but their ovarian ligaments, as Dr. Naita has said, it's very long. So you must plicate the uterovarian ligaments and do a hot dog in bun kind of a procedure, where you take a stitch from a, like Ethibond 20, you take from the round ligament, go from a mesosalpinx, come back from a ovarian ligament, go back and put a metro suture. You can put one or two, but make sure your ovarian ovarian ligament is shortened. And this is not we never used to do it before, but now it's important.
So we have only 2 minutes to left. I want to do this case, which is very, very important and the way absolutely different. Very quickly, a 14-year-old girl who has attained menarche at the 12 years, cycles are regular, and having a severe dysmenorrhea. How will you proceed in this case? In the history taking, clinical examination, imaging, what imaging you will use? First by Dr. Ramni Devi, then all the expert will pitch in and will finish the this panel.
First thing is, in the history taking, one is we should always think about physiological dysmenorrhea. But this particular girl was having a progressive dysmenorrhea. That means it is something beyond that, not a physiological one. Again, looking at the age of the patient, always we have to think about the Mullerian anomalies in such situation. So first thing is go for a clinical examination. Of course, abdominal examination is not going to reveal anything. If the girl permits, we can go for a perectal examination. Otherwise, I would rather prefer to go in for an ultrasound imaging. In the ultrasound imaging, make a point to rule out any Mullerian anomaly in this patient. See, most of these Mullerian anomalies can be ruled out by doing a good 2D ultrasound, or sometimes if you want to have a 3D will help in, because the 3D ultrasound is at par with the MRI findings in most of these patients. So this girl had got a right adnexial mass and the uterus was deviated to the left, and hence we thought provisionally it could be a right adnexial mass for evaluation, and she was subjected for ultrasound. The ultrasound finding was quite interesting. She had absence of right kidney. There was a hematometra on the right horn of the pregnancy, right horn of the uterus. The left horn was absolutely normal, and right ovary also had an endometrioma. Left kidney was normal, and left horn of the uterus and ovaries were normal. So we did an MRI for this particular patient. See, the MRI shows absence of right kidney, and we had a hematometra on the ipsilateral side. So this is a schematic representation of it, showing obstruction into this particular uterine horn at the cervical level, absence of kidney, and she had ovarian endometrioma and this one. So this patient, in view of this, we diagnosed it as a case of Herlin-Werner Wunderlich syndrome. And in view of progressive dysmenorrhea, I had posted this patient for laparoscopy. And laparoscopy, we could see a hematometra, and which was not communicating with the other horn. There was it was struck at the level of the cervix. There was no cervical tissue felt. So it was quite easy for me to go ahead with a right hemihysterectomy. And in fact, the right ovary also showed ovarian this endometric. Nicely, we could see some endometriotic lesions over this. This was the right horn, and even the other ovary had an endometrioma. So this other ovary endometriotic cyst was a very small one. It was removed, and one main advantage of this particular patient about the recurrence of endometrioma is, once when you correct the Mullerian anomaly, the endometriosis regresses on its own. There is no further chance of getting endometrioma. So this is one, the message I would like to give from this particular case is, always in progressive dysmenorrhea of very young girls, not responding to our routine management, simple ultrasound will be sufficient to pick out any Mullerian anomaly. Always look for kidneys, because in 1/3 of the cases with Mullerian anomalies, there is always a tendency for absence of this kidney, or it could be a pelvic kidney. And proper correction of Mullerian anomaly, everything. So this
thank you, Dr. Ramni. Our time is finished.
Yeah. Good relief.
So one question from each panel, each expert for the Mullerian agencies. If you have some case, Dr. Anita first, then Dr. Angela, then Dr. Bhaskar and Dr. Kavita. and then we will say bye-bye with Dr. Kuldeep's pitch after he will pitch.
Yeah.
Dr.
So
Ragini,
just
I would
wanted
want to make a point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, like Dr. Ramani talked about a case, this is obstructed hemivagina. So a simple linear incision in the vagina would have treated the problem.
No.
No, it has a metro also.
No,
Dr.
ma'am.
Ramani, I will share my experience. We have had large number of such patients where if you give a linear incision in the vagina, you find a nice cervix and
My case also the same way.
I had another patient like how you are telling. See, the obstruction was there in the vagina. I opened that. Now it was a didelphys uterus actually where there was an obstruction. But here in this particular patient, there was no cervix.
Yeah, there are a lot of variants, right?
I
So
want to,
in 2 minutes, our time is crossed.
Since you want me to give a closing comment, Ragini, I want to just say that what we learned in our days for Mullerian anomalies, we should now be following the new classification from ESHRE.
Yes,
because there are so many different variants now. And the case that Dr. Ramani Devi has presented is actually Ovira syndrome, also the other name.
This is Ovira syndrome, yes.
Hemivagina. And this patient, you could not have connected to the vagina. And what she managed, just removing that one hemihysterectomy was the correct recommended management. So my thing is that we need to re-look at Mullerian because this is now going to be a large group of patients that come to us with very atypical variations from what we have traditionally studied.
I have my personal collection of more than 85 cases of Mullerian anomalies.
Right.
So next comment by Dr. Angela, because I am getting called to finish it off.
Hello. Can I see?
No, whatever is being said, these kind are very easy to treat. But this thing is the most common thing we deal with this symptom, So just don't try to, even the arcuate uterus is being overdiagnosed and people are over treating it. Arcuate uterus, everybody wants to cut it. Please leave it. Nothing will happen to a patient. Try to be a little more conservative.
Mullerian anomalies, we should be worried about imperforate hatted hymen also. Sometimes there is a big mass, a cyclical pain, and so many things, segmental atresia, so many 7% of Mullerian agenesis and cyclical. So examination is very, very important.
Dr. Bhaskar, your
I want to say just two things. Number one, that any young patient who presents with blood-filled mass, please have Mullerian anomalies in your mind. Number two, excise that only if it is non-communicating. If it is communicating or if there is an obstruction from below which you can drain, please do not excise anything because as the drainage is established, it will become normal.
Normal, correct.
And the best time, Dr. Kuldeep, best time to look into it, whether it's working or not working, it's very important to do a 2D ultrasound in the luteal phase. That time the endometrium is very prominent and you will not miss out any kind of Mullerian anomaly from a good ultrasonologist.
And
so best time
approach.
You take over and thank everyone.
Thank you, Ragini and Jyoti.
Thank you so much, Ragini.
You cannot be doing
Ragini
a
and
3D for
Jyoti, thank you very much.
Yes, Jyoti.
Thank you so much, Angela.
Jyoti and Ragini, thank you very much.
Jyoti, thank you. Karna tha bhai, kahan gayi?
Yeah, thank you so much. Manjupuri madam, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ragini ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Jyoti. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And sorry, we have exceeded in spite of, because I have even skipped many cases.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
In fact, we had two very, very good cases that we had to skip. And knowledge always has a beginning; it has no end. So but we have to end now today. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Ragini. You are doing wonderfully. I mean, we are all amazed. And thank you, Dr. Alpesh, for this wonderful vision that you have given us.
Thank you.
So thanks all of you. It was a very mind-blowing and enriching session. And the cases were selected very diligently. And the discussion was very, very, very fruitful for all the audience. So, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
So, before moving ahead, I would like to thank the audience who have taken out their time and they have been glued with us since afternoon. And we promise to make it worthwhile. So going on to the next session in the row, which is paper presentation, I would like to invite our judges, Dr. Ashok Kumar, Director Professor, Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Medical Sciences, and Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia Hospital, New Delhi. He is a member of Governing Council ICOG. Welcome, sir. Our next judge, Dr. Anupama Bahadur, who is Vice Dean and Head and Associate Professor and Unit Head, Department of Obs and Gynae, AIMS Rishikesh, Secretary IFS and UK Chapter and Vice President NMO. Welcome, ma'am. Dr. Asmita Kondal. She is Assistant Professor Obs and Gynae, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Hospital, Rohini, New Delhi. Welcome, Dr. Asmita. So our next judge is Dr. Piyush Gupta, Professor and Head Departments of Pediatrics and in charge Medical Education Unit, University College of Medical Sciences, Delhi. He is Editor-in-Chief of Indian Pediatrics 2008 till 2013. And he is President-elect IAP. So our next judge is Dr. Savita Singhal. She's Senior Professor and Unit Head PGIMS Rohtak, Haryana. And she has over 150 national and international publications. So welcome, ma'am. So now I request Dr. Ashok Kumar to take over the session from here.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are
Yes,
audible.
sir. Okay, thank you. So good evening, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Ragini, madam, and Dr. Chandan for giving us this opportunity. I, along with my all co-judges, thanks the organizer and all the sponsor for this wonderful conference. So we start with today we have 5 papers, 3 in the category of below 40 and 2 in the category of above 40 years. So we start with the younger age group, and first paper will be by Alisha Sethi, Dr. Alisha Sethi. Is she there online?
ये मैसेज के अरे वहाँ पे है ना बहुत सारे ऑप्शन नाम भी है
Dr. Alisha Sethi.
Yes, sir, I'm there.
Yeah, so her paper is on lipid accumulation product as a marker of insulin resistance in adolescent girl with polycystic ovary syndrome. So, Dr. Alisha, if you're ready, you can start your presentation. You
Yes,
have
sir,
8
I'm ready.
minutes to present.
Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. I am Dr. Alisha Sethi, third year postgraduate student in Department of Obs and Gynae, Lady Harding Medical College and associated hospitals. I'll be presenting on the topic lipid accumulation product LAP as a marker of insulin resistance in adolescent girls with polycystic ovary syndrome. And I've done this study under the guidance of Dr. Kiran Agarwal, Director Professor in Unit. Introduction. Polycystic ovary syndrome is a common reproductive disorder. Diagnosis in adolescents is more challenging as compared to adults. The incidence of this syndrome in adolescent age group is 6 to 18%. PCOS has been found to be associated with higher number of cardiometabolic disorders because of the associated abdominal obesity, dyslipidemia, and insulin resistance. Insulin resistance has been found to play a critical role in the metabolic dysfunction and cardiovascular sequelae in these women. According to the ASHRAE guidelines 2018, 47% of Asian population with PCOS have impaired glucose tolerance and develop type 2 diabetes mellitus by 41 years of age despite being non-obese. So, early detection for insulin resistance will help to prevent these metabolic comorbidities in the adolescent age group. In future, the markers of insulin resistance which are currently being used such as HOMA-IR and the gold standard hyperinsulinemic euglycemic clamping, they are both expensive and time-consuming. Therefore, a simple index like LAP, lipid accumulation product, a marker of visceral fat accumulation and associated insulin resistance in PCOS subjects has been proposed to identify girls at high cardiometabolic risk. The proposed index lipid accumulation product, it is a combination of 2 simple and easily obtainable parameters, which is the waist circumference and fasting triglycerides. Waist circumference provides us the truncal fat, which gives us the visceral fat depot. And the fasting triglycerides gives the long chain fatty acids, which are present in higher amount in the obese patients. So in the present study, we had a hypothesis that the lipid accumulation product, a simple index, can be used as a marker of insulin resistance in adolescent girls with PCOS. So we started our study with a research question: can lipid accumulation product be used as a marker of insulin resistance in adolescent girls with PCOS? Our aim was to study the correlation of LAP with HOMA-IR, and the second aim was to ascertain whether LAP is better than BMI, waist circumference, and waist hip ratio for detecting insulin resistance in adolescent girls with PCOS. So we recruited 25 adolescent girls from the outpatient clinic at Lady Hardinge Medical College, and they were diagnosed with PCOS using Rotterdam criteria. All the anthropometric parameters like BMI, waist circumference, waist hip ratio were done. Biochemical parameters, including the lipid parameters, that is the total cholesterol, triglycerides, HDL and LDL cholesterol, hormone profile, including follicle stimulating hormone, luteinizing hormone, serum testosterone levels was done, fasting blood sugars and fasting insulin levels were done in these girls. In all the 25 girls, we calculated HOMA-IR, which is a homeostatic model assessment of insulin resistance, by multiplying fasting blood sugar levels taken in milligram per deciliter with fasting plasma insulins in micro international units per liter, and we divided the product with 4.5. In our present study, we had taken a cutoff value of HOMA-IR more than 2.5 to define insulin resistance. LAP was calculated in all the subjects with the formula waist circumference minus 58 multiplied by triglycerides, where 58 was the minimum taken waist circumference for the girls Then LAP and other markers like BMI, waist circumference, and waist hip ratio were compared using the two-tailed Spearman correlation test, and also the analysis of the receiver operating characteristics curves was done for insulin resistance. The results obtained from the study were, out of the 25 girls in the study, 3 were found to be underweight, that is BMI was less than 18.5. 12 girls had normal BMI, 6 were overweight, and 4 were obese. The mean BMI was 24.7 with a standard deviation of 5 kg per meter square. Among the waist circumference, it was found that 13 out of 25 girls had a waist circumference more than 88 centimeters, where 88 centimeters is a cutoff for, it is one of the criteria for defining insulin, defining abdominal obesity according to the NCEP ATP guidelines for metabolic syndrome. The mean waist circumference in these girls was 80.66 centimeters with a standard deviation of 11.59 centimeters. The waist, among waist hip ratio, there were 14 girls with a waist hip ratio more than 0.85, where 0.85 was a cutoff given by the WHO expert consensus on diabetes. Thus, we found that despite the maximum number of girls in the girls had a BMI in the normal range, but they had a higher waist circumference and waist hip ratio. Thus, girls with PCOS have a tendency of central obesity. Among the lipid profile, most common dyslipidemia, which was found in these girls, was low HDL cholesterol, seen in 13 out of 25 girls, which accounts to 52% of the girls, followed by hypertriglyceridemia, which is rather uncommon, seen in 2 out of 25 girls. All the lipid parameters had mean values in the normal range, except for HDL, where the mean was 48.6. In the HOMA-IR, 14 girls out of 25 had HOMA-IR more than 2.5, which was the cutoff taken in the present study. So we also found that among the 10 overweight girls, that is BMI more than 25, 7 were insulin resistant, and among the 15 normal and underweight girls taken together, also we found that 7 girls were insulin resistant. So from this study, we found that there was a presence of insulin resistance out of proportion of the presence of obesity. Then we calculated the correlation of HOMA-IR with parameters like LAP, BMI, waist circumference, and waist hip ratio. So we found that LAP had a significant and strong positive correlation with HOMA-IR, where a correlation coefficient of 0.81 and a significant p-value of 0.02. Other parameters like BMI and waist circumference also showed lesser degrees of correlation and lesser degrees of significant correlation, whereas waist hip ratio had a correlation which was not significant. Then on the ROC curve analysis revealed the maximum cutoff of LAP to define insulin resistance as 34.68 with a sensitivity of 76% and specificity of 89%. LAP had the highest area under the curve, followed by waist circumference. And the area under the curve for LAP was 0.87. Therefore, it had the maximum diagnostic accuracy for insulin resistance. So from this study, we concluded that the insulin resistance is a feature of PCOS irrespective of the presence of obesity, and lipid accumulation product is an effective marker of insulin resistance than BMI, waist circumference, waist-hip ratio in these young adolescent girls. Therefore, a simple and an easily obtainable index like LAP can be useful to guard for cardiometabolic risk in these young adolescent girls. So, but further suggestion from our side would be further studies can be done with more number of girls to extrapolate the use of this index in the clinical management of young PCOS girls. Thank you.
Now I request my co-judges to put any queries if they have.
Alicia, that was a good evening, sir. Anupma.
Yes.
Alicia, that was a very good study, and I just want to know what the evidence is. If you compare your results with the Western world, so are there studies, that have been done in other countries as well?
Yes, ma'am.
This is a global problem.
Yes, ma'am. This lipid accumulation product has been extensively studied in the Western countries. Ours is the first ever published study that we've done on the Indian girls with PCOS, and all the previous studies have revealed similar results of that LAP is one of the best markers for detecting insulin resistance and other cardiovascular risk factors in the girls with PCOS worldwide.
Okay, that's very nice.
Alicia, how much the cutoff value for LAP you took?
Ma'am, we had
cutoff value for LAP.
Ma'am, we had obtained the cutoff value of LAP with the ROC curve analysis by taking the insulin resistance cutoff as 2.5, and the obtained value was 34.6 with the
But the others, yours is 34, but the other studies say. And how large are the previous studies about this LAP?
Ma'am, in previous studies, they have obtained different values of LAP, cutoff values of LAP, depending on the insulin resistance HOMA-IR cutoff taken. So, according to, if some studies have taken a lower cutoff like ours, 2.5, and they have obtained cutoff values around 30, and some have taken a higher HOMA-IR cutoff as 3.8. And they've obtained higher cutoff values for LAP. We had taken a lower cutoff of LAP because according to, if we take 3.8, it leaves many girls who can be at risk of developing insulin resistance, but we will leave those girls if we take a higher cutoff.
Yeah, Dr. Alicia, this is Dr. Piyush Gupta. I have one or two questions for you. Good study. Sure. Number one, what was your study design? Can you just give your answer in 2-3 words? What was your study design?
Sir, it was a cross-sectional study. We had taken 25 girls from the outpatient clinic.
That's okay. So you want to label it as a cross-sectional study. Yes. It was not a study of diagnostic accuracy. Okay. The second question is, I have a question about the cutoff values you have used to define body mass index. Yes. The cutoffs which you have taken are for adults cutoff. They are not used for adolescents. I have a doubt on that, so I'd like you to clarify, number one. Secondly, even for adults, those cutoffs are for Western population. Yes. For Indian population, the BMI cutoffs are different. So will you be able to explain why you took those cutoffs, absolute values, and that to the Western?
So since we had taken the abdominal, all the cutoffs that we had taken in this study were according to the Western population only, like waist circumference also 88. We had taken a cutoff. For Indian population, it's less than 80. And
Okay, any queries from Dr. Smita? Dr. Smita Kondal? Okay, Dr. Alisha, I just want to know, can you critically analyze your study and tell us what is the limitation of your study?
So one of the limitations is that we have taken less number of patients.
What was the actual sample size of your study?
So this study includes 25 girls.
No, but what is, if you go by the statistics, what is the actual sample size? Have you calculated?
No, sir, we had taken a convenient sample of 25 girls.
Okay. If there is no, if there is any other question, otherwise, okay. So thank you, Dr. Alisha.
Next.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you,
Alisha. Now we have next presentation by Dr. Shaila Jamal. Is she online? Dr.
Yes,
Shaila?
sir. I'm here.
Yeah,
Yes,
on the
sir.
line. She will be talking on presenting her paper on menstrual health index, a novel approach to assess safe menstrual practices in adolescents. So welcome to Dr. Shaila Jamal. You can present your paper.
Okay, very good evening to one and all. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. On this evening, I will present a study on menstrual health index, a novel approach to assess safe menstrual practices in adolescents. We all know menstrual health and hygiene comes with a hashtag of no more limits, but we all equally know that provision of safe and dignified menstruation, especially in adolescents and especially in a country like ours, is
Dr.
still
Shaila,
a far
share your slides.
Cannot see your PPT presentation.
Share your slides.
Is that visible now? Sir, is that visible now?
No.
Can you please help
No,
her?
no. I'll just do it. I'll just share it for you.
Nirav, can you allow me to share my screen?
It's allowed. I'll just share it for you. Wait. It's already allowed.
Uh,
You can see it.
I believe I'm sharing my screen now.
Yes, you're sharing your screen, but now go to your presentation.
Yes.
Slideshow. Yes.
Is it visible now?
Yes, now you can continue.
Okay. So, menstrual health index, a novel approach to assess safe menstrual practices in adolescents. We all know menstruation health and hygiene comes with hashtag of no more limits, but we equally know that safe and dignified menstrual provision in a country like ours for adolescents especially is still a far-fetched dream. We have so many barriers to look into, like availability, accessibility, affordability, infrastructural supports, understanding menstrual needs. Making policies and their implementation is again very difficult. So why do we need an assessment tool for measuring menstrual health? Because it has to be a structured assessment and not a vague one. We have to analyze each and every component of menstrual health, and it has to be standardized in accordance with global standards and along with having a regional outlook also. Based on these, interventional tools can also be designed. So these menstrual health hygiene component and their evaluation with this using standard tools are aligned with idea of attaining sustainable development goal 3 targets and Swachh Bharat mission as has been initiated by Honorable Prime Minister. So when we develop any such tools, we have to look into the facilities provided by WASH and MHM self-efficacy guidelines, which evaluates 3 components, that is individual knowledge about menstruation, social environment and supporting structures, and availability of material resources. So as yet, were we having any tool for assessing menstrual health? The answer is yes. It was devised 7 years back in 2013 by UNICEF. We agree that it was an exhaustive and comprehensive tool, but again, it took a lot of time. Dedicated menstrual educators were needed, and it was designed only for schoolgirls. So as yet, we need to have a modification of menstrual health and hygiene assessment tool so as we can improve communication and follow-up becomes easier to design interventions and strategies. Last year, only a green paper was presented in Geneva, Switzerland, which highlighted that we need to monitor menstruation and its health and hygiene. But again, they failed to provide any standard assessment tool in their paper. We developed this menstrual health index in accordance with the best practices for developing validating scales for health, social, and behavioral research. So this menstrual health index, a novel assessment tool, had to be a very basic one, screening tool, user friendly, and visual aids were also supplied in this, as we will discuss later on. So MHI composed of 4 components. One is core menstrual health assessment regarding length, flow, and duration and pain. Second is type of menstrual sanitation used by the girls. Third is availability of wash facility and privacy and safety in availing these wash facilities. And fourth is evaluating psychosexual component. So study design, when we discuss, it was a prospective cohort study of 3 months. Girls between the age of 11 to 13 years were interrogated, questionnaire-based study. We divided the study into 3 areas, rural, urban, and slum areas. Sample size was 3,000 as it was a pilot study. Out of 3,000, 2,860 participated. Pre-designed pro forma with visual aids like vase models for uterus and ovaries and charts for explaining menstrual cycles were handed over. And when we calculated menstrual health index, each segment was given a score of 1 to 3. Minimum score was 1, maximum was 36. Score between 1 to 12 was assessed as poor, 13 to 24 was average, and 25 to 36 was good. Individual parameters were also evaluated. The participants who were not able to read, as in slum areas, were assisted by the volunteers which accompanied in the camp process. The collected data was analyzed simply using percentage method so as it is made more user friendly, and 2 types of calculations were done: composite menstrual health index and component menstrual health index. So interventional tools like planning a visit to doctor, counseling session arrangement, provision of sanitation option, upgrading of wash facilities wherever feasible and possible were also proposed. So when we discuss results, majority of the participants were from urban area and 19% of the slum dwellers participated. When we calculated composite MHI, as expected, as high as 54% of the slum dwellers had a poor menstrual health index, but equally surprising was a poor menstrual health index in rural and urban areas in equal frequency. When the component analysis was done, menstrual cycle disturbances were found to be in higher frequency in urban areas. When menstrual sanitation component was analyzed, we found that it was bad as expected in slum areas. But yes, rural girls were also suffering from lack of availability of safe menstrual sanitation options. When we analyzed wash facilities, slum dwellers reported 34% of the slum dwellers reported very unsafe and unprivate toilet facilities, but in 16% of the rural girls, this facility was also lacking. In psychosocial aspects, 44% of the slum dwellers told that they restricted themselves to their shanty or under the bridge while they're menstruating, but rural girls were also found to be having a higher percentage of the skipping of the schools and social meets during their menstruation. Severe mood changes were observed in a higher frequency in urban girls. So follow-up, a 3 months follow-up program was done. Interventional tools were introduced. Concurrent validity was mapped, and construct validity needs still to be done using higher samples. But we did a 2-way mapping procedure in which both the problems which were at the user end and at the provider end were highlighted. Composite MHI, after 3 months, when it was rescored, we found an improvement in composite MHI. The frequency of poor MHI reduced in all the 3 population after adequate intervention. When we mapped MHI on Cronbach's alpha scale, MHI measured 0.82, which falls in the range of good assessment tool. So it definitely has good utility, and with adequate interventions, there are improvement in scores also. As said, it is easy and user-friendly. Follow-up can be designed and reports can be shared with government, NGOs, and individual activists and organizations. To conclude, composite MHI concept needs to be developed. We need quick tools, as discussed earlier, which were user-friendly and they assess a specific need. In this light, MHI is a good indicator of assessing prevailing menstrual practices and problems in a specific area, but we propose further larger surveys with good sample size to assess its validity further and propose modifications, if any. Thank you.
Dr. Srila, that was a very good study.
what I would like to add is that you've given the entire results in percentages. Your sample size is almost to the tune of 2,860. So it would have been nice if you could have, mentioned the numbers as well. The number
Yes,
and the
ma'am.
percentage would have been better rather than just giving us the percentage. That was
Yes, it was just done to highlight the results that we found. But yes, the entire report is with me, entire paper is with me, and individual component number. In fact, univariate and multivariate analysis has also been done, which I did not present over here, owing to lack of time, ma'am.
Dr. Sheila, Dr. Savita Singhal here. Just two questions for
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Please, how you name the type of the study? What type of study you?
Pardon, ma'am?
The type of the study. How
It
you
was a
name?
prospective cohort study.
Okay. And what type of interventions you took? Because you told it is a 3-month follow-up study after some interventions.
Okay.
So what type of
Okay, ma'am.
interventions you followed during these 3 months? Because
Okay, ma'am. Since, as I told, that composite MHI calculation was done and component MHI analysis was done. So this is a vertical calculation and a horizontal calculation. In horizontal calculation, you see which component of menstrual health and hygiene is lagging behind. Based on that, specific tools were developed. Suppose if a majority of the girls they reported that they are having severe pain associated with menstruation, a visit to gynecologist or local doctor was planned for them. In fact, they were provided with dignity kit, which contained safe menstrual sanitation option like reusable cloth pad, single-use sanitary pad, a tablet of Drotavarin, and a hand wash and one towel. So that composed of that dignity kit.
were you able to do some intervention in the form of providing toilets and that sort of thing?
Okay.
Privacy
So,
type of
as I
thing?
told, ma'am, two-way mapping. Yeah, ma'am. Two-way mapping of the problem was done. One was done at the user end. What were the problems that they were having in assessing safe menstrual sanitation option, and one was at the provider end. Like the study we did in rural area, we submitted our report to the sarpanch, and he has promised that he will be developing the infrastructural support because he was not knowing only that such kind of provisions had to be provided to these girls.
Okay, good study.
Yeah. Dr. Shaila, this is Dr. Piyush Gupta. I just have another question. Dr. Savita has already asked it, but I have some confusion about the study design. You said it is a prospective cohort study. At some point, you are saying there is some intervention. So firstly, I'm confused whether this is an interventional study or whether this is an observational study. Secondly, if you say it's a prospective cohort study, I like to know each girl were measured or was questioned or approached how many times during the period of your study?
Okay, sir.
Only
So
once or
each
more
girl
than
was,
once?
sir, it was a 3-month spread out study, and volunteers from our organization contacted each girl at the end of their menstruation 3 times. Like we presume that they will be menstruating at least 3 times in this entire 3 months duration, and that is how menstrual cycle mapping was also done. So they were contacted at a minimum of 3 times during these 3 months period. And regarding the design of the study, it will study by that measure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Stella, just one query. What is
Ji, sir.
the follow-up rate? You could follow all 100% your cohort for 3 months, or there was some dropout?
No, sir. There was a strict follow-up. There was no drop rate because counseling was done on one-to-one basis. It required a lot of time, lot of manpower and resources. But we just wanted to know whether this is a good tool or not. We, sort of did all our efforts.
0% dropout. I wonder. This is I've never seen a study which does not have a single dropout till date. You are a commendable worker, and you should do more research.
It's really hard to believe that you had no dropouts amongst the
take her words, because if they have done sincerely and strictly follow up with their volunteers, then probably they could achieve
No, it is commendable if it is can be achieved.
Dr. Sheila, one more question. Dr. Savita Singhal. See, how many volunteers you are having? Because there were about 300 participants were there. How many volunteers were there? So you must have.
How many volunteers?
volunteers you used for conducting this study?
Okay. So, ma'am, we recruited a total of 60 volunteers, and majority of the volunteers were from their community itself. Like in one school, menstrual health heroes were marked, and they are conducting the studies. Suppose we are choosing, suppose in a school, I'll give an example of a
You
school.
were basically
The students
doing the schools only. When you're going to schools belonging to that area, and then
designated menstrual health heroes are in slum areas also.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Jamal, Dr. Sheila. Thank you very much. It was a nice presentation. Thank you very much.
So, sorry to interrupt you, sir. We have 3 more paper
Yes.
presentations.
So now we will be doing the next one. Just wait. We will be now doing the next one with Dr. Hitanshi Arora, if she is online. Dr. Hitanshi Arora. Are you online?
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. So you will be presenting on clinical, metabolic and hormonal effect of metformin versus combined therapy with metformin and myo-inositol and D-tyroinositol in adolescents PCOS, a randomized controlled trial, right?
Yes. Yes.
So you start your presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. This is Dr. Hitanshi Arora. My study is on comparison of clinical, metabolic, and hormonal effects of metformin versus combined therapy.
Presentation is not visible.
Sorry, ma'am?
Presentation is not visible.
Yes, ma'am.
PPT.
Yes, ma'am. And now is it visible?
No. Please open.
Is it visible, ma'am?
No.
No, it is not. Dr.
Mr.
Hitanshi,
Neeram?
open your PPT in the background first, then come back to the Zoom screen.
Yes, sir. Share.
Come to the Zoom screen, click on the share screen button, and select the PPT window that will appear there that says Microsoft PowerPoint. Or if it is difficult, then I'll do it for you from my screen.
Sir, no. Now it is. Is it now visible, sir?
Yeah, please play it in the slideshow mode.
Good evening, everyone. This is Dr. Hitanshi Arora, Senior Resident from PGIMS Rohtak. This study was conducted under the guidance of Dr. Anupma Bahadur, Unit Head, Obs and Gynae, AIMS Rishikesh. My study is on comparison of clinical, metabolic, and hormonal effects of metformin versus combined therapy with metformin and myo-inositol and D-chiroinositol in adolescent women with PCOS. It was a randomized controlled trial. PCOS, as we know, is one of the most common endocrine disorders of female. It affects almost 5 to 10% of women. It's a known risk factor for many abnormalities like infertility, metabolic syndrome, endometrial hyperplasia, endometrial carcinoma, type 2 diabetes mellitus, and increased cardiovascular diseases. The prevalence of PCOS varies worldwide, ranging from 3.7 to 22% in India. PCOS is defined according to Rotterdam's criteria, according to which 2 of the following 3 criteria should be met to define a patient as PCOS patient. First criteria is oligo and or anovulation. Second criteria is biochemical or clinical hyperandrogenism, for example, acne, hirsutism, and alopecia. Third criteria is polycystic ovaries. Adult PCOS and adolescent PCOS are different in the sense that ultrasound could not be used for the diagnosis of PCOS because of high incidence of multifollicular ovaries in those patients in this life stage, and those with a gynecological age of less than 8 years, that is less than 8 years after menarche. PCOS is the pathophysiology of PCOS involves complex interaction of increased androgen production and insulin resistance. So my study, that is the clinical, metabolic, and hormonal effects of metformin versus combined therapy of metformin and MI and DCI, was conducted at AIMS Rishikesh with the collaboration of Department of Obs and Gynae and Department of Biochemistry. The objective of this study was to compare the clinical, metabolic, and hormonal effects of metformin versus combined therapy of MI and metformin and DCI. It was a randomized controlled trial conducted from January 2017 to September 2018. 15 to 19 years of age of girls
were included in the study according to Dr. Tim's criteria. A total of 22 patients in group 1 were analyzed and 20 in group 2 were analyzed. Women with PCOS according to Rotterdam criteria were included, 15 to 19 years of age, those who were willing to participate, and those patients who were already on other treatment of PCOS and deranged LFTs, KFTs, uncontrolled thyroid disorders, hyperprolactinemia, known hypersensitivity to any of the drugs given in this study were excluded. These were the parameters which were assessed. Clinical parameters included BMI, waist to hip ratio, hirsutism by modified Fermin-Galloway score, acne by global acne score. Metabolic and hormonal parameters included lipid profile, blood sugar fasting and postprandial, insulin fasting and postprandial, LH and FSH ratio, serum testosterone, DHEAS, HOMA-IR index. This is my consort diagram. Total 50 patients were assessed for eligibility, out of which 6 were excluded because 4 did not meet the inclusion criteria and 2 declined to participate. So total of 44 patients were randomized into 2 groups. First group received metformin 500 milligrams BD for 6 months, and second group received metformin 500 milligrams plus myoinositol 550 milligrams plus D-cryoinositol 150 milligrams twice a day for 6 months. In group 1, all the patients followed up. So in group 1, 22 patients were analyzed at the end of 6 months, while in group 2, 2 patients were lost to follow-up, so only 20 patients were analyzed. These were my results. It was seen that in group 2, as compared to baseline after 6 months, a statistically significant difference was seen in terms of global acne score, modified Fermin-Galloway score, BMI, hip circumference, total cholesterol, postprandial blood sugar, and postprandial insulin. However, no statistically significant difference was seen in both the groups, that is in group 1 and group 2, in terms of waist-hip ratio, LH, FSH, LH, FSH ratio, testosterone, DHEAS, triglycerides, LDL, FBS, fasting insulin, and HOMA-IR. These are my graphs showing global acne score in both the groups. Statistically significant difference was seen in group 2 in terms of global acne score, modified Fermin-Galloway score, BMI, cholesterol, postprandial blood sugar, postprandial insulin. So what are inositols? Inositols are a new group of drugs. These belong to vitamin B complex groups, and these are devoid of toxicity because they are water soluble and are commonly found in fruits, nuts, and vegetables. Why are they so important? Because these are involved in glucose metabolism, and therefore their deficiency may contribute to insulin resistance. Two of the most commonly studied drugs, that is two of the most commonly studied inositols are myoinositols and D-chirioinositol. Myoinositol is essential for oocyte development, and it improves the in vitro maturation of oocytes. It produces second messenger for FSH and uptake of glucose, therefore improving the quality of oocyte. It has been seen that those oocytes in which there is increased myoinositol, there is increased rate of increased fertility and increased IVF rates have been seen. DCI, on the other hand, is important as it helps in decreasing the insulin resistance, and also it helps in glycogen synthesis in the cells, in the ovarian cells, and causes increased androgen production. Myoinositol can be converted into D-chirioinositol by the enzyme epimerase. Epimerase is present in all the tissues, and according to different tissue requirements, it is present in different tissues. Insulin resistant ovary is not insulin resistant as unlike other tissues. Therefore, when there is increased insulin because of the insulin resistance in PCOS, there is increased conversion of MI to DCI in PCOS patients. Thus, there is increased hyperandrogenism in these patients, which can be seen in the form of acne, hirsutism, and alopecia in these patients. Also, there is impaired follicular maturation, which leads to anovulation, oligoovulation, and infertility. This is known as DCI paradox. Deficiency, therefore, this slide we have already discussed. These are the studies. These are some of the studies in which myoinositol's effect and metformin's effect have been studied. This was a study by Frusetti et al. A comparison of two insulin sensitizers, that is metformin and myoinositol, was done in PCOS patients, and it was found that there was no significance between the two groups. This was a study by Anya et al., in which it was seen that MI not only improved the biochemical and hormonal parameters, but also improved the fertility outcome and additionally decreasing the insulin resistance. In this study, MI and metformin were compared. One more study by Artini et al. In this endocrine and clinical effects of myoinositol was seen in PCOS patients, and it was also seen that it modifies the reproductive.
But Hitanshi, time is out. Be fast. Just take half a minute.
Thus, in this study, a synergistic effect of metformin and MI and DCI were seen, and it was seen that less metformin-related side effect, better efficacy, and lesser side effects were seen. So to conclude, these are newer drugs and have not been extensively studied, especially not in the adolescent population as such, but they have a promising role in adolescent women with PCOS and may be tried in these patients. The limitations of my study are that, that there was a relatively smaller sample size, larger randomized control trials are required, and all the patients in this trial belong to same geographical location. Thus, the results may not be extrapolated with rest of the countries. Similar studies are required. Thank you.
So now it is open for questions answers. Dr. Savita. Dr. Savita, madam, if there is any question.
Okay. Yeah, Dr. Hitanshi, good presentation. I have only 2 questions from you.
Yes, ma'am.
One is how you decided the sample size, and secondly, how you did the randomization, method of randomization and sample size.
Ma'am, randomization was generated by SPSS software, and random number table was generated, and ma'am, the sample size was ma'am, with the help of my statistician, ma'am.
What were your result? Which drug you seem to be better? Which combination?
Ma'am, metformin plus MI plus DCI had better results as compared to metformin alone. That is, the group 2 had better results, ma'am.
They were significantly better or just...
No, ma'am, significantly better, ma'am. Significantly better in terms of global acne score, modified Ferriman-Galloway score, postprandial insulin, total cholesterol, postprandial glucose, and ma'am, BMI also.
What were clinical effects?
Ma'am, there was improved global acne score and modified Ferriman-Galloway score. That is, decreased hirsutism and decreased acne in these patients. And clinical, ma'am, and they were psychologically even more satisfied as compared to the patients with metformin alone.
Okay. Over to Dr. Ashok, Dr. Piyush.
I don't have any question, ma'am. You've already asked. I was asking the same questions. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you, Dr. Hitashi. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
And now we invite our senior category presentation. First is Dr. Vijayshri. She is online. Yes, Dr. Vijayshri is online. Dr. Vijayshri, you will be presenting your paper on study of efficacy of cypoterone acetate and ethinyl estradiol in adolescent PCOS with androgenic symptom. If you are ready, please share your screen.
Yes, sir. Just now. Sir, I'm having some problems, sir. 1 second.
Yes.
I'm sharing my screen, but it's not audible.
Please
Can
help.
you help, ma'am, please?
Please help.
Nirav?
Doctor, please open the PPT in the background. Come to the Zoom screen.
Yeah.
Great. No. Please stop sharing it. I'll just guide you. Please stop sharing.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay. Have you opened the PPT in the background? Is your PPT already open?
1 second, sir. Just now I'll open.
Okay, sure.
I opened it, sir.
Yeah. Now come to the Zoom screen, please.
1 second, sir. 1 second. So sorry to bother you. 1 second. Sir, I'm not able to open this.
What are you not able to open? Can you please open the PPT?
No, green screen. Oh, 1 second, sir. Okay, sir.
So click on the share screen, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And select the PPT window. Yes.
Yes, sir. I got it.
Yes, yes.
I'm sorry, sir, for
Yeah.
the inconvenience.
Slideshow mode. Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Very good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Vijayashree. Greetings from Khammam. Today, I would start my presentation with a clinical scenario. Many medicos and dental students attend our OPD with complaints of excess hair growth, acne, and irregular menstruation. Invariably, they are obese. They are already undergone some cosmetic treatment before they came here. They're always very anxious about their appearance, and cause would be definitely PCOS on ultrasound, or they come with FHS-LH reports. So when I see them, they're very much anxious, stressed out, very depressed, lack of concentration was there, going down in studies. They have low esteem and completely chaosed. So I thought I would do something good for them. So I thought a topic on cyproterone acetate with ethylene estradiol combination in these adolescent PCOS with androgenic symptoms. It is the need of the hour. But then I had so many doubts whether these girls will accept for 21 days. Then I started counseling them. Definitely hirsutism, acne, and other common symptoms are very distressing. So these taking intake of these tablets is definitely better than those distressing symptoms. So we counsel them, and they were definitely agreeing and got enrolled in our study. So this present study was undertaken. So the objective was to study the efficacy and side effects of cyproterone acetate in combination with ethinyl estradiol in the management of hyperandrogenism in adolescents. So this was not a simple task, sir. We had a lot of headache because already they were using so many medications. Again, when they come to us, we prescribe another 21 days tablet for 3 cycles, 6 cycles. Somehow we were able to counsel them and convince them. So this was a prospective observational study done in Mamata Medical College over a period of 1 year. 50 adolescents who are having hyperandrogenic features were included in our study. We already obtained demographic data. Relevant history related to the especially menstrual history was noted. General examination height and weight recorded, and the BMI was calculated. Excess hair growth and severity of acne were definitely recorded. Breast and thyroid also was examined for all these girls. All of them were given combination of cyproterone acetate 2 milligram and ethinyl estradiol 0.35 microgram from day 1 to 21 of the menstrual cycle. Follow-up was done for 6 months for all of them to look for the improvement of the symptoms, and at the same time we also look for side effects. So my results were included. Almost 80% of the cases were between 15 to 18 years of age, and only 2 patients were there less than 15 years. Both of them were the siblings of the already enrolled girls. And more than 18 years, we had 16% of them which were enrolled. 90% of them were unmarried, but then they were all doing their graduation course. So most of them were medical students along with dental students. Nursing students are also included. So they were all doing the graduation course. Some people were married, but then they were not keen about pregnancy. They were very worried about their acne, hirsutism, and menstrual irregularities. Coming to the clinical features, 3/4 of them had menstrual abnormalities, 68% had acne, 1/3 of them had hirsutism, so more than 50% of them were obese, and a few of them are having dysmenorrhea with associated thyroid disorders. But noteworthy point, clinical features most of them were having. So coming to menstrual irregularity, 72% had menstrual irregularity. Among that 72%, 94% of them were oligomenorrhagic. Only 6% were puberty menorrhagia. After 3 cycles of treatment with cyproterone, 78% had regular menstruation with a normal flow, and 96% showed good improvement in 6 cycles. Coming to acne, 68% had acne. We categorized them into severity according to the counting the papules and pustules on their face. Less than 10 papules were mild, 10 to 25 were moderate, more than 25 were severe. Coming to pustules, less than 10 were mild, more than 10 were severe. Accordingly, we categorize them, and most of them, almost everybody, they already undergone treatment with the doxycycline, some amount of creams, then estrogen, progesterone combination drugs, and also antibacterial ointments. All these were used by them by the time they came to us. Then additionally, we are given cyproterone with ethinyl estradiol combination. After 3 treatment cycles, 42% showed disappearance of papules. But it had taken a long time, 6 cycles for us, for at least 96% of them to improve their acne. And noteworthy point here is 10% of them had platelet-rich plasma therapy for acne scars. They had a very bad scars, which we could motivate them and do that. Here, I want to acknowledge my derma friends who have done very good job and helped us a lot in treating these adolescents. They had removed the blood from them itself, withdrawn the blood, they did the centrifugation, the platelet-rich plasma was separated, and the same thing was injected to the scar sites. The 3 such cycles they were doing, so that it showed a little bit of improvement, at least 50% of improvement was there definitely. Coming to hirsutism, 30% had hirsutism. There was change in the texture of the hair. We noted whether the coarse hair has come to fine, hard to soft, dark to light. We were observing that. Frequency of waxing was also considered. After giving cyproterone, everything was fine. There was a fine hair, then it was soft and it became light, and frequency of waxing also decreased. So treatment cycles, 76% improved after 3 cycles and 96% after 6 cycles. 2% of them had laser therapy for hirsutism. Obviously, most of them had gone to beauty parlors before they came to us. They were having shaving, waxing, bleaching, electrolysis, etc. by the time they came to us. But then cyproterone definitely did its job. So in a nutshell, on the whole, there was definitely improvement of menstrual abnormalities and acne and hirsutism. Some extent to after 3 cycles, but up to 96% after 6 cycles of treatment. 2 of them had headache and nausea with the therapy. None of them discontinued the treatment in spite of those side effects. 3/4 of them were very much satisfied with the treatment. 4 of them complained that daily ingestion of the tablets were distressing in spite of giving good results. But then they also realized the symptoms of hyperandrogenism is worse than this daily intake of the tablets. They definitely got convinced and continued the tablets. So none of them discontinued in my study. Then the story was not ended here. Then I was reviewing the literature. There I found 2.2 per 10,000 exposed women were having venous thromboembolism, especially with the cyproterone acetate. 4 epidemiological studies were done, including WHO. But luckily, in our study, we didn't come across any adolescent venous thromboembolism in spite of obesity and PCOS. At another study of 1,000 patients of PCOS with the dysmenorrhea was reported, combined beneficial effects of cyproterone with ethinyl estradiol. There in their study, complete abolition of dysmenorrhea was present after 4 to 12 cycles. But we also had adolescents with dysmenorrhea in our study. After 3 cycles, reasonably decreased.
Dr. Vijayeshwari, time is over.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Last slide. By the end of 6 cycles, 64% had low-grade acne in Gorlick study. In our case, we found 96% of improvement with the platelet-rich plasma therapy. So take-home message, the combination of cyproterone with ethinyl estradiol definitely effective in reducing symptoms of hyperandrogenism, useful in regularizing periods. In spite of nausea, headache, and other, the therapy was very much well tolerated. These are my references. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, ma'am. Thank you.
Dr. Savita, if you have any
Yeah,
queries.
Dr. Vijayeshwari, good study.
Thank you, ma'am.
One thing is how you decided for the hyperandrogenism, what criteria you took for the hyperandrogenism. Second, what is the load of your gynae patients in hospital? And third, you gave additional treatments along with the cyproterone to how many patients?
Ma'am, actually, I just took the clinical criteria, ma'am. That's all. When I saw that acne and these things, most of them had FHS, LH, and diagnosed PCOS reports with them. And I took only clinical criteria in our study, at least.
No, you took menstrual abnormality also was one of the criteria. Now, how you decided about the hyperandrogenism? Acne and this hirsutism is okay. You took this menstrual abnormality as well. Okay, what is gynae load in all? gynae workload in your hospital?
Ma'am, clinic. I didn't get you, ma'am. I'm sorry.
How many total gynae patients you're having in your hospital in OPD?
Oh, gynae cases. Okay, ma'am. Every day 120 patients, madam, new patients. Every day around 120 new patients of gynae. Not PCOS, generally gynae OPD.
And in how many patients you use additional treatment apart from this combination? Because that will also affect your results. Additional treatments. You told us some plasma rich, some laser.
Actually, in our study, only 5 patients we took, madam, because they were accepting. When we told them, they were all worried about the cosmesis and beauty conscious. So when we told about them, they were ready to do it. Only we just started like a pilot study. And dermatology
So
PG,
why
we are given
planning
one
the
thesis.
study? When you planned the study, at that time you decided that you'll give the additional treatments along with this?
No. Initially, we didn't think of, madam. I thought of only cyproteron with ethylene estradiol. By chance, among them, when they got convinced, we started doing the other part also with the help of our dermatologists. We didn't plan initially, madam.
Dr. Piyush?
Yeah, just one question, Dr. Vijayashree.
Yes,
can
sir.
you tell us what is the major limitation of your study and study design?
Actually, they were all medical and dental students, sir. Majority of them, my actually general population also had come, as ma'am told, but they were not willing to get enrolled. And those tablets, they would have taken prescription and gone away. Even we took the phone numbers also, but they were not ready to get enrolled in the study. So limitation was I could not take the general population. Majority of them were our students only.
Don't you think that this was a single limb study? Having a control group would have added most robustness to your design. So that's, I think, that is a very major limitation you need to have highlighted.
Definitely, sir. Actually, we started as a study. Now I wanted to add metformin also along with that. We are doing the next study. Actually, metformin in combination with cyproteron, metformin alone, metformin with drospirenone. Next study was
Dr.
that.
Anupama,
Just wanted
you
to
have
do
any query?
No, sir.
Dr. Anupama?
No, sir. No queries.
Okay, I was also thinking of this. Dr. Piyush has already talked that if you have another arm, then it would have been better to compare the results. Thank you very much, Dr. Vijayashree. Thank you for your presentation. Now we come to our last presentation, that is by Dr. Rakhi Singh, and it is on, her paper is on adolescent pregnancy in Patna Medical College. She will share her experience. Dr. Rakhi, are you there on the line? Dr. Rakhi?
Yes, she's there. Please unmute.
Dr. Rakhi Singh, if you are on the line, please share your screen.
Sure, yeah.
Nirav, can you help Rakhi?
Dr. Rakhi, have you opened your presentation?
Yeah. Yeah, sir. Good evening, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving opportunity to me. Good evening, respected chairperson, dignitaries, and dear
Dr.
colleagues.
Rakhi, please share your
I am
slide.
Dr. Rakhi Singh.
Dr. Rakhi, your presentation is not visible. Please, is your PPT open in the background now?
Not visible.
Is
Yeah,
your
PPT is open, sir.
Okay, so now come to
Yes,
the
sir.
Zoom, please. Come to the Zoom screen. Do you see the green share screen button at the bottom?
Green share.
Share screen button. Kindly
Zoom
click
video.
on that. Then it will show you multiple windows. Out of that, choose the Microsoft PowerPoint window and share it. We can't hear you, Dr. Rakhi.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Yeah, have you opened your presentation?
Are you
We can't see it. You need to share the presentation with us. Please come to the Zoom screen. Come on to the Zoom screen. Do you see a green share screen button there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, click on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Click on that
Yes,
share
sir.
screen button. Now select your presentation that you want to share. It will show you Microsoft PowerPoint window. Don't share the entire desktop. Select the only presentation. Kindly click on share screen. It will show you multiple windows, out of which choose the Microsoft PowerPoint window. Is your PowerPoint open?
Yes, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yes.
Is it visible, sir?
Slideshow mode. Put it in slideshow mode.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, it is
I am
visible.
audible to you?
Put it in the slideshow mode.
Slides.
At the bottom right, do you see 65% written? Next to that, there is a button on the left. Yeah. Press that button.
Yeah, sir. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for giving me opportunity, sir. Good evening, respected chairperson, dignitaries, and dear colleague. I am Dr. Rakhi Singh, Assistant Professor, Arts and Gynae Department of PMCH.
Stick to your time,
Yes, sir.
please.
Yes, sir. I am presenting my adolescent paper on adolescent pregnancy and its outcome, an analytical study in our hospital. Adolescence is a period of transition from childhood to adulthood. According to WHO, it is 11 to 19 years. Teenage form 20% of Indian population. It has been estimated that about 16 million female of age 14 to 19 years age give birth yearly worldwide, as it is equivalent to 11% of total births. Teenage mothers and their babies are at high risk of developing health problems such as anemia, eclampsia, preterm delivery. This study aims at an analytical study of teenage pregnancy and its outcome to find out incidence of teenage pregnancy, incidence of maternal, medical, obstetrical complication and fetal complication, risk associated with teenage pregnancy, analysis of factors contributing to teenage pregnancy, and find out strategies for prevention of problems. Materials and methods, inclusion criteria, all the teenage pregnancies of any trimester admitted to labor of emergency in PMCH were taken for study. 398 cases during the period of 1 year from January 2019 to December 19 were included. Mothers were asked about age, marital status, period of gestation, parity, mode of termination, any antenatal or postnatal complication, neonatal outcomes were also recorded. Exclusion criteria included pregnant women of more than 19 years of age and women with medical problems prior to pregnancy. Results showed total number of patients admitted to labor room from January to December 19 was 8,314, whereas number of teenage girls was 398, that is 4.78%, which is only tip of iceberg. According to National Family Health Survey 2009, prevalence in India is 16%. Most of teenage girls belong to 18 to 19 years age group, then less than 18 years was 96.48%. Most of them, about 92%, were primary gravida. According to their period of gestation, 82.9% presented at term, 5.3% presented at preterm, while about 12% of cases presented in their first and second trimester. All this showed in pie chart. Total number of deliveries, vaginal delivery plus cesarean section occurred in labor room was 5,711, whereas in teenage women, 332 out of 398, and that is 83.4%, and 5.81% of total birth, in which vaginal delivery was 61%, whereas about 39% went for cesarean section. First and second trimester pregnancy loss was seen in 29 out of 47 cases. Conservative management done in 37 cases for various reasons. Unmarried pregnant girls, including rape cases, were 8 in numbers. All this shows in pie chart. Most common indication of cesarean section was fetal distress, either alone or with premature rupture of membrane, and that was 41.86%, followed by other indications like SDP, CPD, primary with breech, antepartum hemorrhage, obstructed labor, failed induction, and failed forceps. Other surgical interventions were also needed in few patients, like 3 cases went for laparotomy for ectopic pregnancy and 1 for inversion of uterus. Hysterectomy was also done for septic abortion in 1 case, incomplete or missed abortion in 24 cases, Instrumental delivery was done in 4 cases, whereas molar pregnancy, cervical tear, complete perineal tear, and PPH was done in each in 1 case. RS negative was seen in 3% of cases. Medical disorders were also prevalent among teenage patients with pregnancy, like severe anemia when hemoglobin percent was less than 7 gram per deciliter in 9.04%, needed more than 1 blood and blood product transfusion, whereas moderate anemia was more prevalent. This was followed by SDP, heart disease, hepatitis with HBs, HE positive, immunocompromised, jaundice and other were also present. Twin pregnancy seen in 2 cases and IUD was seen in 6 cases. Mortality was seen in 3 cases of adolescent women due to severe anemia, heart disease and antepartum eclampsia. Neonatal outcome was most of them babies were born alive 87.65%. About 10% babies were deeply asphyxiated and 2.4% baby died. Low birth weight baby was seen in 47% of cases. Discussion. Teenage mothers and their babies are at high risk of developing health problems. Risk associated with teenage pregnancy like anemia, moderate to severe, SDP with preeclampsia or eclampsia, premature rupture membrane seen more due to poor hygiene, IUGR, low birth weight, prematurity, exposure to risk of STD including HIV, psychological instability. Pregnancy outside marriage have the risk of unsafe termination and leading to sepsis and hemorrhage. Factors included factors for resulting this like social factor, poverty, illiteracy, inadequate information about reproduction, peer pressure, family factors like grandparents wish in family for early marriage, traditional and cultural behavior, cultural isolation, customs, fatalism may also due to sexual assault. Teenage pregnancy strategies that should be taken like teenage pregnancy has to be tackled as priority to ease the socio-economic burden by improving in antenatal monitoring, lack of transportation services, poor access to healthcare providers, adequate neonatal care in vulnerable cases. All can be seen as 5A, like awareness or lack of it, access or lack of it to healthcare, absence or human power crisis in healthcare, affordability or cost of healthcare, accountability or lack of it for taking responsibility. Teenage pregnancy prevention program. The teenage pregnancy is a major public health issue because it directly affects the immediate and long-term well-being of mother, father, and child. In order to prevent this, our society has to improve adolescent reproduction and sexual health by improving education system, delaying age of marriage, meeting unmet contraceptive need, comprehensive understanding of abstinence, contraceptive devolution, and emergency contraception. Community education is a unique concept to involve men for removing gender inequality. Attitude of men needs to be changed. Freedom of movement, decision making, economic liberty of these young girls is of prime concern. Beti Bachao and Beti Padhao. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Rachi Singh, for sharing your experience. Basically, it was an observational study, and she has just shared her experience at her center about the teenage pregnancy.
Yeah.
Dr. Do you have any queries?
Piyush Gupta here. Well, again, ma'am, just a suggestion, not a query. Again, like in the previous study, it would be have been nice if there was they were compared with the normal pregnancies, and so that you could stress out your point more emphatically that yes, there is a problem in teenage pregnancy with respect to the both the neonatal and the maternal outcome. So that's only a suggestion. I think you can still do it because you must be having the data of normal pregnant women also. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, my co-judges, Dr. Savita Singhal, Dr. Piyush, Dr. Bahadur, and I hope it was everyone has got some interest in the research and studies. So thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Ragini and Dr. Chandan. Now we close this session, and the result of this will be announced tomorrow at the inauguration. Thank you very much.
Thank
you. Thank you, Dr. Ashok sir, for
Thank you.
conducting
Thank
this
you,
very
sir.
nicely. Thank you.
So
Thank you.
Thanks to all our esteemed judges and our enthusiastic speakers. So it was very encouraging to see the young students coming up with the Indian studies, which is the need of the hour. Now, moving on to our next session, which is again a very important topic for adolescent gynecology, is fertility preservation in adolescence. It's a panel discussion. It's very important with the increasing number of the young cancer survivor. It becomes a responsibility to preserve their fertility. For this panel discussion, I would like to invite our moderators, Dr. Rita Bakshi, who is Director International Delhi and abroad. And our next moderator is Dr. Rohan Palshetkar. He is head of unit Bloom IVF DY Patil Hospital and second joint secretary of AMOGS, joint treasurer of Maharashtra chapter of IAG. Welcome, Dr. Rohan. So I would request Dr. Rita Bakshi to take over from here and introduce our experts for the panel discussion.
It gives me great pleasure, Dr. Ragini, Dr. Chandan, and Dr. Alpesh for giving me this wonderful chance of doing elite panel today. I am very happy to have my co-moderator as. Hello? Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are very much audible, Rita.
Sorry. Okay, all right. So my panelists today, I have an extremely elite panel, and I think, really speaking, describing them would already probably not be in right vein. But Rohan, who is my co-moderator and a very young, dashing man, so I think we will also be hearing him. Our first panelist is Dr. Umesh Jindal, director of Jindal IVF Chandigarh and formerly assistant professor of PGI Chandigarh, and she will be doing the IFS conference this year. So she is an extremely important mission right now. My next panelist is my very favorite Dr. Sonia Malik, with whom I have started work also. So I take her as my mentor and guide also. And she is the director and head of South End Fertility IVF. And she has had many, many important chairs. My third panelist is Dr. Archana Basair, who is the Vice President FOGSI 2020 and Organizing Secretary for AICOG next time 2021 Indore. And I welcome all three of you. Dr. Sunita Tanduvalkar, I think most people would know her, extremely glamorous and extremely talented. Well, she is the second Vice President of ISAR and IAGE and is a very well-known endoscopic surgeon. And I think Rohan will introduce the next panelist for me.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Our next panelist is Dr. FOGSI Lewis. He is he's a senior consultant and associate professor and in charge of the MCH course, and he's also the FOGSI Vice President elect for 2021. Sir is a very well-known person all over India, and we would really be looking forward to hearing him as well. Introducing our next panelist is Dr. Sunil Shah. He's the IVF consultant of Ahmedabad, and he is also the joint secretary of FOGSI and the honorary secretary of AOGS, that's the Ahmedabad, and the joint secretary of Gujarat chapter. Dr. Neeru Thakral, she's the director of Morpheus Thakral International IVF Center, and Thakral, she's the secretary of the IFS Haryana chapter and the vice president of the Haryana Endoscopy. Dr. Keshav Malhotra, very close friend of mine. He's an ASHRAE certified clinical embryologist of 2018. He's the director of the Rainbow IVF and Malhotra Embryology Training Academy, and he's the treasurer of the Delhi chapter of ISAR and an executive member of ISPAT and ISAR. Moving on, I would like to hand over to Rita Bakshi, ma'am, to start off with the panel.
So I think we all understand that fertility preservation is a relatively new discipline in reproductive medicine, and this is started in 1996. This word particularly has been used for cancer patients, although as we will see that the number of cancers which have been diagnosed every single day, including childhood cancers, and that what they are saying is 1 in 250 would be a cancer survivor in 2000. This is the kind of statistics that came out, and 1 in 1000, it was 2002 and it became 1 in 250. So improved survival rate, that means also improved quality of life. So what do we have to offer these people who have survived cancer? Can we do something on their fertility? And even other, I mean, cancer is not the only thing, but even other things we will see, how we can preserve fertility, especially in an adolescent population or young population. So you can see, leukemia, lymphomas, all these cancers are relatively common in childhood. So I would start straight away by just showing this curve. This is a curve which shows the ovarian reserve, and you can see what a nice rise to the reserve and a gradual fall. But the moment you start a chemotherapy or a radiotherapy, this is the rapid fall, and this red line just shows that premature ovarian failure and the end of fertility. So these are the phases that we know. They have all survived cancer and are now going strong, and I'm sure this is where we would want all of our people to be. So starting with Dr. Sonia Malik, who are the patients, Dr. Sonia, you think in whom we can offer, both male and female, who are those who we can offer fertility preservation? Dr. Sonia? We've lost her, I think.
She
Dr.
was there a few minutes back.
I can see her on the, but I can't see her on the screen.
Few minutes back she was here, but now she's not here, I think.
Maybe she has to unmute, maybe.
No, she just dropped out.
No, her face is also gone. Maybe you can ask this question to someone else, then start with.
Or okay, maybe then we will come back to this question. We will probably take Dr. Neeru Thakral, the second question that we thought. Who are the specialists? Who are the doctors who should get sensitized on the fertility preservation issues? Could it be general practitioners? Who, Dr. Neeru, if you could tell that?
Good evening, everyone. This is thanks, Dr. Rita. This is very important. We should be knowing that who can refer, because they should be having thorough knowledge. Then only we'll be getting timely patients referred. Otherwise, they will send us at the last stage when we can't do anything. So these important are our colleague gynecologist, oncologist, on the onset, like medical oncologist, radiologist oncologist, gynecological oncologist, pediatric oncologist, all these urologists, surgeons, hematologists. So this is very important. We should be knowing so that they can send us at that time, and we should avail them and give them thorough knowledge that when to send, so that we can get timely referral for all these patients.
So I think Dr. Neeru rightly touched that every single doctor, I feel, not only these are the ones which of course I am next door to All India Institute, and I have a lot of time patients who have been going to get operated for testicular cancer. Suddenly somebody tells them, oh, did you preserve your sperm? So they would come running, and so it is very important, I think, to sensitize every single doctor that fertility is something very important, and this is a loss which people don't realize at that moment, that they may be going to lose that. Is Dr. Sonia back?
Can I add one thing here?
Yes, please.
Here, what you rightly said is right, because most of the times, as you told, patients most of the time previously they were not aware of this cryopreservation facility of the oocyte or even sperm. And when they think that, they suddenly send that, okay, tomorrow is the day they starting the chemotherapy, so you have to cryopreserve. So we can cryopreserve, but it may not be enough to cryopreserve enough for the subsequent cycle, because whatever sperm you cryopreserve, we can use for one cycle of IUI or IVF or whatever it may be. So you have to cryopreserve at least 5 vials or minimum, or 10 vials, so that it will be very useful for that patient. That is the thing what being all the infertility specialists, we must be highlighting to all the gynecologists at least, and other related specialties, the awareness of the cryopreservation. It is a simple procedure. It is not a big thing in that, but the awareness is not there. That's what
I absolutely agree with you, sir. In fact, a lot of oncologists and all end up sending patients sometimes even after chemo started, and it leaves us helpless. It should have been shown that the option should have been given to them and explained to them that there is the possibility of preserving these oocytes as well as sperm samples in the adolescents, where they do have a chance of future reproduction. I'm sure as we go on, we'll come across the slides where we'll be able to actually discuss how many oocytes. So our next question is Sonia Malik ma'am back? Hi, ma'am. How are you?
Hi, Rohan.
I
Hi.
think we just lost you a little at the
Yeah,
start.
there was no internet in the middle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no problem, ma'am. Ma'am, actually, we just wanted to ask you initially, in which indications of males and female patients do you think where cryopreservation is required in cases?
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I would start by thanking Dr. Alpesh Ragni and Dr. Chandan for this wonderful conference and for this out of the box topic. We are actually talking about fertility preservation in children as well as adolescents, which is much needed and not talked about. And then coming to what you have asked me, Rohan, about who are the patients whom we should be doing, and of course we have the malignancies as well as the non-malignancies, where we are looking at fertility preservation. But more than that, yes, you have listed out some of the cases over here in this slide where we are talking about the pre-pubertal leukemias and the hematological problems, which includes cancers as well. But then thalassemias and sickle cell anemia form a major bulk of diseases. Thalassemia, especially, which mothers and parents are not aware of. There are so many thalassemics in this country, and they are not aware of the fertility potential of these children going down. So these people have to be made aware of. And then we have the other autoimmune diseases also, which are lurking or looming high in this country, and they also can also be, as you have listed out over here, that this huge list, these children can also be helped. And then most importantly, the gynecological diseases which we are seeing day in and day out, like endometriosis. If it happens very early and if it is a severe form of endometriosis in a young girl, where she really needs help and where her fertility reserve is actually at the brink of it, so she needs to also go through a fertility preservation. And then you have ovarian cysts which keep on happening in certain patients again and again. And also, the ovarian tumors which may happen at a young age, like a dermoid which is happening at a young age, and repeated dermoids is happening in both the ovaries, which may compromise the ovarian reserve. So such patients would need fertility preservation. And then you have another major group of patients where you are supposed to be making the entire society aware of it. That is the Fragile X syndrome, which is quite prevalent in the country, which is genetic, and where even sisters would be carrying it. You all know that this trait can be carried amongst siblings, and therefore Fragile X must be ruled out. And if it is there, fertility preservation must be offered to the child. Turner syndrome is something which we are very scared of, and we know that eventually when this child grows up, she's not going to have eggs of her own, and her only chance of becoming a mother is when she preserves her eggs at a younger age. So these conditions, of course, the BRCA carriers is a debatable issue, but now quite settled in the sense that there are patients who are coming forward and asking for fertility preservation because they may eventually suffer from cancer. However, the last one in your list is social egg freezing, where we will talk about a little later maybe. This is a little controversial kind of an area, but yes, definitely it also needs to be looked at amongst the younger girls and the children, because basically, yes, we have a large population who might be requiring it because we are seeing so much of premature ovarian failure and insufficiency in this country. So besides the cancer, we have a huge segment where early ovarian insufficiency is looming high, and there we definitely need to help them by offering them something like fertility preservation. And Dr. Fessy Lewis was talking about the male, the boys. Again, amongst the boys, in addition to the cancers, the hematological conditions, there are conditions where the patients may be required to save their sperms also. And more than anything else, we have, I think, discussed in my absence, is creating awareness about this whole condition, about this whole situation, I would say. There was a very fine report which was published in 2018 from the International Societies of Fertility Preservation, of which the Indian Society was also a part, wherein they said that amongst the children and adolescents, this is still not prevalent and not yet known to our populations here, especially in India. And this needs to be promoted and talked about. So I'm glad that FOGSI has taken the first step. I think I have said my bit.
Thank you, Dr. Sonia. I think wonderful. One last one, that sex affirmation procedures. So there are a lot of people who are changing sex, and in this group also, I think
Yes, yes.
important, also,
Definitely, definitely.
where we are
Yes.
reassigning genders.
Absolutely,
So,
absolutely. Yes.
So
Very
excellent.
important, and it is an increasing group again.
Exactly.
This group too is increasing, so we need to address it. But I wonder if we need it in the early parts of their life, because I do not know how aware they are of this kind of a situation when they are young children. That is the only issue. Yeah.
Absolutely. So sensitization of the plastic surgeons also needs to be done for patients who are planning these procedures as well.
Absolutely. So, Dr. Jindal, now we understand that, chemo and radio, there are two things which are going to destroy or hamper the potential, the fertility potential. So we will keep talking on, how chemotherapy will do it and when it should be done and which are those drugs. So what are the effects of chemotherapy on fertility of both men and women? How will, what side do they have? Agents, and what are the categories?
See, basically what we have to understand is that chemotherapy is meant to attack rapidly dividing cells. So anything which is rapidly dividing would be affected. Ovary has 3-4 types of cell population. The most important, what we are bothered about, is oocytes. So oocytes also, they are two populations, you can say. One is the resting pool. The ones who have entered meiosis one metaphase and they are resting, they are not active now. And then there is a pool which is all the time, which is trying to enter divide further, mature further, and then end their final journey and go to atresia or get apoptotic. So chemotherapy can directly affect all these actively dividing cells, but oocytes, primary oocytes, which are resting, are relatively spared. The second way is that ovaries vasculature. They also have very active blood supply ovary, and if this blood supply is hampered because of fibrosis and damage, then finally after the chemotherapy the ovary may not be that vascular, it may become more fibrotic, and without blood supply you will not get growth factors, many other things which are important in folliculogenesis and follicular development. Then third is the matrix, which also gets damaged and a lot of fibrosis is there. So on the whole, the chemotherapy may affect the architecture of the ovary. If we come to the chemotherapeutic agents, they are simple agents which are not, which are cell cycle specific. So the agents which are cell cycle specific are least damaging because they attack only a subgroup of cell population or during that time, and the cell, the normal cells get time to recover. But the agents which are not cell cycle specific or they attack at the all stages of mitotic division, they are more damaging. So higher risk, commonly used drugs in higher risk category are cyclophosphamide, basulfan, melphalan, and cisplatinum, etc. Platinum products, which we in gynae we are using more frequently, and lower risk methotrexate, then vincristine, bleomycin, 5-FU. These are relatively in the lower risk group. But at the same time, we have to understand the most chemotherapeutic agents are given in combinations. So you have to see the impact of a combination in a particular disease. And the factors which will determine whether chemotherapy is going to affect it or not will depend on the age of the patient. I will come to the adolescent part, but age is the more higher the age, because the reserve is already low, the damage is much higher. So higher the age, loss is more. If you give longer duration of chemotherapy, if you give multiple agents chemotherapy, so cumulative dose is a very important factor which will determine ultimate damage, and what agent you are using, that is very important. Coming to adolescents, fortunately, adolescents in females, they are in resting phase, and similarly in males, the spermatogonial stem cells, they are also in resting phase, and they can escape damage if you use a proper chemotherapy, which is fertility sparing. But at the same time, we must understand that all types of chemotherapy can damage ovarian or testicular function to certain extent. So nearly 20 to 30% risk risk of loss of function is there in this adolescent younger. Then there is a subcategory of prepubertal females and males. In prepubertal, there are no actively dividing oogonia. So in these category, the risk of damage to ovary and testes is little less. But again, it will depend on the type of chemotherapy being used, or whether it has been combined with surgery, radiotherapy, or any other treatment modality.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Umesh. I think very well covered. And I think at this point, it's also important to tell that the number of eggs are limited in a woman. And, the spermatogonia keep multiplying later on also. And it is the Leydig cells which escape usually. So therefore, secondary sex characters are usually there, but may miss out on some of the sperm
But
factors.
in severe cases of damage, you may have total damage, and even sexual function may not be there. Even testosterone may be deficient later on. So you have to see from that angle also, from health point of view also. In adolescents, whenever you are considering chemotherapy, the long-term health is also very, very important. That because they have a risk of premature ovarian failure, and also testicular failure kind of thing, where even testosterone may not be there, enough testosterone may not be there for pubertal development and later on in life. So supplements may be required in these patients.
Can I just add to what ma'am has said?
Yeah, Keshav, you wanted to say something? Yeah.
Please go ahead, Keshav.
Hello.
Yeah, Keshav.
Yeah. So apart from the number, we also have to worry the DNA of the oocyte as well as the chemotherapy is concerned, because like ma'am was mentioning, prepubertal women might escape because they're not actively dividing at that point of time, but it's going to affect the DNA of these eggs, and that might inherently compromise the fertility of the woman. So that's also something that should be counseled.
Wonderful.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Keshav. And thank you so much, ma'am, for covering in such details about the chemotherapy. My next question is to Dr. Archana Basel, ma'am. What are the effects of radiotherapy on the gonadal functions in women and men in the reproductive age, in the reproductive years, as well as the pre-pubertal age group as well?
Hi, Rohan.
Hi,
First of all, let me thank Dr. Alpesh Gandhi, Ragini, and Dr. Rita and you for really involving me in such an important panel, which really is the need of the hour, because we need to make our gynecologists and our colleagues aware about the preservation of fertility, because gone are the days when you just do just the malignancy surgery and leave them alone. We have to look for their future as well. Now let's look at the question which you addressed, asking me. Radiation exposure does affect both female and male gonads. And if you look, even in the average radiation dose, what people are having in X-ray, abdominal X-ray is like one has to be familiar that even doing the X-rays and CT scan, what are the doses? Even in the pelvic CT scan, what doses of radiation is exposure is there? Even if you take selective CT scan of abdomen and pelvis, the dose is 14 milli-GY. So that's the dose which we are looking at. And let me just, so how does the radiotherapy affect female? It is more damaging to ovary than CT and chemotherapy, and it is toxic to primary oocyte. So combination with chemo additive toxicity, and what it will depend on age, size of the primordial pool, what exactly they have, the pool they are born with, and the dose, that is the break point is 300. And premature ovarian failure in 11 to 14%, below 60 to 68%, above. And extent and type, what is the extent of radiotherapy, and what type of radiotherapy a young girl is being exposed to, in abdominal pelvic brachytherapy or external beam therapy. So if the ovaries are in field, then premature ovarian failure will occur in 68%. If ovaries are at age of the radiotherapy beam, then premature ovarian failure will happen in 14%. And if it is outside, like sometimes, I mean, by surgery, they can hitch the ovaries out of the field, then there is no failure. So this is data from Stillman, RJ et al. From American Journal of Obs and Gynec, which I read about, and found out that this is the dose of radiation which will cause damage to ovaries, and it depends on whether the dose is fractional or you are giving the total dose. If you look at the ovarian dose and result, like 60, no deleterious effect, and if the dose is 150 CGY, then there is no deleterious effect in young women, and some risk for sterilization in women if they are older than 40. If the dose is like, as the dose is increasing, damage is increasing. 250 to 500 is the dose. Then in women aged 15 to 40, 60% permanently they'll get sterilized, and remainder may suffer temporary amenorrhea. And in women older than 40, 100% will have permanent sterilization. And 500 to 800, if the women are aged between 15 to 40, 60 to 70% of women will have permanently, they will be sterilized, and remaining women may experience temporary amenorrhea, but there is no data available over the age of 40. And if the dose is more, then 100% will permanently get sterilized. So these are all about the figures, and just a little bit about effective sterilizing dose of radiotherapy and age. At birth, if it is more than 20.3, if at 10 years 18.4, and at 20 years 16.5, and 30 years 14.3 GY is the dose. Now in the male, if you look at the failure after RT, so it again will depend on field of treatment, total dose, and the fractionation schedule. So if there is a direct irradiation of testicles, as in case of leukemic infiltration of testes, then the whole body irradiation prior to bone marrow transplantation, it will directly damage the testes. And cranial irradiation of brain tumors may cause disruption of HPO axis and endocrine failure. So I mean, there's quite a lot of damage of radiotherapy on the gonads. It can cause testicular dysfunction and impaired spermatogenesis. Seminiferous tubules are particularly sensitive to radiation, and with a dose as low as 0.1 gray. And other studies have demonstrated that permanent testicular damage can happen for below commonly utilized protocols for testicular cancer. And Leydig cell function is usually maintained for doses up to 20 GY. So, I mean, damage can happen with RT. What we really need to do is to counsel the patients before we are starting with the radiotherapy, give them an option of gonadal preservation, and their treating surgeons or treating physicians should know that, there is an option available to do the preservation. I think it is just making the people aware that it is available, because what dose is causing damage, that is, I think, is for us and for others to know. And for the common man, it is important to know that they have an option, and it can cause fertility damage, permanent fertility damage, and so that they should be given part of counseling, the damage with radiotherapy.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an in-depth coverage of all the possibility of damage of radiation to the oocytes as well as the spermatogonia as well. So at the end of this, what we're trying to say is that the awareness needs to be built up so that prior to radiation therapy, if any fertility preservation needs to be done, it needs to be sent to a reproductive medicine specialist. Rita, ma'am, would you like to take the next?
Yeah, so I think very well covered. Thank you, Dr. Archana. Let's go to Dr. Keshav and ask, so we know how do we assess the ovarian as well as the testicular function. We have given chemo radio. Let us see how do we make out, what are the effects now.
Thank you, ma'am. And first of all, again, I'd like to thank Dr. Alpesh Gandhi for inviting me to this fantastic conference. Also, Ragini ma'am, thank you for your invite, and again to Rita ma'am and Rohan for actually including me in this panel. Now, I am an embryologist. I hope I do justice to this question, but basically, when we are thinking of females and when we are wanting to check for the ovarian reserve, I think the most common thing which all of us know about is AMH. And I think AMH is one such sturdy hormone which shows a rapid fall post chemo or even post radiotherapy. So that's something that can be done. Now, AMH, from my knowledge, is secreted from the granulosa cells and also from the growing follicles. And like Umesh ma'am was mentioning, that when chemotherapy is done or even when radiotherapy is done, it's these rapidly growing cells which are attacked first, and that's why you would see a immediate decline in the AMH level. So that's number one, which is very beneficial. The second one that should be tested for is inhibin B, and again, inhibin B is actually emerging as a very good marker for um, post chemotherapy prognosis, and that's something that should be tested. Again, inhibin B is also secreted from the granulosa cells, and it's such a common hormone that both AMH and inhibin B can be done for both men and female, males and females. Though in males, it's still very controversial. Now, we would want to also check for the ovarian reserve, and if you look at the other markers of ovarian reserve, you would want to do an ultrasound where you see the antral follicle count, you see the ovarian volume, because these are also markers which will rapidly fall as far as the chemotherapy radiotherapy is concerned. Just one more point that I would like to add for the females. Now, if it's done, if the chemotherapy or radiotherapy is done pre-pubertal, in those cases you can also follow certain physical markers, or a physical examination can also be done. The physical characteristics of the woman throughout puberty or just peripubertal, those can also be followed by a gynecologist, though it's very non-specific, but these are things that can also be checked. Now let's move on to the males. I think the most robust marker for assessing the fertility potential of the man is a semen analysis, and it's easy to do because it can be done after puberty, and we know that puberty in boys comes earlier than in women, and therefore, like, you can easily follow it up. Now, the hormones in the man, again, it's a little tricky to actually assess, because we were talking about this earlier, where the Leydig cell function is preserved, and it's only deteriorates when you give 20 grays of radiotherapy. So unless and until the boy has received over 20 grays of radiation, that testicular function or the testosterone function will still be preserved, and you would not be able to basically assess the effect on the secondary sexual characters. So that's where the role is not that great. But again, inhibin B is something that can be done, because both chemotherapy and radiotherapy do affect the seminiferous tubules, and that basically contains Sertoli cells and the spermatogonial cells, and that could be a promising indicator for diminishing of the fertility.
Wonderful. So, Keshav, now you have this 15-year-old boy who's been diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma, and they are planning chemotherapy. So, what counseling do what should you tell him, and what method can you offer?
So again, thank you, ma'am, for this question. This is a 15-year-old boy, so the best outcome here is that he can probably give a semen sample, and you can actually cryopreserve semen samples in this situation very easily. It can be done in any clinic. Most of the ART clinics are now adequately cryopreserving semen samples, so that's the best advantage for this patient. As far as the counseling options are concerned, now this has to be a multi-pronged approach, because you would want to counsel for the long-term prognosis of this patient. You would want to counsel him for his like lifespan, how's the prognosis post chemotherapy. All those things should be sorted out first. Then you would want to sit with the family, because again, this is not an adult you're talking about a 15-year-old boy. So having a adult in the conversation is very important, and therefore it should be discussed with the family. And here is where the fertility options come into play. So you would want to talk about the survival rates of semen cryopreservation. You would want to counsel them, like FOGSI sir was mentioning, that you would need a lot of vials to be frozen in this particular situation. So the number of vials that can be frozen, the effect of chemotherapy on semen would fertility be restored post chemo or radiotherapy? Because in such patients, after 2 or 3 years, fertility can be restored normally as well, and they can conceive naturally as well. So that also should be counseled to them. And this semen preservation could be a backup for them if the situation does not happen. Now, again, there are other methods of cryopreservation which would not be as applicable in this situation. But if there is no time, and if the patient comes like as a last resort, if the patient is coming to you 1 day early, then freezing a testicular biopsy sample could also be beneficial in this scenario, and that's something that should be discussed. I'll just talk a little bit more. If this patient was younger, uh, in those scenarios, you could have frozen the testicular tissue, but it's experimental, because in that scenario you're only trying to freeze the spermatogonial stem cells, and that is an experimental procedure where regrafting of this testicular tissue, or putting the spermatogonial stem cells back into the existing testicular environment, is being studied. But it has a lot of complications, ethical as well as even survival of the spermatogonial stem cells, differentiation, etc. All of those complications exist, and that has to be spoken to them about, only if the scenario was with a younger boy in this particular case. So I hope that covers this case.
Can I add one point?
Yes,
yes,
please,
sir.
please go ahead.
As Keshav rightly told, in testicular malignancy, sometimes the initial count will be very less. That is the thing which we have to be seen. And a young boy, sometimes they will be very reluctant to tell about masturbation in front of the parents. So they must be very careful and separately counsel parents. Everything has to be together seen. I just want to add one incident occurred to me about 8-9 years back, when around 20-year-old unmarried male came for cryopreservation. So at that time we were taking the consent for cryopreservation to be used again. And after about 1.5 to 2 years, his father came and told that he could not survive after the chemotherapy, and he wanted to get the sperm because he was his only son. So, but at that time I told he didn't give the consent, and I told if you can get the consent, order from the court, you can give, and the court ordered to give it. But afterwards, this was about 9 years back. We took a consent from the males. What would you like to do with the semen if anything happens to you? So that was a big issue which occurred 9 years back. It all came in all papers. So these things, as a lot of things has been evolved over years about cryopreservation. Yes, sir.
Yeah, one more point I want to add to FOGSI, sir, as we are talking about the consents here, because there's this young boy who's coming into your clinic. The consents have to be backed up with the father or the mother's or the legal guardian's consent as well. So that's also one extra added point which you would want to keep in track for such situations.
Yeah,
also, I think somewhere maybe, because you may be putting the, especially when you're putting the tissue back. So reseeding of the cancer.
Reseeding of the malignancy is also something that we need to discuss.
And again, basically the guidelines for posthumous reproduction are not very clear in our country.
Yes.
There is really a lot of ambiguity over there.
Yes.
And the only thing that is written is for the married couples, wherein the sample can be issued only to the wife. But here, like Dr. FOGSI is saying, the child was small, and in that case, well, they did resort. It's good that the court gave the order, but I had a similar situation where there was a medical board from the hospital that sat and decided that it should not be encouraged. So I think we are still very far away from these guidelines, from these situations. But nevertheless, it should be, we should keep thinking about this as we offer these services more and more to children as well as adolescents. We have to think of solutions for situations like this, and some kind of consent for posthumous reproduction should be taken. Otherwise, we will be in a soup.
I think very, very important, Dr. Sonia, because even there was a dead body in All India Institute. So this had died, and the wife had come, and the whole family came running because they wanted to preserve, they wanted us to take a biopsy from the dead body. So in fact, because All India Institute had refused, they wanted to carry the body to our clinic and wanted us to preserve the sample.
The same thing like that happened about 10-15 years back in UK when somebody was in coma, and the wife told the hospital people, and they took with the help of vibrator the sperm. And after he could not survive it, and she wanted to use it. But then the husband's family members went to the court and told that he has not given the consent to use that sperm. So that was a big issue. I think about 15 years back, it became a big news in the BBC news. So those things has to be seen when you do these things. We have to consent has to be proper in all these things.
Now that the
Patient of
fertility
ours was also in coma, and therefore there was this medical board that sat and decided no.
In fact, now with fertility preservation coming into play, I think guidelines need to be set in for maybe posthumous reproduction.
Absolutely, Rohan.
And I think
and that's where how Sonia ma'am is saying that a medical board should sit and decide. That's probably the way forward.
Yeah, I think if we get into this discussion, we'll just continue speaking on this for a very long time. So I'm just going to move to the next question quickly. This is for Dr. Sunil Shah, sir. Miss P, a 17-year-old, is diagnosed with germ cell tumor in the left ovary. She's planned for surgery followed by radiotherapy by oncologists. So what fertility preservation, sir, would you offer, and what options can be given to this patient?
I don't think he's here. Is he here? I don't see him here.
Dr.
I think we can skip this in that case if Dr. Shah is not there. So mainly what we wanted probably in this was, that in females, if you can have mature oocytes, please take them, do an IVF, prepare her for an IVF. Or in case you don't have enough time, then, a short cycle and in vitro maturation, take out immature eggs and then do an in vitro maturation of oocytes. These are the two things that you can do besides the, testicular and ovarian tissue cryopreservation or the ovary itself, So this is the mature oocyte. I think since we are anyway running short of time, it's to say that at least 20 oocytes are required to achieve a live birth. So,
Sorry, I would like to interrupt and tell Keshav to actually tell us, because the biggest problem or challenge with ovarian tissue cryopreservation in our country is that the medium is very expensive and it has a very short expiry. So this is a message to all those who are hearing this and all the laparoscopic surgeons who are actually confronted with situations like this, that they should give some time to the IVF units so that they can have the required ingredients, I would say, or whatever medium so that we can go ahead and do such things. I don't know, Keshav, you are a better judge to talk about that.
I can speak about it. I'll take 2 minutes. I'll not take more time. I think this question that ma'am has put forward is very, very it's a very major situation in our country, and because I've also suffered from this, because I had a patient who came just before stage 3 ovarian cancer, and we were supposed to follow it up with ovarian tissue freezing, but I called the media companies and they said that it'll take 1.5 months or even 2 months to actually get the media in. And that's when we actually told that maybe you go to Delhi. There are a few centers in Delhi who are doing ovarian tissue cryopreservation and they might be able to help you out. But then the patient decided against it. So this is a very important situation. And that's where I then went back and I have actually learned how to make ovarian tissue cryopreservation media, because it can be done easily. It's similar to the oocyte cryopreservation media, and that you only needed an extra volume. So that's something that you can go ahead and do. And if you want, I can email the protocol of making the media to all of you.
We'll send the patient to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah.
In fact, ma'am and Keshav was saying it needs to be a proper multidisciplinary approach along with the endoscopic, reproductive, and the oncology team.
To say here.
Exactly.
So, because if we don't work as a team, we're not going to be able to give that patient the results they actually want and the results we actually want to give them. It'll always be a clash of loggerheads if we try to work individually rather than as a team.
So that's again very, very important, Rohan. And what we want to actually discuss with these patients is that you would want enough, as far as ovarian tissue cryopreservation is concerned. I'm not sure if Dr. Sunita is here, but we need those slices of ovarian tissue, and we need multiples, because one slice would last for 1 to 2 years max, and that might not be enough for that patient. So you would need a huge chunk of the ovarian tissue. And then the problem of reseeding of the malignancy is also very important, and that's where in vitro maturation comes into play, where you can actually you can dissect those follicles out of this ovarian tissue, and you can mature them inside your own laboratory using FSH, LH, even HCG supplemented media, and you can get M2 oocytes, and then that can result in a pregnancy. But using this technique, the pregnancy rates are low. So again, that's another thing that has to be told to the patients.
So
thank you. It looks promising to do IVM, but the results are not good.
The results are poor.
Yeah.
Yes.
Practical issues.
But that may be the only option for these patients.
Yeah.
I think in India we are not doing enough IVM, but I was seeing in Belgium they were doing day in day out for all PCOS patients. So I think all
Vietnam,
it
etc.
is to evolve and learn the newer technique.
I think that
Is
was
Dr.
before
Sunita
this
there?
antagonist came and agonist trigger came.
Yeah.
I mean, now I think people have moved into agonist trigger in antagonist cycle in PCOS
Rather
patients.
than IVM.
Yeah. So is Dr. Sunita there? No, she is
I
not.
don't think she's come back. She hasn't.
She hasn't. All right, so we will just finish in a minute by saying that if you want, it's a very small girl, prepubescent, and you just don't have enough time, and you want to give her radiotherapy, then all that you can do is you can either transpose the ovary, and we will just show some of the slides where this is the transposition. You can ideally medially you can transpose behind the uterus or laterally onto the pelvic side wall, so that the ovary is not exposed to the radiation. Of course, it has its own complications. There can be chronic pain, ovarian cysts, all this can happen. Also, a little bit of scatter radiation is still there even in this era where uterine transposition. So uterus itself, which is also known to undergo fibrosis if it is exposed, so it can also be transposed, especially in a rectosigmoid. The surgery that Ribeiro did in 2017 for the first time in a patient with rectal cancer, what he did was he put the uterus laparoscopically into the upper abdomen outside the field of radiation. After surgery, he put back the uterus, and patient resumed menses in 2 months, and the function was reported back normal. So these are the newer things which are coming. One can, of course, GnRH agonist, as to suppress the ovary before giving chemo and radiotherapy is also there. And I think we'll take this at the end, where we have some guidelines, whether we can do this or not. So Dr. FOGSI, this is a girl with breast cancer, and a young girl with breast cancer, and we've planned a chemotherapy. There is not enough time now. We've decided that she has to undergo chemotherapy, and then so if the hiatus is not too long, what kind of a protocol would you use? Would you because we all understand that IVF requires her cycles to come and then 2 weeks, so it requires minimum 2 to 3 weeks. But if it is not a conventional protocol, then what kind of a protocol would you like to use in her?
Just like IVM change into in the PCOS patient, because with the advent of antagonist, same thing is here happening in the field of cancer patients, because when we give antagonist, that directly suppresses the HPO axis without producing the surge. So any time of the cycle we can start this. That is in nutshell, if it is random start protocol. But in say like the CA patients, CA breast patients, we can add along with that when we stimulate letrozole and gonadotropin, or theoretically we can then lot of studies also we can start with tamoxifen and gonadotropins. And when the follicles is 12 or 13, some people go for 40 millimeter, we can add antagonists. What I do is that we give for fixed protocol of 5 days of or stimulation. Only if the response is very bad, we wait for 2-3 more days. Otherwise, we give after 5 days of directly add antagonist, and then continue the stimulation part, that is the same tamoxifen or letrozole, and continue the stimulation. So even though by theoretically what we seeing that the dose has to be same, and the response must be the same because malignancy does not affect the ovarian response. But practically what we see is there is slight less response in say breast patients for the stimulation when we undergo the stimulation. But we use the same dose. Only very few patients have go for a hyperstimulation. And if there is a hyperstimulation, what we can do is that if you are using antagonist protocol, we can go for an agonist trigger. So we can retrieve that. And still, if the E2 value is high, what we can do is that we can continue the letrozole after 3 days of the warm pickup, so that washout effect of the estrogen will be there. So we can reduce the E2 level and reduce the toxic effect of the estrogen can be brought out. That is the main advantage of this antagonist protocol.
A few things.
And as we asked you as an emergency, you don't have enough time. What random start protocol, if you can just give in very short,
okay,
what it is.
As shown in this picture, we can start the same in the follicular phase. Previously, people were using short protocol, but with advent of antagonist, we change into antagonist protocol. So we can start in the follicular phase, late follicular phase. But if there is a follicle and if you are suspecting LH surge affecting the oocyte quality, we don't have to bother about the endometrium. And if it's suspecting that, then we can give the one dose of HCG or GnRH agonist triggering as in this last scenario. And then we can start the letrozole and gonadotropins. Or we can give 3 doses of antagonist as such, and then start the stimulation. And then when the follicle is 12-13 millimeter, we can add the antagonist again. That is not shown here. So any time of the cycle, whether it is in the follicular phase, late follicular phase, or luteal phase, we can start the stimulation. That is the main advantage of this. We are not bothered about the endometrium. Our purpose is to get maximum oocyte and make it into embryo and freeze. But in unmarried, we can cryopreserve the oocyte. And in some cases where the E2 dose need not be high, we must avoid the hyperstimulation in those patients. That is the main thing. What we are purpose of stimulation in these patients.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr.
Just one thing I wanted to add to the breast cancer discussion. One thing we need to always find out is what kind of a breast cancer is it? Is it a estrogen receptor or progesterone receptor breast cancer? Because if it's a ER/PR positive, you want to make sure that the E2 levels don't go very high.
Yeah.
Only other one that's left is the HER2 breast cancer, where you're not too worried about the estradiol levels. In that, you can actually stimulate to an extent, like a little controlled ovarian hyperstimulation won't matter as much. But it's the ER/PR positive patients where we need to be more careful about stimulating the patients. And if we do, and if we do have, say, 4 to 6 weeks between, and if it manages something like a dual stimulation, if the day 2 falls in time, a dual stimulation can also be considered in order to get more oocytes as well.
What we have seen is that sometimes they prefer to do the surgery, and before starting the chemotherapy or radiotherapy, they come. So then it is little more easy to do it, but that depends on the how they assess that and do it, whether to go for a chemotherapy before or after that.
And these ER/CR positive patients also least sensitive to the gonadotropin. So we require more doses in these patients only. They take more doses. Difficult to stimulate these ER/CR positive patients.
So, Dr. Jindal, I think we are running short of time, and we'll just wind up in the last 2. The International Society recommendations, what do you think? Most of it we've understood, but some of them are still experimental. Of course, they are all evolving. If you can just give us in short, what are the recommendations or various guidelines?
Yeah, very shortly, I will just summarize the high point.
Okay.
See, there are a lot of techniques which are up, and many of these are. I hope I'm here. I'm audible.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Okay, so a lot of emotional, ethical, legal issues are there, And the cost factor is also very great. So the most of the societies have come out with guidelines, especially the American ASRM, ISHRE, they have a consensus statement. Then ESCO guidelines are there, Australia, Canadian, and almost all countries have their own guidelines. Most of the guidelines factors are that young males and females who have cancer should be offered fertility preservation. So this is number one, that you have to talk regarding fertility besides talking about the prognosis and chemotherapy and the treatment modalities. The second point is the treatment has to be advised, has to be individualized depending upon the disease, the chemotherapy plan, the radiotherapy plan, the cost, the time available, and lot many things, and their desire, the family's desires to preserve their fertility. Then third thing is the standard methods of fertility preservation should be preferred, and these include ejaculated sperm cryofreezing, embryo cryofreezing. Oocyte cryofreezing is also, the experimental label has been removed. Ovarian tissue cryopreservation, many countries, many societies have removed the experimental label, especially many European, Belgian, I think British also, and American also. I'm not too sure, but many societies have removed the experimental label from ovarian tissue cryopreservation also, but some societies still consider it experimental. If I go to Indian scenario, I think very few centers are offering it, and you have already highlighted the practical problems related to ovarian tissue cryopreservation. Then testicular tissue cryopreservation is experimental at the moment in all areas. So that has to be done very in limited conditions. Then gonadotropin releasing hormone agonist bolus to preserve fertility can be given, although the results are controversial, but still can be offered in young adolescents because it may give some benefit to them. And most of the other methods like IVM, they are experimental and they should be done in a limited way. I think that's all. There may be some other points regarding legal and ethical issues, which I have not. I think we will not be able to cover.
Not an issue. Dr. Sonia, we come to the most interesting part. Where this young girl walks in. She's just 19, and she has decided she doesn't want to get married in the next 15 years, and she wants fertility preservation. Will you do it, and will you not? And what are the legal? Do we have any laws? Because what I understand, I don't think we have any laws. We don't have a minimal age, but I think Dr. Sonia, you can enlighten us on this.
Yeah. So I think this is another controversy which we should highlight, and I think we need to debate on this also, just as we said for the other, this non-malignant condition of social egg freezing. Like you said very nicely, that there is no lower limit for this, and this doesn't come into a medical indication. So therefore, I wonder if we can actually preserve them, because in some countries like the UK, there is a 10-year preservation law. However, in the ICMR guidelines of India, only state for 5 years at the moment.
Yeah.
And it will be extended, of course, because we have such a large bulk of cancer patients now coming in for oocyte preservation, fertility preservation. So it will be extended, but how much it is going to be extended, we really do not know. And we will have to counsel this girl about, various issues like we have just discussed. What is actually going to be the outcome? Whether she will be allowed to freeze her eggs for that long, number one. And the second thing is whether what she's trying to achieve after so many years, is it going to help her at all or not? So that all has to be explained to her. And then if she wants it, a very detailed consent will have to be taken with a futuristic approach as to whether this will be possible, or we will have to actually destroy these preserved eggs after 5 years if the law doesn't allow us or permit us to go further. So with all that, if she does want to go ahead, we can do it for her. Otherwise, I think we shall be able to convince her to not freeze her eggs.
So,
ma'am, she has time. She's only 19. Wouldn't we advise her wouldn't we advise her, okay, you come back at 25, 26, 27, and
Yeah,
then we'll think about it. So probably that's also something that could
That
be
can,
thought about.
and that should be the approach. But
yeah.
at this age, no, never, never. I don't think
But
so.
they
The
have
other thing is,
defined a maximum age of 36.
yeah,
Many
Yeah.
of the studies have said 36 or 37, because we do get women coming at 41, 42, not found the right partner and still wanting to freeze. So somewhere we have to draw this line also. And although the law has not really put us, but Facebook and Google and all of them have encouraged by giving them dollars to go and freeze their eggs. So this is something which is not uncommon. And this is something which we are all getting. So I don't think there is a law yet. There's not a law saying not to do it also. So I
I
gray
think
zone.
union government is planning to raise the age of marriage of female to also. So I think these things has to be also be considered. So as we were discussing whether we can do it at 19 years of age. Is it because I mean they may be arguing that they got the legal age limit of marriage is there. So that is a big confusion. I think that has to be decided by the lawmakers in discussion with the medical fraternity, I think.
But Dr.
I'm
Fessy,
from
let me tell you, I have actually an actor coming in, and she said, "I wish I knew this." You know, she's come to me at 36, and she said, you know, her AMH is really low, and she said, if, because I'm an actor, I knew my life is not going to be like this. Why did somebody not tell me? So I think somewhere we have to bring this awareness also for people who really require in whichever field that they are.
The thing is that even gynecologists I have seen sending
Yeah,
the kids at 45, 46 years, telling that, okay, you can have your own child. So that awareness must be given to you, all the doctors, all the specialty, because they see in papers women getting pregnant, delivering at 60 years or 55 years, and tell that, why you are telling that you cannot have your own eggs at the age of 45. That's what routinely happened. Even today, I heard a patient who is not, planning to get married, but incidentally, her periods got irregular and she went to one doctor and IMH was 0.1. So she came for a second opinion. So it was very difficult to trying to convince her that her ovarian reserve is there. She's asking that we are hearing that female are delivering at age of 55, 50 in the newspapers. So what you are telling is they were not willing to believe that.
Absolutely.
Just wanted to throw a question out there. She is above the age of 18, which is technically she is an adult.
allowed, yeah,
Right?
she's
Yeah,
allowed.
and the law does not state. So do we have any right to refuse the treatment if she
That
is
is
adamant
again,
on it?
we cannot,
Yeah.
because
So-
basically she's within her rights. She's
Yeah,
19,
absolutely.
and then she's a single woman can produce. Number two, and cancer patients are allowed even younger age. So she has.
Exactly.
She has
Why
the
not?
So we are the ones who are actually in the catch-22
telling her.
situation.
Totally,
Absolutely. Maybe we do a pickup now and then maybe tell her come again at 25, because in 10 years, if the law comes, we need to discard it.
But I think
Any-
Keshav is right. 5 years later, she can come and reconsider it.
Absolutely.
But another thing is, she is an athlete. Maybe she doesn't even have that kind of reserve. You know, with all these kinds of things, not eating properly, not eating the right food, just as we have in the men, she also may be having some kind of a.
I would debate on that, because athletes in general who are actually professionally doing actually are quite controlled on their diet. In fact, if you take a swimmer, for example, they have close to almost 7,000 calories of food per day because they burn that much as well. But but we do have to take an overall perspective
I'm
into
just
picture.
giving an example. I don't know.
Yeah. So I'm just going to take the next question for Dr. Archana Baser, ma'am. What is the outcome of fertility preservation strategies? Can you throw some light on oocyte cryopreservation and ovarian tissue cryopreservation?
I think she's left.
So I think I will just sum up because it's getting a little late, so we can just finish. Is she there? Dr. Archana is there? No?
No, I think she's.
Yeah. So it is to tell that egg freezing, which as we said, is not experimental anymore. The survival rate is 90 to 97%. Fertilization is 70 to 80%, and clinical pregnancy rate, overall clinical pregnancy rate is around 40%. So it is.
Keshav can add to that because he's the embryologist expert, no? survival? What is the difference in?
Absolutely agree with Rita ma'am, and with vitrification nowadays, I think Rohan can also vouch for me that we're getting almost 100% survival. So it's a very good, robust technique which can be used very easily.
And so this is an effective elective method. This is, I think we will just say that, how many people have saved and how many came back. So this is a long-term duration of transplantation, especially women who had undergone ovarian tissue cryopreservation when they were less than 20. These are just 5 women that they have seen. And they've seen when you do an orthotopic, that means on the same ovarian fossa, then you still find functioning tissue. However, heterotopically, they've just seen one pregnancy. This is the live birth after, cryopreserved ovarian tissue. Well, these are still, this is 2004. And cortex transplantation, they've reported 60 live births following worldwide using of this ovarian cortex transplantation. And these are 86 births and 9 ongoing pregnancies with frozen thawed ovarian tissue. This is just to show that these are successful somewhere. And as of 2017, there are over 130 live births after orthotopic transplantation of previously cryopreserved thawed ovarian tissue. So this is where we were thinking that ovarian cortex or ovary, when you are transplanting, this is the kind of live births which are coming up. So this is not.
Yes, I want to add something, I think. Yes.
Just one thing that needs to be added here is that most of these live births have happened after spontaneous conception in most of these women. Like once you transplant, you don't really need to undergo IVF. So that's also another message that needs to be given to patients, that you would be able to conceive naturally after these transplants. And that's where most of these reports actually help us in counseling these patients.
So I think we had an excellent panel. It was a pleasure, along with Rohan, to have this wonderful panel. I think I enjoyed thoroughly, and I hope it was as good for our audience. And Dr. Chandan, thank you for sending.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Because she
I mean,
put that question,
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Sonia wants to say something.
Yes. Can I say one last word? See, as the senior most member of this panel,
yes,
I wish and I want that the next time when we have this panel, we have data from us, which I think Keshav and Rohan will have to take the lead.
Absolutely.
We must have data from our own country. We must present our own work. That is my wish, and I hope you will all do it. Thank you so much for this. It was a great panel.
Thank you, Rita and everyone. Excellent panel, and especially everybody has joined only with a call, even WhatsApp. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just want to thank Ragini ma'am and want to thank Dr. Alpesh sir for including me in this program. And thank you to all the panelists. You all did a lot of justice, gave in-depth answers. And thank you so much for coming for the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so
much. Panel members, I also thank all the FOGSI President, Dr. Alpesh Gandhi, and Dr. Agni for including me and sticking to this topic and continuing with webinar in spite of the COVID times. And that is the one, I think that is how Dr. Agni is so perseverant in continuing this topic with this whole webinar. Thank you for inviting us.
Just before logging off, I have to thank Rita Bakshi ma'am as well for guiding me so well through this panel.
Thank
you. Thank you so much.
Thank you once
When
again.
I talked to you, there we had so many questions in our minds, and I really wanted to discuss all this with you. And today I've learned a lot. And similarly, people like me who knew very little about it are really, we will be more intelligent now, and we know what exactly to do with such patients.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Dr. Abhishek Goel, who is the secretary of IAP here and a adolescent pediatrician and neonatologist in Gurgaon. Dr. Abhishek, for a vote of thanks. Dr. Abhishek Goel.
Hello everyone, good evening. My role is to give thanks to all, but I will first give the congratulations to all the speakers and the FOGSI, the president of FOGSI, Dr. Alpesh Gandhi sir, and Dr. Ragini Agarwal, who is our own member from Gurgaon, organizing secretary, Dr. Chandan Khachru ma'am, who has, and all the team, because we had a meeting first when we were starting. and we have a very good plans, but still we are doing on the e-conference, and I got to know that the delegates are around 3,500 to 4,000. So I think we should clap for all the members. They have put a lot efforts on this. Now the role of thanks is I thanks all the speakers who are like some of I know them because my wife is also a gynecologist and I go to the conferences. Sonia Malik ma'am is there and many are there. Yeah, and I on any conferences